Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Skytear World Championship Finals Show. I'm Zaraghul, and I'm going to be your host for the evening for the event of the year. Tonight, we will be testimonials to the last three matches of the Skytear World Championship. And besides that, we have a wonderful streaming team that has been working on this show to provide us with a lot of exciting content throughout the event. In this show, we are going to have a Worlds recap, a Skytier fantasy update, a look at the road to the finals, a meta-analysis, and of course, interviews with the finalists and the Neris brothers. And I'm not done yet. We are going to have a giveaway for you. As this is all live, please give us feedback on the stream. We also would like to interact with you as much as possible throughout this event, so feel free to talk to us via the chat. Okay, to get into the first matchup as soon as possible, I now have the honor to introduce a dear friend of mine to talk about the first match we're going to see in just a moment. He's not only a fantastic commentator in the Skytear universe, he's also in the team of the Outsider Only podcast. He's an Earl Grey lover and a Kinui hater. Please welcome to the show, RGCommander.
Good evening. Thank you, Zaraghul. I am the commander reporting in for the final day of duty of Season 1. We have watched hours of entertainment, thousands of games played, tens of thousands of cards flipped. I don't know how many times Kenway has been killed, but it's not nearly enough. And it's all come down to the final three games we watched today. King of Jokes versus Tim Bun will be our first match here, the two-lane finals. The winner will get to sit down, take a break. The loser gets sent to the underworld to battle Game Slayer, who was knocked out in the first round, but has fought his way mercilessly through the loser's bracket to emerge in the Ashen finals. We'll have a head-to-head there, and the finalists then will come back for one grand final game on the two-lane winner's choice. What will happen? Time will tell. Our first game, we need no more introduction. We need no more delay. Our commentators, the illustrious Rafa Nunes and Shane Ruman, will be taking over for us and guiding you through this game. Gentlemen, at your leisure.
Hello, RG. Thank you very much. And hello, Shane. Hello, Andres. Hello, everyone. And would you like to say hello, Shane?
Indeed, I would. I'd like to say hello and how excited and honored I am to be here to be able to share this semifinals of the very first Skytear World Championships with everyone.
Well, thank you guys very much. And let's go to watch this game.
Okay. There we go. We're
there we
into
go.
the game
and
now.
You guys are seeing some kind of Skytear final cards where you can see some information about Tim and King of Jokes, and there are some interesting info. And thank you very much, Chris, for that. And now we can see the games going on. We will have the victory conditions being flipped pretty soon. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I always find it interesting on the cards that I saw Talat as a lot of favorite faction, and not a lot of people playing Talat. Kind of see that a lot in different card games.
Yes, and we have some very, very interesting conditions. We have left breach, we have hunting for power, and also have invasion. So there are two control conditions, and hunting for power, who is always something interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely a very exciting one. I would think, while these players are probably 3 turns ahead of us, thinking about what their win conditions are. Depends on what they'll have to bring a lot of burst damage for hunting for power. It's always an exciting one because you're always helping your opponent achieve it while you're doing it. So that'll be interesting to see what heroes they bring if they want to go for that.
So true, so true. Hunting for powers is always a very, very, very big question in game about where to go for it, when to go for it. And players usually need to build something before they start to do the hunting for power to avoid some kill stealing.
So it looks like we have Takali as the first hero for King of Jokes, and Kotlik as a second in response to Neliklin being taken for Tim. Oh, Neliklin right off the bat. You usually see him try to sneak in a little later, but I suppose the deck lists aren't a secret at this point. And I don't know if Tim has much to fear damage-wise from King of Jokes deck.
Just something interesting about King of Jokes is that he played 3 games so far, if I'm not wrong, and he never had an aggressive condition. Like he never had to face the onslaught or obstinacy or something like that. But this time he maybe will need some aggro power to kill
Quite
the
possible.
outsider.
So in
Yeah.
response, Tim comes with Yami and Hokusai, who are always a package deal, best buddies, best friends for life, which is responded to by Nantaka, one of the new heroes. Great to see her in the latest expansion, and it does bring some damage if we can keep those minions alive. And Freyhill, who has some piercing and stuff like that. So often excellent on the outsider, who usually have armor. We see Dark Vigilante was the choice and Tim will be going first. And last hero for Habarat was the last hero chosen for Tim Bunn, who definitely has some explosive damage he can output as well. So looks like Tim. I mean, Yami has some control elements, but looks like Tim's kind of coming with the usual damage package he has for the whole thing. And I don't know, what would your take be on what King of Jokes' plan is, judging by his hero composition?
Yeah, I'm not very sure about this. Talot have changed a lot since the last update on rules, where you can just worship anywhere within 3 hexes. So this gave Talot a lot of power, and same for Kurumo. So I don't think we would expect to see those two factions on a final game like 3 or 4 months ago, and this is a reality right now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that it's nice to see this type of variety happening. Let's see. I just taking a look at what's in. So King of Jokes in this lineup, I believe he's got an Amulet of Immovability, which is kind of cool to see. He's got a Charm, a Chasm, a Crawling Darkness, 2 Dreams of Talot. He's got the 2 Nourishes for a little bit of to offset some of the damage probably going to be coming his way. He's got 3 Rapid Hatreds to lay in the damage of his own. 3 Presences for control. 3 Sinkholes. 3 Sacrifices. So upwards, he's got 5 heal cards. Some Slides, which also can either influence control or attack. 2 Stone Barricades. A Sudden Distraction, which is one of the new really powerful control cards to get rid of opponent's lead.
Yep. I guess we are going to see a lot, and the team is starting very aggressive, moving Hogosai to the middle, and already consuming some of Nantaka's HP from his worship, and now going to lead, and that's a lead from the top of the deck. And I'm very, very curious to see how King's going to manage this game. I'm not sure if he's going to try to push both lanes like very, very quick, but or if he's going to try and draw the dome and avoid the outsider to come into play. I'd like to see what he's going to do. What do you expect?
Absolutely. I was thinking the same thing. The question of whether, especially with hunting for power on the table, do you want to draw the dome to make sure that hunting for power is not even a win condition? Because even a breach is probably not a turn 2. I mean, even if he aggressively pushed it, there's just enough that Tim could do to stop that. So, he's got to make sure that that outsider can survive to the turn 3 or later, probably. And I'm really curious what the people in chat think of what the win conditions that each player will be going for given this hero lineup. But yeah, drawing the dome or not is a really interesting question this first turn. We'll see what happens.
He's going to need to try, but because maybe Team just want the outsider to come, even if he's not the one controlling it, because he shows some power. Nelakling and Habora are two great heroes to deal some damage, and Yami is very, very flexible, so she can do a lot.
Absolutely. So we see that Takali's going first, as he often does. He wants to protect those minions. We have a move to influence control token. We have a worship, which places down a pillar, so those he can choose to take the damage instead of the minions. And you'd think a lead here, or he could attack a minion. I guess attack a minion is more of a longer term strategy. Yeah. Flips the amulet. Okay.
Amulet of immovability. This is something that we are not very, very used to see.
Yeah, it's an interesting one he has in his deck. Also with hunting for power, I think that condition, obviously because the damage favors Tim, but additionally he's able to play his cards. He has smaller cards, and you get a card every time you attack the outsider. So King of Jokes has some very powerful cards, but a lot of them are higher mana. So if the game doesn't get to turn 3, 4, 5, he might have a handful of cards he doesn't have the mana to spend. If he switches to attacking the outsider, but of course he may just heal the outsider as well if that gets into that weird case.
Yes, this is something very, very weird. I really, really don't know what to expect right now. So Habora is going to run.
Habora gets the time glitch. That's interesting because Yami's on the board. So
yeah, I guess Tim is not going to care too much about killing minions. He's going to play like Brazilians will do, and just attack and attack and attack. And there's a +2, so that's 6 damage.
This isn't Ashen Path. This is not allowed. This is the fighting pit. This is more refined. This is the refined drawing room of the 2-lane.
Yeah, I guess we are going to see something very, very interesting.
Yeah, we see Mikhael take a lot of damage. He's down to 11, actually 10. But then it was a nice move by Tim because he's able to back up after the fast move and still influence the dome because he really wants that outsider to come out and he wants it to be his. Dark Vigilante can output a lot of damage, as we all know.
Yes, he can really. Well, so it seems Tim have decided yet what he wants to do. He wants to bring the outsider, and I'm still curious about King, cause he might have a presence and still try to draw, but as Tim just lead from the top, we don't know which card is there, so this is going to be hard to draw, to provoke a draw.
Yeah, Tim doesn't have any. So if I'll stop if the action comes along. But he has 3 barring the way in this mix: 3 Clear Mind, 3 Doom, 3 Nightmares Incarnate, 3 Psychic Shield, 3 Rampant Hatred, 3 Release the Spirits, 3 Stone Barricades, and a Time Glitch, which we just saw, as well as 2 Supernovas and the ultimates for his heroes in his deck. So in terms of using, I mean, he could use the Flux on like a Nightmare Incarnate if he wanted to, a few other things, but nothing stands out for me so far that he used the Flux on. Oh, we see Freyhail's on the move.
Freyhail's going to take care of the other lane.
Yeah, for King of Jokes, yeah.
Yes, I guess he's going to try and push 2 lanes at the same time.
Interesting. I suppose he also wants to spread out his heroes. Well, there's no double kill and there's no onslaught per se. I guess just this adds additional pressure. I mean, that's not his left breach condition, but I guess he doesn't have to worry about left breach if he gets the first turn advantage there. It's just not going to happen for Tim.
Invasion is something that always can happen. So.
Oh, invasion, of course. Yes. My mistake. I
That,
forgot about that third one. You don't see that one as a win very often, but.
Yeah, that's something we should always take care when playing. And if you do something wrong, if you move something wrong, you can always take a slide or a shove and get pushed out of the control token, and invasion happens.
Yes.
So
yeah, it's a good thought. And also, I guess from a meta defense perspective, from the control player, if you can put pressure to split Tim's heroes, they're not able to focus down King of Jokes heroes this quickly. Like if it's a requirement that one of them has to be in the left lane, one of them has to be in the center, and two of them on one side, it's a lot less damage at once, as opposed to like a dome brawl where all four of them could be beating on individual heroes at the same time.
Oh man, I'm just glad to see Habura in the league, because like he's one of my favorite heroes, but nobody likes him. I don't know why. It's just like a lot of damage. I
Yeah,
like
well, it
this guy.
certainly is. It's interesting to see him in a non-mono yellow squad, because he's not going to gain any synergies from the other illusions. But it is cool to see him. It's good to see. Like, I guess he's coming in. He must have a set of cards that he wants over like an Akimo, which was like a similar setup and uses the Mark synergy. So he's an interesting inclusion here over Akimo,
Yeah.
because they're both Akimo's sitting down the bench right now. So let's take a look at what Hal brought.
Ooh,
Oh, we got
that's a
some
plus
movement.
3 from a skirmish.
Yeah.
And Freyhel is down to 13. And Luckily, he's doing a worship. Well, team now has 3 heroes inside the dome. And I don't know how King is going to respond to that, because I see very little he can do about the dome right now. So I guess he's going to push 2 lanes right now.
Yeah, that's
know.
a big investment. I mean, the lead was from deck, and Tim's average modifier is not that high on mana. So I guess that's why all the heroes are heading in there, just to make sure that King can't come in and lead from hand with a 3 and kind of offset it. Habarat, sorry, the R is not. Is he brings 3 barring the way, which I assume is what is the draw for Tim there, because that's in one of the new cards that can prevent a minion from being spawned within 3. So certainly if he wants to, and it's +2 for damage, if he wants to try to prevent invasion or the breaches, certainly stopping minions from coming into play is very useful. So we see some characters hanging out at the edges of the dome within 3 of where minions may be spawned. So I assume Habarat was brought because of that card. That's my guess.
Oh.
Chat can correct me, and I'm sure they will. But he also has a TAM glitch and 3 Nightmares Incarnate. But I don't think those are... Well, the Nightmares actually for hunting for power is very important, because you can get that burst damage. So he had a nice set for this for these victory conditions, I think.
Yes, you can always try to steal a kill with a Nightmares Incarnate. However, I don't think King of Jokes would try to go for hunting for power, but maybe only to do something to steal the kill from King. I don't think King would have the power to like kill the outsider with a single hero, and if the HP for the Dark Vigilant goes down, Ting is probably going to finish it.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, he has Unstoppables and he has Rampant Hatreds, but then the hunting for power would be like a turn 3 thing, which might be too late. Oh, we see some action. Okay, here.
Nantaka is going after Nelakling. And there is an attack. There's a 2+1, that's 3 damage, and Nelakling is going down to 9 right now. And King of Jokes gonna move and probably going to try to push the lane. Yes, here we go. We can now always expect to see an Amburia Rights to give a lot of pressure, a lot of extra pressure on the lanes, but I don't really know if King is using that as a strategy, because he isn't putting too many pillars in the game, so I don't know. He didn't even put a pillar on the other side, so Tlakali could prevent the deaths from the other minions.
Yeah. I think he's
I don't
seeing
think
that
he's
Tim hasn't
worried.
attacked a minion yet, and
Yeah.
Yami's kind of out of position to do the right side, or sorry, control point 1. So I don't know if he needs. But yes, it's certainly for on burial rights. It's good to get as many pillars down, and we've seen some interesting things because of the fear of that card in this tournament, where other players will spend a lot of actions attacking pillars, which is something you didn't see a month ago.
Yeah, sure. Pillars would be there like forever. Nobody would care about a pillar.
Yeah.
And now there is something really, really new.
I guess not just Unburial Rites. I mean, Nataka gets very scary.
Yes.
If those minions can be defended, right?
Yes. Recently, I've got an attack from Nantaka, and it was 11 plus plus, and that got
Wow.
really, really. I was really, really sad. That was a lot of damage. Yes, poor Nilakling.
Can one
He
shot
was killed.
mages.
Yes, he was one-shotted. But if you don't take care with Nantaka, she's going to grow in power during the game and deal some huge damage.
And Yami's also in the back row here, so she can't even move skirmish to get rid of a minion. Or skirmish move, I guess it would be. Oh, wow.
He just
Into the
moved
dome.
to the dome. Yes.
So everyone's positioning to attack the outsider next turn. It looks like to me. I don't know why another person would be required in the dome. Unless there's a real fear of that sort of one lead from that hand, from deck, which could be tied by a 3 lead from hand.
And there is a lead from hand right now.
Okay, and there's a lead from hand. Wow. Now it's 2 leads in the dome and 4 heroes.
Yes, that's a lot of investment on that dome. I don't know how is team trying to protect the outsider. Like if you want the outsider to respawn, you are probably going to put it somewhere you can like obliterate him as fast as possible. I'm not very sure where would team put the
This is
outsider.
certainly aggressive on hunting for power, it looks like, because I mean, if conflict moves over to control point 2, then we could be both control points against the domes. I know it isn't valid first turn, of course, but we could be in position for invasion starting from next turn, right? So that means the outsider would be required to die.
Yes, I guess we are going to see a very, very fast game today. And to whoever is watching, we have prepared a lot of good stuff for you to watch in between the games. So please don't leave us. All right. I'm not very sure if we can fill like 1 hour and a half, because this game is going to be fast. I don't think this is going to be more than 2 rounds.
It's possible,
Really?
but then again, invasion is not. I mean, all your heroes, a bunch of heroes can go to one lane and stop invasion, but then of course you have the breach. So I guess you'd go to the breach lane and try to fight it out there. Depends. I was just looking at the list for King of Jokes, and the burst power he has to try to steal hunting is mostly on Frail if she's worshipped and polymorphed. She has nourish, sacrifice. So she has 5 kind of damage cards she could use, which is substantial on turn 2. She could do a 4. Let's see, she could potentially do 8 points of damage off 2 nourishes if she's.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Ting is going to position the outsider on the other side, where he has the most power, the most attack power, and far away from Freyhel and Nantaka.
It's true, but you know the maps are not so big. I mean, Freya could do move skirmish and be on the other side fairly easily.
Yes, unless he puts the outsider on a bush.
Oh
on the
yeah,
other
that's
side
true.
of the dome.
Yeah, yep.
That's an option, but well, I have no idea. But if I had to bet my money, I'd say this game will be decided on if team can kill the outsider before the invasion, because invasion is going to happen next turn.
So we see
the only question is the outsider going to be killed before the invasion or not?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So we see as predicted, minions are killed. It's a big win in control point 1. The control point moves all the way up to the tower. Yes, we are in position for invasion on turn 2. And 4 minions to 2 for King of Jokes on both sides.
I'm glad invasion won't resolve on turn 1.
Yes, that those would lead to some possibly unsatisfying games for everybody involved.
Yeah, otherwise, we
Presence would be a brutal card.
Yeah.
If it isn't already.
It is already, actually. But,
I'm just going to check in on the chat. I'm sure there's tons of good stuff in here.
yes, there is, but I just can't follow because the game is going.
Oh yeah, and I'll do that. Don't worry about
so
that.
fast.
I'll focus on that.
The game is going so fast that I can't even read the chat. So I'm sorry for whoever is talking to us.
Okay. Let me
now.
Yakimo was saying Tim is playing a 0-lane map. Yeah, it kind of looks like it, right? He wants to stick to the middle.
So this is what I want to see. Where is Tim going to put the outsider? I guess this is the key right now. Where would you put it, Shane? What do you think about?
Question. Where would I put it? So it's all 4 characters in the middle. Time glitch has been used. Let's see. Well, who's potentially higher damage? I mean, I put it away from Freyhill, just because she has that sneaky stuff. So you could put it. I mean, but you want to be close enough to you. So the Nexus in the tree, maybe, or in the bush.
I don't know.
Maybe like here. I don't know. I shouldn't be moving my finger. What am I doing? Okay.
Yes, you should.
that is very. Well, if Tim takes my advice, it's his own fault, but definitely should not be doing that. I've made that mistake a few times. It's half my win if he puts it there. I figure.
Yes, I'm thinking about the same. I'm thinking about the same. But well, Brian saying that he would put it far away from Kotlik, and this is somewhere I wouldn't expect at all.
Huh. Let's look at that.
This is
not
Kotlik
can. Yeah, I mean, he has.
I wouldn't care too much about Kotlik right now.
Pillars.
Because there are 2 pillars only.
Yeah.
But really, Tim? That near to the opposite heroes?
Wow. I mean, it has a bit of a. I don't know. You can attack, then move, and you have some range.
He's probably going to skirmish and do an attack, and then skirmishing again.
Although we are forgetting. Yes, sorry. My position was not a good position at all. I was just thinking about hiding him, but he can attack for a lot of damage. So yeah, I certainly made a foolish kind of choice there. You want to be able to attack the enemy characters. That's what the Dark Vigilante is for. Yeah. So certainly is away from Freyhill.
I would say I would do the same. I would do the same. I like to play sometimes. Korjov is my inspiration, and I play like a chicken and try to hide, but it usually don't work.
Yeah. And Brian in chat raises a good point that there's the pillars that are on the board now, but there's numerous cards that can add them out of nowhere. So Kotlik's damage could be much higher than it certainly appears at first.
I'm just kind of glad that I don't have to do this decision right now.
Yes.
I can just.
I am completely okay with commentating rather than playing this game at this level.
Yes, at this level, yes. Commentating is a lot easier at this point, and we can see a bearing the way that was used to lead from the top, and this is something. This is something Team. This is the kind of card that Team would like to have in hands to avoid Nantaka and invasion. But I guess we are all going to go for the outsider.
Yeah, we lost. So King in that first round, my kingdom is gone, and 1000th Ritual is gone in terms of ultimate. Additionally, there's a presence and a nourish already in the discard. So now he's down to 3 burst cards potentially.
Yes, so this is a skirmish piercing action. So Flakali is going to lose 1 HP. And what now? There is an attack against Flakali. So that's 3 more damage. And Flakali is down to 6. but he's not going to kill. And now a new skirmish. So there's a clear mind. That's 2 more damage. Mikhael is down to 4. And the outsider was positioned in a place that I can't understand at all. That's it.
Well, he's just easier to get to, right? I guess. And
Yes.
you can't see him with ranged attacks unless you move. That's all I can think of. Tim, similarly, Consulting the Heart and Blades of Lightning are his 2 ultimates that disappeared in the first round.
I don't think this is going to get to the 3rd round.
Quite
So
possibly
you
not,
can
no.
mix-
There's 1 Rampant Hatred in there in terms of damage output from the Flux.
Yes, Rampant Hatred is something that may. I don't really know, right?
It's going to get really dramatic around this outsider, I think, because
Yes, that's why I am commenting and not playing. I can't think at a high level like those guys.
I mean, because King's in the position, I think, in the lanes that he could move his heroes in too. Like, he can still win by invasion or at least pressure left breach without the heroes there because he's got a 4-2 lead. If Tim chooses not to leave the dome, I mean, he can always attack and then come out and try to influence the position. But, yeah, this is this. I hope the Dark Vigilante knows what he's getting in for, showing up. Usually, he's the one who shows up, kills some people, laughs, but it's a trap this time.
I'm sorry,
style.
Batman. You are going to be obliterated today.
Yeah. He's like, I am a god, fear me. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
There's 8 of you. That's not good.
And all right.
Oh, and
so we are going to start with a move. And the Lachlan is getting very, very close. And there is a Flux and Rampant Hatred, as expected.
Rapid Hatred, yeah.
Yes, there it is. So this is going to be 4 damage plus a 3. That's 7 damage.
And that's just the beginning because we have the pillar was placed last turn.
Yes. So another attack. That's going to be a 3 plus. I don't know how he attacked. He's going to draw a card. And a 3 plus 2. That's 5 more damage. And the outsider is down to 7. But the next Rampant Hatred won't probably kill the outsider. And there's a skirmish. So that's 4 plus, right? 4 plus 2, that's 6 damage. And the outsider is?
Down to 1.
He's down to 1.
Wow.
Yeah, right. All right, so he might
I know why the... Oh, no.
And there is the Nightmares Incarnate.
Yeah, wow. So the Dark Vigilante was put in there so that none of King of Jokes' characters could heal it.
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Whoa, that was very, very fast.
That was...
And to whoever ever talking about the Lachlan, you should never do it again, or he's gonna come up on your dreams.
Wow, that was amazing. 19 points of damage. Crazy.
Wow, that was so crazy. That was 18 points of damage, and the Nightmares Incarnate came from Yami. And the game's over. Man, that was really, really fast.
Power on turn 2.
Hey there. So we have Tim and King with us. Hello, guys. That was a very, very fast game.
Hi. Yeah. What's the counterplay to do that against a fleeing deck with only +2? It's so stupid. So I don't know. I wish there's no planting for power. Okay, good game. So I guess I cannot do anything this game. I can concede the turn 1 since I saw hunting for power. Okay, it's a fast game. I can rest until 7. I think. What can you say about this game? What can you say? You just put all 3 minions. You put here. He has bearing the way to, but I don't care because I have many cards to take the towers, but I cannot go inside. I cannot contest the dome. I already knew that he has in the dome, but I cannot contest because I don't have the damage.
Yeah, and
That's so stupid. That's not even a game, I think. So what can you say about that?
Yeah. Did you happen to have any healing cards in your hand? I know that it was inside the Nexus, so you couldn't do anything about it. But King, did you happen to have any healing cards in your hand?
Well,
He mulliganed one in the beginning.
Yeah, because if this were a fair game, so I can decide the big outsider, I can win for sure because I will mulligan hard for healing cards, and then maybe he can kill anyway, but I will plenty my hand with healing cards, and then I can let the outsider survive the big turn. So I have a chance. But once he have the advantage to go first and take also his outsider, so I cannot go in, it's impossible to win. It's impossible. Oh, sorry, I disconnected. Do you hear me?
Yes.
I think the game dropped.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
The game
Because
dropped.
I'm now with my phone, so okay. with Discord. Sorry, I didn't want to disconnect. But what you can say about this game? So Skytear is a beautiful game, but it's too much handicap for me to let him go first and choose his outsider. So, but let's talk about how beautiful is this game, because this game is crazy beautiful, but I cannot. I don't know what to think about this game. So I'm just drawing dead. Okay, he go first. Take the flags. Rampart turn 2. Take his outsider, and he drew the hunting for power. So GG.
Yeah, we was expecting you to try to draw the dome on the first round, and I don't know, try to avoid the outsider to come and play. Me and Shane, we was talking about it, and what would be
how can I win this game if I go all for mid against a deck that only has +2 and +3 with Ogosai, Yami, Aburat, and I have Tlakali. So how can I go all for mid? It's impossible. I can prolong the game, but he will kill at least 2 heroes before turn 3. I have Nantaka. He has Aburat. Nantaka inside the dome is not good. I just have to hope that I know he has Rampart Hatred for sure. If he doesn't kill in just the first activation of the second turn, I can go in with a Nero and prevent his death. So I just need the outsider not be killed on the first activation.
Yeah.
Then I can have some tools to avoid the kill. But other than that, I cannot do anything. If he kills with basically 2 cards from full, I cannot do anything. So this is drawing dead.
Yeah, it's a very tough matchup. In the chat, they're thinking a little bit. Christopher was thinking a bit like I was, that maybe Freya could go into the dome last, and worship and kind of threaten that, if he goes for the hunting for power, you might be able to snipe it, like with a sacrifice or something like that.
I'm sure that that's true. I was thinking about that, but he just cannot. He wouldn't, with my Freyal shape shifted, into the dome. He wouldn't do the big Rampart Hatred skirmish. If we don't, he doesn't have in hand, for example, a Doom, a release the spirits to remove my condition. So he wouldn't never ever. He just have to wait. It's if it's not in turn 2 on the first activation, is on the second. So
that's true.
It's impossible. It's drawing 100% drawing dead if he plays correctly the 2 cards. Okay. So thank you, guys. Let's hope the next game will be faster. Will be
Faster. No.
and avoid this type of games. I think. Okay.
So Tim, anything you want to say on your side, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there definitely that specific objective favors my deck, but it's very possible we don't flip it. And how many games do you flip all control objectives? It happens, and then I just lose that game. So like it definitely feels bad, but I think it's just part of the game. So I think that part of what you have to do is you have to play not to lose. So I think that moving Frail in there and at least threatening it, making me question stuff, I think is probably right. Or trying to tie the dome. I think that there's just,
how can I tie the dome against your lineup? It's not possible. Come on,
you put everyone in the dome.
Come on! I just all my heroes will be dead before turn 3.
Sure, but then you don't lose the game in turn 2. You have a chance.
I play to win. I don't play to lose. This is not a good strategy in my opinion. But everyone has his thoughts about the games. Game.
There is something we must say about Skytear. Skytear is great because you can't build something and always win with that strategy because there are different victory conditions. There are a lot of stuff that can change, and we have Hunting for Power, which is very, very different from everything. So you gotta be prepared to play against everything, and that's what I think it's beautiful about the Skytear.
Or from another perspective, it's impossibly to be prepared for everything, and I think Skytear has a really lovely amount of low RNG compared to a lot of other games I've played, mostly LCGs and CCGs, but it is still there, and it's kind of one of these things where there's no best deck.
Yeah, but
in the sense you're not going to get a meta that's like the best deck, the other best deck, and the deck that beats both of them, which is what you get in a lot of card games. So it's kind of like, well, there's always this potential that my deck doesn't handle it, which is rough, no question. When you get into those games, you're just like, what do I do? I totally empathize because I have a tough time with those games too.
But I think it's not bad at all if we played a normal game, because this wasn't a normal game because I had a big disadvantage because he could have the choose to go first and also choose his outsider.
So if that happens, I can just put the outsider in my deployment zone where you can't target him.
Well,
and then do the same thing.
Actually, team, we was expecting you to hide the outsider.
I cannot think anymore. Okay, let's go. It's you have the reason. Yeah. It's just Rampart Hatred turn 2 is too good, apparently, with Nelaclem. So it's good. So good game, and I think I will have some rest before the next game, hoping it will be better.
Yeah. So, good luck, Kendricks.
Good luck. Bye.
Bye. Good luck, King.
Great.
And team, if I can do one last question to you before put you the next games. What did you thought when you saw those victory conditions? Did you have the impression that Hunting for Power would be your only chance to win this game? And
100%.
Yeah. That's why you brought Aberrat, right?
Yeah. I've been since I knew I was going to play against Kendricks, I've been testing against his lineup. And it just, if it's control objectives, it's not good for me. I can maybe hold it off till turn 3, but then they play My Kingdom to just kill all the minions. And then I lose or whatever, So I was, hoping and praying for any kill objective at all. I think that Hunting for Power is the scariest one for me. If it's any of the other kill objectives, I think that I have a great shot at winning and he doesn't. But Hunting for Power, he can at least steal the kill from me a lot of times. it just depends. Then yeah, I mean, if he steals the honey from me, that's bad for me, obviously.
And the Habarat was chosen over, say, a chemo for the barring the ways, or
Yeah, barring the ways, just in case he needs to save the lane, and then also the Nightmares Incarnates
yeah.
for the hunting for power, so that I can get the reaction speed kills.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, I'm pretty sure if I'm writing some comments here, and some people were saying that if Rahal was inside the dome, you would think twice before doing the second skirmish. And
Definitely.
this is something else I'd like to ask you. Would you skirmish? Would you Nightmares Incarnate before they skirmish? What do you think you've been doing?
So in my hand, I had a Doom. So I would have played the Doom on Freyhel to hope that he flips some mana that he can't play any reaction stuff. If that doesn't fail, then I definitely play Nightmares Incarnate first and go for the skirmish for 4+ as the final damage, so that he has to have at least 2 reaction cards to be able to finish it. Because I'm doing 6 damage with the skirmish to finish him. It just makes it harder for him to be able to steal the kill from me.
Yeah, that would be very, very hard for him to steal, because you had some great cards on your hands. I guess I have no other questions. What about you, Shane? I'm taking a look at the chat to see if there is something else we should ask the team.
Yeah, I think we got a lot of what was mentioned there. No, I don't have any more. Thanks a lot for Tim and for King to the analysis afterwards. Very interesting stuff. We got a lot more interesting things coming up. Oh, whoa, my phone. That's not so interesting. We have a Skytear Worlds recap, fantasy update, road to the finals, and meta analysis. So plenty of great stuff to stick around for before the next game.
Yeah, so if you are watching us, please keep up with us. We have a lot prepared for you before we start the next game. So stay with us. Next game will start in about 1 hour and 8 minutes. Team, I would like to thank you very much for being with us and for everything so far. And good luck for you on the finals.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You were welcome.
So
hello, Andrew.
Hello. Tim, GG, and congratulations for your win and to be the first finalist of the grand final. We are going to be back in a couple of minutes with the Skytear Worlds recap. So stay with us, tuned. Be right back. See you soon, guys. Hello and welcome back after our first amazing match in the Skytear World's Finals show. As you can already see, we are going to recap Skytear Worlds for you guys, and I'm not going to do this alone. I'm having a real professional on this one with me. He's a distributor for board games and an organizer of a nationwide tournament series. He's the one who made it possible that now an entire nation is playing Skytear in a really bloody manner. And not to forget about his love for Piquet. Live from Brazil, let's welcome Rafa Nunes.
Hello, hello, Andres. I'm sorry that introduction made me laugh. Really, um, the
You're
stuff
welcome.
from Piki. Should we explain what's Piki, or just let the people try to find what it is? And if you find out what Piki is, and you are not Brazilian, I'd say you have an extra shot to win the giveaway today. I guess you deserve to win today.
Okay, let us know in the comments, in the chat, what is Piquet, please. So,
Yes, please.
What Piki is, and
Shut up! My cell phone decided to talk with me. All right.
perfect. This is perfect for a live stream. Okay, what are we going to talk
Yes.
about, Rafa?
We are going to talk about the. We are going to give a world final recap, but before that, I feel we should talk about how far Skytear has come so far, and I'd like to say that Skytear, just a reminder that Skytear tried to be something uh, in February last year, 2019, and there was a concealing from that Kickstarter campaign, and then in May, the Neris brothers just started another campaign, and the Kickstarter was successful. And in December of the same year, backers started to receive those amazing boxes, those very amazing boxes. And I think we should say, I think we should say that like after 1 year of Skytear life, there were some very interesting achievements so far. We have the game is being distributed in 7 languages. If I'm not wrong, Polish, Spanish, English, Italian, French, German, and Portuguese. So this is some achievements. This is something we should say, and we should consider that this was a big achievement because, like, the game is 1 year old, and the year that there is a very huge problem in the world that's called COVID, and still the game is growing. I guess like 8,000 base boxes were sold around the world. So please don't keep the impression that outside the Skytear is only what you see on this Discord. Right, I'd say there are thousands and thousands of people that play this game and are not active on Discord. We should say that there is a lot more than we can see on Discord. There is a lot more going on. There are lots of people that have the game and are playing with their friends and everything. We should say that Skytear is becoming huge.
Absolutely.
There is a very big community that we still haven't found. I would like to say that because the work that has been done for the Neris brothers and for the community is amazing. It's great, and we must recognize it. So this is my very long introduction about this week's recap.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. It really deserves it. I mean, Skytear really deserves to this recap, like to see what the Neri brothers achieved with the game throughout a very difficult year, to say, as you mentioned before, and it's really impressive that we are where we are today. So, what are you going to show us next?
So what's coming next year? I would like to know this answer already. You know, because I really expect a lot. And after we can play in person, and after we can meet people and play in stars, this would be so damn amazing. Last night I had the chance to play a Skytear Friday night, and there were 6 players, and it is a small thing because we can do something a lot bigger than that nowadays. But Skytear is a very different game when you are playing in person. I don't know if you had this opportunity yet, but it is a lot better. It's just amazing, you know. And after sharing all of this with you, let's go to a world recap, right?
Okay.
Zara, can you share the image with the brackets so far?
Yes. It should be on screen now.
Okay. So before talking a little bit about this week, I would also say that 25 players arrived to this finals. Am I right?
I think so, yes.
I'm not very sure, but we have players from United States, from Brazil, from Italy, from France, from England. So Skytear is spreading on the road, and this is something interesting. And we also had some changes. Um, I'm not sure if you that is new to the community realized it, but we have very different play styles, right, Zara? You've been
Absolutely.
seeing things happening around the world, right? So we have some countries that are known by playing a type of control, uh, and we have like Brazilians who are known by attacking like everything that moves, and
Yeah, very
uh,
bloody playstyle. I can confirm this as I had the chance to cast some of the games together with you and with the Brazilian community. And yeah, the first and the most important thing is the way how can I kill the next hero the easiest way possible.
yeah, that's so true. So I think this is beautiful, and as we are looking for to these brackets, we can see um, that there is no meta defined so far, and I think this is great. So a few time ago, we wouldn't expect to see that many Kurumos on the award finals, and now we see a lot. And I would say that happens because of the recent changes on the marking rules. Do you agree?
Well, this it really had a certain impact, and yeah, it looks like we see that kind of change.
And you know, I wouldn't expect to see a Hokosai being played at all. And
Hmm.
now, as we are looking at the teams, we can see a lot of Hokusais, and Hokusai changed a lot. Uh, his power is now something to be considered, and we can see also some new characters like Shadrus, like Umaya, Nantaka. We could saw Nantaka today, and there is Verhild on King of Jokes teams. So I would say an overall view of the game so far is that is that we have a lot of opportunities. We have a lot to build still. We have a lot to find out about heroes and combinations. And this last weekend was great for that. We saw some new stuff coming up. We saw some old stuff like the Suicide Squad coming up and doing some great job. And I guess this last weekend was nothing but amazing.
Absolutely. We really saw some really interesting, fantastic, high-class games. Decided sometimes by only one card played, and that's the amazing part of the game.
Yes, this is amazing. The game changes with victory conditions. The game changes with hero speak. The game changes with the way the deck is built. So there are some very beautiful and interesting combinations going on. And something else I'd like to add is that nobody found out what is Piki so far on the chat.
Nobody found out. Nobody answered that question. Okay.
Yes, this is a mystery to the world.
Yeah,
So
really
let's
makes me
keep going.
sad.
Another hint is that Piki makes Andres sad.
Absolutely.
That's
It
something.
makes me totally sad. Um, and is there someone from Brazil maybe in the chat who could help out for the others to get a note about what is this Piki talking about? Okay, so
We have Matthew talking about the shift from the game. You can't see that many Astridas, and I guess I didn't saw any Acrits being played. I'm gonna take a look because Acrid was one of the top picks like 3 months ago, and now we can see one of them being played by Ian and another one by Bond and Grey Ghost. So I like 3 months ago, I would expect the equity to be in like every team, and right now we can see almost as many equities as we can see Hogo size, and this changed a lot. And I think this is interesting because it keeps the game fresh.
absolutely. Um, so we are looking here especially on what is happening in the World's Finals tournament. So we are having a double elimination tournament here in this case. Um, it's another art or another way um, to to practice a tournament. Normally we are playing like with 4 rounds and then a top 8 or something like that to finalize a tournament to see who's the winner in the end and to give out some or sort out some points for the finalists or top 8 players, for example. And this is a really different setup in comparison to the other world qualifiers that we had beforehand in during this year, which which was a really big um, organizing stuff in the background as well for the PvP geeks. They had a lot of thoughts about this, how to organize everything and set everything up so that really the whole world, as much as possible, could participate with players in the tournaments so that many nations would be able to participate in the qualifiers and maybe participate here in the final tournament. So I think what we saw during the qualifiers already were some changes as regarding the meter. of course, which we are going to talk about later in the show, I think, with Clinton and Smeoz. And I just wanted to think about all the complete story behind the worlds in total. So we had some qualifiers before this to find out who are really the top players, and today now here we are seeing really the end of that, the top of what we would say the top of the mountain.
Yes,
So really high class.
I'm showing the losers bracket because this is something new. I guess we haven't saw these before in any competition when we are talking about Skytear, of course. So playing the winner brackets on the 2 lane, and after that playing the losers bracket on the Ashen Pass changes the games a lot, right? We can see here
Absolutely.
that people would keep the same 4 heroes on the 2 lane called on the Ashen Pass, like Smeoz picked the very same heroes on all his 3 games, and Gameslayer did the same with in all his 3 games. I guess they were the players were ready for Ashen Pass, because in Ashen Pass you need a lot of aggressivity. It's a lot harder to play control on Ashen Pass. What would you say about that,
Yeah.
Andres?
I also think you always have the opportunity, or let's say, you always have the chance to kill all the enemy heroes and then just win the Ashen Pass game through this. And I think that's an option that everybody who participated, every player had to keep in mind. So you had to build a deck that is in a way able to fulfill some control objectives as well as some aggressive objectives. So yeah, I'm really curious how, for example, in the end in the grand final, Tim is going to make his choices, as he's unbeaten so far, and if I remember correctly, he automatically wins the coin toss
I
and
guess so.
can decide which map they are going to play on. So this is something that everybody might be really curious about. Okay.
Yes, and we can see the screen that Gameslayer is already for the losers final, and we are going to have King of Jokes at number 25, and whoever wins this game is gonna play Team on the grand final, right?
Absolutely. So there's a chance for King and for Gameslayer to get into the grand finals. And yeah.
Yes, we have a question from Capper. I'm sorry, dude. I failed to read your name, but we are going to start in about 43 minutes. Before that, can we spoil what's going on right after we stop talking about the bracket? We are going to have Eric, right, Andres?
Yes, absolutely. He's going to talk about. Oh, he's giving us a fantasy update, but yeah, we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. Okay.
Yes, sure. And after that, we are going to talk about meta with some great players, right? And am I missing something? Yes, the road to finals, right?
Absolutely.
Because we have 2 players, and there is something interesting. We have 2 players, and one from each country going to the finals today, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay. All right.
So
Yeah.
can we have Eric to talk about the fantasy?
Yeah, I'm going to switch some stuff around. So thanks, Rafa, for your recap of the worlds. And we are going to be right back in just a couple of minutes with the fantasy update. See you soon, guys. Welcome back to the show. My next guest wants to talk to us about what is going on in Fantasy League right now. And this wouldn't even be possible without him, as he organized the Fantasy League together with Clinton and Tapeworm. He's the man who answers the question, is this real or is this fantasy? With why not both? Eric, welcome to the show.
Hey, Zaraghul. Thank you very much for having me. Alrighty, everyone. So we've had 44 games done right now, 2 more to go. And if you look on the left-hand side of my screen, you can see the current leaderboard. And if anybody's been paying attention this last week, the leaders were in the 400s. And after this finals game, you see things have shot up into the 500s. That's because the points just keep getting bigger. So I'm going to give you a quick peek over here in case it wasn't clear. But that round, if you picked the player correctly, it was 64 points. For every hero that you had, it was 21 points. And every card you had was 7 points. An outsider 7 points. So these things have been exponentially growing. This match with King of Jokes against Game Slayer is going to have the same point values because that'll be the Ashen finals. This was the 2-lane finals. And then the grand finals, basically everything's getting doubled again. So whatever points you have, however far you're down, if you've got some horses still in the race, there's a good chance that you can jump up like crazy. So that said, I want to take a little bit of time and look at who the current leaders are. So Victor has been leading for the last few days. And so he is still in the lead, although Clinton has cut his lead into him a little bit. And if you look over here, we've picked the top 5 people that are currently in here to see what they've done. And so Victor's done a great job. He's got 2 people that are still in the race, and Smeoz, who came in 4th on the player side. Yami and Hogasai, if you look over here, 76 and 74 are the top 2 hero point getters. So he picked great there. Eckert didn't perform this weekend, but he's done good overall. And then Doom, Provoke the Beast, and Skullscream all are represented pretty well. So that's the reason he's there. If you look down, you'll see most of these people have somebody that's still in here. So Clinton's got Tim Bunn still in the fight. Tim himself has himself in the fight. Game Slayer in the fight still, and RGCommander is on Game Slayer. One thing I would like to note, nobody here in the top 5 has King of Jokes. And so if King of Chokes is able to win the next 2 games, that's going to be a lot of points. And all of a sudden, somebody down here that's got King of Jokes can definitely shoot up and possibly pass these people that are currently in the lead. So some of this is going to be covered by, before I go on, just anybody that wants to in the fantasy channel, if you want to see this for yourself as it's being updated, there's a !leader that can get you this data. If you want to look at the picks for any hero, you can just do !picks and then that person's name, and you can see this out there. All this brought to us by Joe, who worked tirelessly to get this done for us. So that's been awesome. We've also added a couple new commands that we haven't published, but Joe did this for this week so that I could do this on this stream. But he's added a !top point cards and top point heroes top point players and top point outsiders. So you can actually see the top before that we were showing is just how many times they won. These values are actually using the weighted things. So Doom, the later in the tournament it was winning games, gets more. So Doom is giving anybody who picked Doom 96 points towards their fantasy score, and Release of Spirits is 93. So you see all these red cards at the top that are giving people a ton of points. And then you come down, get a couple blues, and then we finally get to some yellows that are in here. And you'll notice the 10 cards that we banned aren't even on this list because you can't possibly get any points for them. So we've removed them from that. But Smeoz and Clinton will talk more about what cards performed during this thing in a little bit here. So I think it's pretty interesting. I mean, the fact that we had a lot of red at this tournament, like it's been done, is part of the reason for these red cards doing well. But also they have to perform, right? If all the red came and they all lost, they wouldn't be up here. So it's a combination of being popular and being successful. And then over here, again, Yami and Hokusai, that dynamic duo is leading the pack, with Tim bringing Lachlan this last game, brought that one up there. And I think Habarat should have moved up somewhere here. Something happened with the colors. Habarat is not yellow on this list anymore. I probably had to change my colors. But yes, there's Habarat. He jumped up to 28. Yeah, I think when we added the data, Clinton and I didn't resort the colors. So, but anyway, Habarat has jumped up 28. So Habarat had been very low up until this point, but just now he got a shot in the arm with him bringing him in for this matchup, and so he is now in the top 10 of point getters for there. So if you had a Habarat, all of a sudden your score looks a lot better. As far as players go, I don't think this is much of a surprise. Basically, people that are left in the bracket are up here. So Tim was actually a couple points behind Game Slayer going into today because Game Slayer took the hard route of losing his first match, but that means he had extra games to play, so he got extra points. So Tim had only 60 points going into this, and Game Slayer had 63. And then King of Jokes, who was at the same place as Tim in the winner's bracket, but King of Jokes had a bye, so Tim actually had 4 more points going into today than that. But King of Jokes winning obviously would, either of them, whoever wins is going to end up on the top of this mountain. Then Smeoz was our 4th place finisher, so he obviously finished in 4th, although because he had 2 buys, Pythoner, who ended up in the 5th, 6th slot, also had the same number of points. So they gained you the same number of points if you got Pythoner or Smeoz. C-Dubs was in that same range with Pythoner, obviously with a buy. And then we dropped down to the next group, which is the next 4, I think, are these guys right here. And then again, depending exactly on their path, they might have gotten slightly different points. So that is how those points all got there. And so, some of these people, like, hey, there's a lot of people here that picked me and I gave them a point. So you're welcome, guys. If you win by a point, you can thank me. Also, interestingly, we gave very few points for outsiders. So all these things are weighted about the same. For cards, heroes, and players. For outsiders, however, we tried to minimize it. We thought it was just a fun thing because it doesn't mean that outsider won or lost. It just got picked. But you'll see that the Dark Vigilante, the Silent Investor, and Outsider all currently are at 17 points. And these are the 3 heroes that or outsiders that are still left to be played. So here we know that Silent Ambassador and the Outsider are going to get points this next round because they both get played on Ashen Pass. And then I don't know who's going to get picked for the finals, but if Tim Dunn picks Dark Vigilante, that probably jumps that one up there. And then Tyre and Lord Ancestors got some points for people, and the poor Scourge of Puido was not able to come through. And then before I look at what people voted on, I want to just go back and look at this in case you're curious again. Basically, we've got players' points doubling every round. So, Game Slayer up to this point has 63. If he wins his next match, he gets 64 more. Or King of Jokes, who has 56, gets 64 more. So, points are coming in bunches at this point and can upset everything.
Yeah. Eric, could you just zoom in a bit into the last parts, as they're quite small? Maybe there's some people... Maybe you can zoom. I don't know. There's a question in the chat. Is this sheet available somewhere? I don't think it's open right now, but will it be available, or is this just through the Discord Fantasy channel, as you mentioned, Eric?
Right. So through the Discord Fantasy, you can get all this data. I put these things down here, so all those things are available as a one-off thing. Once the data is complete after today, Clinton and I will clean this up and put a final version out there. But since it's changing all the time, like you saw, we have some things with colors and stuff that are changing. So we don't have this itself published in this pretty format. The metadata that you'll also see with Smeoz and Clinton will have the same thing. And we'll get all that out there and publish it so that people can look at it and have fun with it also. Because, we've had a ton of fun this week looking at this data and slicing it all the different ways. And for whatever reason, I do not seem to be able to zoom in on my Google Chrome.
Okay, then we just stick to that. It's okay. Wow, fantastic. So would you just give us a small recap on how you guys came up with this idea? As we are now at the point you actually had the statistics updated with the last match that we saw a couple of minutes ago. So fantastic work on that one. And how did this all start?
Yeah, so early on, Giacomo just kind of sent out a thing basically saying, hey, what should we do as far as content? And I put together like a bunch of different ideas that I had for what we could do to make this weekend or the week special. And one of them was, I know in my last Destiny life, somebody put together a fantasy draft, and that was just based on players, right? But I've also played a lot of fantasy football in my life, and I know they're dang, I forget what it's called in Brazil, but there's a soccer league type thing that people like to do down there. And so people were like, yeah, that would be kind of fun. And so we were like, we could do players. And we're like, you know what? If we have this information, we can maybe do heroes and cards also. So we talked to Joe, who basically is the mastermind on the computer side of things, and said, hey, do you actually have access to this? And so we had to ask the Neris for a couple things, like we had to get deck list in early, and Joe had to have the deck list shared with him and stuff, but he was able to tie the battle report data that is going in, that people enter in there, to the deck lists data that people entered on the website, and was able to get this stuff close to real time. We have a couple manual pieces in the process, but it's overall very smooth. And so, you know, we just thought, hey, that would be fun kind of to look at. And personally, I got knocked out pretty early last Sunday, but I was just enjoying watching all, you know, rooting for the people I voted for, and it kept me engaged. And I think I've had responses from other people that this also allowed them a different way to look at it, not only just to be interested in the people and the players, but also in the meta and stuff. And so I think it's been a success. And so I think we might keep using this in the future for big events, possibly.
Absolutely. Fantastic work on that one. So thank you, Eric.
So I have one more thing I'm going to share,
please.
if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
So the other thing is gathering the data, and I showed this briefly at a previous stream, but and for whatever reason I can zoom on this one. That's great. But gathering the data I thought was almost as interesting as what the people actually played, because this is kind of, and not all these people are world-class players, right? It could have been, you know, friends and family and stuff like that, but still people, what they thought was going to be good. We had Freyhel out in front by a mile. Yami was the close second, and for a long time they were neck and neck. And like Rafa mentioned, he was expecting a lot of Eckert. Eckert was like the third most popular pick there, and so he underperformed. But you know, once you get down to that third place, you've got a lot of people in this 8 to 10 range that people picked. So it was interesting to see all the heroes that were chosen, and then to see how they're done. So you know, one of those things that's interesting is if King of Jokes wins, I mentioned how, hey, whoever has King of Jokes is going to get a lot of points. But also there are one brave Kotlik person that picked Kotlik, and I think King of Jokes in most of his lists runs Kotlik. So all of a sudden, if Kotlik ends up winning this thing, whoever is this one brave person that voted on Kotlik, their points are going to shoot through the roof. So I just think that's kind of interesting also. And then if I scroll down to the cards, we had Doom, which I think was a popular choice and looks like the highest point gatherer, so that was an excellent choice. Chasm was a high one. Unburial Rites, which didn't see a lot of play, but definitely seems like it did successful when it was played. And Stone Barricade, and then we get into Sacrifice and Touch the Leothan. So it's and this one was interesting to me also, just because there was a wide variety of color choices. Like there wasn't any one color that was shut out. I think Leothan had the most cards chosen overall, but it wasn't by a wide margin. So overall, people think the meta is relatively balanced, where they didn't all go for red cards or all go for blue cards, which I thought was great. And then down to the exactly 3 players, our man Smeoz, who got 4th place. 2/3 of the people picked him to win. I got a fair number of votes also. Of course, my friends and family were a big part of that. And then we had a smattering of people. So Tim Bunn, there's still 12 people rooting for him. And like I said, King of Jokes, I think there's 5 people that are rooting on King of Jokes for making the pull. And Game Slayer's got 10 on him. So there's still a bunch of people that have got dogs left in this fight that can get a ton of points at the end there. And then poor Scourge of Puido, only one person bet on him, but that seems like it should have. It's accurate. He got 0 points. He didn't do very much in there. And then Lord of the Ancestors and Terror of the Endless Nights also didn't do too well. So Silent Ambassador and Outsider seem to perform about what the people thought they would. And then I guess the surprise is that Dark Vigilante, headlined by Tim there, is doing better than expected. But again, just seeing what people thought it was going to be, what it actually is, I think it's been really interesting to see, and I'm interested to see how it goes in the future. Oh,
now it
zoomed
works.
in for some reason. Yeah.
Perfect.
So now that we're done, people can see it closer. I don't know exactly which one they want to see closer, but I'll move over to cards and heroes for a second to see it.
We are going to have another update after the next match. So we're going to see the next one zoomed in, okay?
Perfect. Yeah, that'll be great. Awesome. Thank you very much, Zaraghul.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Eric, and giving us this update. Next up, we are going to talk about the road to finals. We'll be right back in a second. Bye, guys. Hello and welcome back to the stream. The next guest wants to take us to a travel taking the road to the finals. Guess who's back? Yes, he's back. Welcome back, RGCommander.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Zaraghul. So, we're going to make this a relatively brief segment here. Basically, what I'm going to do is just kind of walk you through each of the remaining players' roads of who they competed against and some notes about their games that they did. So, we're going to start down here in round one. As you can see, the first round here was Gameslayer's one and only map on the two-lane match. The two-lane map, he played against Bearcat. We saw that immediately he did get knocked out by Bearcat, and then ended up dropping down here into the Ashen Pass losers bracket. But we see, despite that, if my screen resolution decides to sharpen, that would be wonderful. Well, we'll just go with it anyways. So Gameslayer then drops down and plays against one of the Brazilian players, it looks like. I want to guess Calibra here. Unfortunately, the screen is just not sharpening.
Calibra,
I apologize.
I think.
Yep. Then plays against Corrido here. Facing off then against the Italian Stallion Jack. Going in through round number 4 then, we see... I actually can't see who that is. It is a USA player. I apologize, but the picture is not sharpening for me, and I don't know why.
3 letters, so maybe Ian?
Probably Ian, yes. We're gonna assume that it's Ian. So it looks like the bottom part there is just not sharpening for whatever reason. Round 5 is against Pythoner. And Pythoner, as Gameslayer said, did have pretty much the same deck as Corrido, who he played in round number 2 against. So Gameslayer had a reasonable expectation of what was going to come. And then for round 6, he played against another player from the Americas. Unfortunately, again, not sharpening for me. I apologize. That brought him here into the Ashen Pass final. We now know that player number 25 is going to be the King of Jokes. And that game will be kicking off very shortly. So that kind of describes Gameslayer's path in a nutshell to where he is today. Let's take a look then at Timbun. So this one will be a little bit easier because the grid is staying sharp so we can all read this. Timbun started off by playing Fuchs from Italy, ended up then playing against Zambo, also from Italy. Moving into round number 3, he played then against Bearcats, and after playing against Bearcat, played against C-Dubs. Couple thoughts that Tim might have had regarding his games. In game number 1 against Fuchs, he said that it was a turn 2 onslaught, quick and violent, so we saw a turn 2 hunting for power. So the conclusion that we can make is that Tim is fast and love violence, a man after my own heart. Game number 2 vs Zambo, Tim said that he was ahead for most of the game, but was able to triple skirmish for the movement into the outsider and then finish the outsider with Neliclin, sounding like another hunting for power victory using Neliclin, everyone's favorite outsider destroyer. Game number 3 against Bearcat was a turn 2 double kill from, wait for it, Neliclin Rampant Hatred, to the shock of no one. And then, of course, we do know that game number 4 was on the stream. Only really one outsider skirmish and attack from Neliclin connecting against the outsider. The skirmish, however, was for 4 damage. Again, Rampant Hatred coming in for some damage. And he did say that against Zambo was probably the scariest game that he had. Tim would also like to note that he killed 9 heroes to make it to the finals. Again, man after my own heart. Violence, violence, violence. Love it. Love to see it. And Tim would like to give a shout out to Carl and also to the incredible team that has helped him tremendously to get to this point. They have got you all the way to the Grand Finals Championship, and so I think that OMG does indeed get a shout out for all their work preparing you and all the work that they've done behind the scenes. Ian, Clinton, Eric are all members of that group as well, and they've all been doing various things behind the scenes with the fantasy and other aspects of this tournament. So I also would like to shout them out and thank them for all of their hard work as well. The next player then we want to take a look at was the last one, King of Jokes, the only one who actually had a round 1 bye. So we notice here, King of Jokes started off here in round 2 after playing the winner of Carbo versus Tufone. We had Tufone there. And so in round number 2, there was a crazy mirror matchup where he pushed hard the tower in his left lane, which was control token 1, had 2 big uses of the Umburial Roll. He had an insane Tilakali ult, which gave everybody friends, and a Kotlik ult, killing 12 minions using the ultimate. He was able to win with a Skytear Master in turn 4. Game 3 against Clinton. We did see this one on stream. I'm sorry, it wasn't on stream. It was recorded. So yes, this VOD is available on the YouTube channel. He said that he was lucky with the victory conditions of right breach, left breach, and Skytear Master. So essentially, any tower explodes, it's game over. And his plan was to push hard in both lanes since he had 2 sinkholes in hand turn 1, and then just trap the heroes inside dome turn 3, and go all in on the tower he was unable to defend. Finally, in round 4 versus Pythoner, as we can see there, once I saw Kotlik's ultimate turn 1, I simply defended my left tower with a heroic Neliclin. Shillavi was not able to touch any minion after turn number 1, and waited to clear out all of his minions. The highlight was the Nantaka ultimate, which dealt 17 damage to both Freyhill and Tilakali for the big double one-shot. And that is one of the things we heard Shane and Rafa mention that a lot during the first game's broadcast. You need to stop those pillars and stop those minions, because if the pillars pile up, Nantaka's damage can become terrifying if she has Umburial Rights. Turn those pillars into minions, stabby stabby, all of a sudden everybody's dead. So that gives us a brief overview of how the players have made it thus far, kind of some of their summative, can't even say the word right, I apologize. Summative thoughts of what's going on through their heads as they're playing these games. And so now we have about 15 minutes to the next game, so we're going to take just a short second to transition, and then I believe Smeoz and Clinton are going to do a little bit of meta-analysis to lead us into the Ashen Pass Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So big thank you, RG. We're going to see you soon again on stream here. Thanks a lot. And we'll be right back soon, guys.
Indeed.
See ya. Welcome back to the show. Our next guests want you to take a deep dive into the matter of the game. First one is Clinton. The only thing that's scarier than his mages is his bird. Welcome to the stream, Clinton.
Thanks for having us.
And second guest here is the man of 1,000 decks and 100,000 laughs. Welcome, Smeoz.
Hello everybody.
Thank you everyone for having us. We love looking at data, love going over what's happening during this World Series. So we just want to kind of a little bit first explain what we have able to show on screen here. As you can see on the left here, we do have the cards that are popular. First column shows the number of wins that it's had in this tournament and the number of losses, and then the total. We have the same data for heroes, wins, losses, and totals, and then we have some faction other information we're going to go over later. Just a note, if the players bench a hero in that deck, that information's not in here. So if someone was to bring, say Vorthill or something like that, and she only made the field once, she's only going to have one bit of data to show on this data. So it kind of doesn't take into account who was benched. So the first thing we're going to talk about here is the popular cards. Any surprise here, Smeoz, as the most popular card in the tournament?
Maybe not, because the first top half cards are the best of the game probably. So we know that the players of the World Cup are the good player, of course. So they have built their decks with the best cards. We can see Psychic Shield. For the most aggressive decks is the best card, maybe because it's a +3 modifier, but at the same time it is a very defensive card against Rampant Hatred, the healing from Freyal. So
both the control decks and flip decks can both use Psychic Shield.
Exactly, especially because in this tournament probably there is the double map tournament, right? Because if we play only in 2 lanes, maybe a control player don't play it. But me, for example, I have run 3 Psychic Shield because if I go on Ashen Pass, I have to have it, right? So yeah.
And the other bit of data we're showing here on the screen too is the win percent. So what that means is it takes the total number of wins divided by the total number of times it was played. So you can look to see who was most effective. A lot of these cards in the top are around 40 to 50% effective. Still, Psychic Shield being 57% effective, meaning it helped them win matches. But one of the interesting data point, I'll actually sort it here by percent wins, and we actually have Skytear Discharge has a 71% win rate, meaning if you brought Skytear Discharge, you most likely won that match by 71%. So what are your thoughts on that, Smeoz?
This is, in my opinion, a completely surprise of this tournament, because I suppose that a lot of players don't play Skytear Discharge, but this tournament can show us that this is a very good card, maybe because 71% of win rate is a lot. It's amazing. So.
Yeah. I think it also has a lot to play with the double elimination where we're playing on 2 lane during the first part of the, we'll say the winner's bracket, and then down into Ashen Pass. I think Skytear Discharge is a much stronger card to be played on Ashen Pass because there are 2 domes, and there's a lot of times people like to go into the dome round 1 and then come out of the dome round 2.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the same thing that I have take against the Game Slayer on the streaming match.
Yeah. And maybe in the next few minutes we'll get to see that how Skytear Discharges comes into play in the Ashen Pass finals.
Yeah.
Unburial Right's another one, high percentage. I think a lot of those wins actually comes from King of Jokes. It seems like King of Jokes is the one doing the Unburial Right situation. So he was winning a lot of his matches up there in the 2 lane, bringing that in. But a lot of people didn't bring it. So it's kind of this weird thing is when it was brought, it was won. But not very many people brought it as a total, where like Psychic Shield, there was 135. There was only 30 Unburial Rights in the entire tournament so far. So we'll that's some of the interesting stuff that we saw about cards. Also to note, the little stars next to the cards were the cards that were banned in the fantasy tournament, where you were not allowed to pick. So when you actually go by wins, I'll sort that again. You can kind of see we hit a lot of the guesses right. The surprising ones was Unstoppable, Doom, and Release the Spirits. Those were the ones, those red cards that we didn't really expect, but end up showing up great. So if we go over to Heroes is the next thing we're going to talk about. We have it sorted right now by wins. So right now you have Yami and Hokusai with the most wins coming across. However, if we actually sort it by totals, Yami and Hokusai are the most that came. What's your thoughts on what you expected to see in this tournament versus faction? Did you expect to see this many red in this tournament, or did you expect to see other stuff?
I am not surprised to see that Yami and Hokusai, especially after the new Kurumo worship changes, have a lot of power for the Kurumo faction, of course, and so it's not a surprise at all. It's probably the surprise is that they are the first and second position, maybe, and they probably. I mean, I love Astrida, and I don't see Astrida that as
Astrida down here. There's 3 wins. Who did the 3 wins from Astrida come from?
From me. It's strange because in this year I play from January, in this year I have seen Astrida wins a lot of tournaments and a lot of finals, and in World Cup is the complete inverse. So great point of view here.
Yeah. The other interesting point I want to bring up here is Kumaya, a new hero from the new expansion. Her win percentage only 38%. I'm curious if that's a little bit of, we didn't have a lot of times, a lot of tournaments to be playing Kumaya, so people might need to get used to her and how to appropriately use her. So it's kind of interesting that she actually had that lower percentage of wins, but was played quite a bit.
Yes. The new player, the new heroes are played from us only for less of 1 month, so it's hard for them to see in this rank on top position. But Kumaya is one of the best or better, easier maybe to play for the players, because he has a good body and flip 3 times. So for the aggressive deck it's probably very useful,
So I'll go over the last little bits of data we have here. So the interesting thing is for the factions, we actually have Lyothan and Talat are the only 2 factions that came out positive in terms of their win success. However, there was tons of Kurumo in this tournament this weekend. So when you're building your decks, you had to expect to see them. If you didn't expect to see them, you were going to see Kurumo in your tournaments. In terms of outsider brought, it looks like we have a pretty even split on 2 lane of bringing the outsider and the Dark Vigilante. However, we go over to Ashen Pass. Most of this you can probably thank Gameslayer for having 14 Silent Ambassadors and 12 outsiders in the Ashen Pass for the outsiders. And only 1 Brave Soul decided to bring Scourge of Preto in one of their matches to the tournament. When looking at the victory conditions, the 2 lane, I'm a little surprised that you have Onslaught is the most common victory condition. A lot of that probably is thanks to Tim Bunn and his deck going around killing people very quickly. But we did see a lot of the other victory conditions at least won once during the tournament.
Yes. It is very, very strange. Probably Oslo with a lot of field that are Kurumo or mixed Kurumo aggressive decks is good point, no, for Oslo for this deck. So Oslo is not probably a surprise of this tournament. Probably the surprise is only 3 right bridge, because the control decks are in this tournament. So I have supposed that I see more right breach or left breach.
Yeah, that might be a factor of we do have a small sample size, right? So it's kind of hard to say because there are so many opportunities for different victory conditions. 3 get to come out each time, so
Yes.
it's just a chance that right breach didn't flip. I do know that King of Jokes through the entire tournament actually got right breaches and left breaches and never had to face a kill condition. Kind of until this last match where he had to face Hunting for Power. The interesting on Ashen Pass, actually got that labeled wrong, is that Onslaught only has 2. I'm surprised by that. I thought that Onslaught during the Ashen Pass part of the tournament would actually have a lot more win conditions because it's a little bit bloodier of a map than the 2 lane.
Yes. And it's not strange that the Nexus Destroyer is 4, because it's every time a good victory cards, no? For every deck, aggressive and control is the same. Because the aggressive decks, if killing the heroes, can push the Nexus easier. So.
Yeah. And the last little bit of data we're going to go over before we go back to what everyone really wants to see is the Ashen's finals, is the winner depending on first and second player. 2 lane almost tied neck and neck, 11-2. However, Ashen Pass 16 second place wins versus only 5 first player wins. What's your thoughts on that?
The 50% of the winning of first player and second player on 2 lane is amazing, because we have after more of 3,000 games data sheet, and the report is the same. So it's very, very incredible stuff. For Ashen Pass, it's hard to see that the second player probably is a little advantage. I don't know, because we can see the one game on every 3 games only was winning from the first player. So, what do you think about here?
Yeah, I think that advantage of maybe putting a character in a predicament where they can get attacked is usually what happening. I know looking at Game Slayer matches, he loves to go second. I think he's almost went second every time. Going to this Ashen Pass match, if he has the decision of going first or second, my guess is he picks second. So I hope everyone loves this data that we covered today. We do hope to release this information once everything's done and we can clean it up and make it look nice and pretty for everyone. If you have more questions and want to talk more stats and data, feel free to reach out to us in Discord, and hopefully everyone enjoys this next match coming up here in a few minutes.
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks a lot, guys. Thanks, Clinton. Thanks, Smeoz. We are going to just hand it over as everybody is waiting for the next match to start, and we have some things to be prepared, and therefore, thanks a lot. See you later. We'll be right back here with the next matchup. Hello and welcome back to the stream. As I'm going to hand it right over to RGCommander again. So please welcome. Let's have a look at the Ashen Pass finals.
Thank you, Zaraghul. So we are here now. We have 2 games remaining. All 3 players are still available. Everyone now on their final life, though. So the Ashen Pass finals, as we mentioned, now facing the king of the underworld, Game Slayer, king of jokes, in the face-off. As we can see, Game Slayer has never met a flip deck that he doesn't like. Both his preferred win condition and his nemesis win condition are kill 3 heroes. And so, we will find out what's about to happen on the Ashen Pass. Taking us through game number 2, the semi-final, the final of the loser's bracket. MataisG and Aethusium. Gentlemen, take it away.
Hey, hi everyone. As RGCommander just said, we're going to comment the second games of the finals today, and we're going to have the chance to see Game Slayer very aggressive deck facing King of Jokes, much more control-oriented one. I'm here with MataisG. Welcome with us.
Howdy. Nice to be here.
I think both players are currently setting up. We can see the outsider on both sides, like the classic outsider and the silent ambassador. We've got the classic outsider going for King of Jokes and its classic control composition, mostly blue and green with the new blue and the new green hero, which is like very interesting. And on the other side, we have like the red green composition from Game Slayer that has like a silent ambassador. Do you have any supposition on how that game is going to end?
So I am actually kind of supporting the fact that King of Jokes here, despite his matchup being very controlly on the 2-lane, he has the added benefit on Ashen of really activating that Nantaka, really being able to condense a little bit more of his actions towards putting down pillars. And I think he has good kill potential as well. But with a bit of a bias towards green, I'm going to have to call it for King of Jokes here, or at least that's where I wanted to. That's what I'd love to see.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that Nantaka on the Ashen Pass map, like left on the bench, is actually super scary because you're gonna spend the first 1 to 2 turns dropping pillars on the board, and then when Nantaka comes up, she's ready to rampage through everything, which is like extremely scary.
And so you see the coin flip here.
Sorry. I think from my end, I'm going to put my icon onto Game Slayer simply because I'm playing the same colors as he is currently. So, it's just going to be like the choice of the head.
So King of Jokes gets pretty lucky here with the objective flips, getting the Tamer and Tactician, which could potentially be I'd say the hardest objectives to go for if you're playing one of these hard flip kill decks.
Yeah.
But at the same time...
Yeah, you can actually maintain Tactician within reasonable range, I'd say. But the Tamer is definitely pretty difficult for you to pull off compared to Onslaught.
And so we do see King of Jokes bringing that Nantaka, as we were talking about, then finishing with a Frail.
That's interesting
for
to see
his starting heroes.
I would assume.
So she does.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
So she does have the added utility of being able to heal her heroes here, but she's not really going to be seeing too much ability. She'd have to be doing it herself pretty much with her own worship action onto herself and onto Nantaka. So maybe we see Vorhild in his backup, or potentially a Kotlik, because he has that same similar effect to Nantaka where he can come in late and have the board already prepped and set up for him.
Yeah, I think what makes sense with the Frail here is that she's actually not very different from any mage.
Mm-hmm.
So like he's probably just setting her up for the piercing ability on Hogosai. Like you just if Game Slayer uses Hogosai aggressively, then Frail can just burn him down. Because he's gonna lose HP to activate his own ability.
Yes, of course. And if he is playing for this sort of more control-y style where he might just have the big burst of damage on turn 3, then his matter is going to be mostly about surviving to that point. of which someone like Neliclin, who can still kill the Hokusai, isn't really going to provide any assistance there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a bit surprised about it, Like, I think well, I mean, he's gonna obviously use her to create that big wave of the big scary wave of minion that Nantaka is gonna be able to capitalize on. The thing is, she's gonna die quickly, right? I mean, like anything on that map anyway.
The other side to Tlakali is she does also have, I guess, a little bit of healing capabilities, but her ability to threaten the protection of the minions on this map, especially with cards like Dreams of Taolot, does help her a little bit, where she doesn't have to activate first and set up the board, but can rather kind of wait and still be able to influence a dome potentially.
Yeah, true.
Though that center position is peculiar, as he's possibly signaling Nantaka going straight into the side lanes, maybe afraid of getting him killed in the center, or her killed in the center.
The one thing I'm a bit concerned about Nantaka here is that, like, by bringing her first on the first 3 heroes, she's going to be kind of unable to do much in the domes. So, like, GameSayer can actually play around the domes, and he's Sakoshi and Hokusai, which are, like, both characters very useful to do that. And we see Kumiya as the 3rd pick for GameSayer. That's really interesting. I'm eager to see what it's going to do with that character, because out of the 4 new ones, it's definitely my favorite one.
Yeah, and she has the most potential to swing this game with Tactician if she can be really, really utilized here. I don't know if he's running Whispers of Nupton on her for that potential. Otherwise, I think it's just having the ability to have these 3 heroes in Hokusai, Kumaya, and Yami who all have the triple flips.
I think she actually, in that configuration, I actually believe she cannot use the smoke screen because he has no Nupton.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So that's interesting, because I think I know why he's taken her. Like, the worship ability is actually just like the same kind of thing that the Yami ability is, like a 1+ flip. So it's just an added damage out of neither an attack nor a skirmish. So it's very interesting for flip decks. But the smoke screen is going to remain irrelevant. 100%.
Yeah, I think another part that might be a little bit less intuitive with it is that she does bring a second yellow rune, which is kind of uncommon in these Yami Hokusai compositions, where sometimes you might have the Yami and you have the Nightmares Incarnate, but if she doesn't have line of sight for the reaction speed, then it's not so useful. But Kumaya provides a second opportunity and triple flips.
I think also one thing to keep in mind is that, like, I know GameSayer has, like, the Ashen pass in mind when he built his deck for the competition, due to the very specific structure of this competition compared to the tournaments we used to organize before. And on that map, if you don't have a yellow rune and your Yamin's on the bench, your Nightmare Incarnates won't be played until someone dies. Because you don't have the yellow rune to play them. So I think on that map you kind of need to have all your runes supported, taking into consideration that always one hero is going to be out of play. So, like, is it because it's on the bench or because it's dead? So, like, you need to consider that some of your cards might become dead very quickly if you have only one rune to support them.
And we do also see that Gauntlet come in as that backup pick for King of Jokes here. So we can potentially expect a first turn here with Nantaka. If she doesn't have much utility in the dome on turn 1, as she doesn't have the minions to support her attacks, but if she's simply moving, leading, and worshipping, then it's not actually too big of a deal.
Yeah, I agree. She doesn't have armor though, and she's on Sakoshi's side, so that might also be a bit of a problem, because you could, like, move, attack, and lead, and she would like potentially take quite a bit of damage. And if he does, like, if he also intends to put Hokusai into that dome, then Sakoshi could actually even, like, move, skirmish, and attack, and that would be, like, a lot of damage on Nantaka.
Well, as we go into it, we do actually see King of Jokes discarding one of his Dreams of Taolots, possibly not expecting too much of a threat towards his minions. And you also have Gameslayer here discarding one of his Nightmares Incarnate. So with these kind of 2 objectives, the Tamer and Tactician, the card probably loses a bit of value in regards to a game with maybe Onslaught or Double Kill. And as we get ready for the first turn, we're going to see King of Jokes figure out who to start with activating here.
Sorry to
I think,
interrupt
yeah.
you
Kicking things
guys.
off.
Could you just try to click on the hero cards to reset the HP for the heroes, as they're
Yeah,
not
sure.
really shown in the overlay? Thanks a lot.
I'm gonna do that. Let me know if it works.
Yeah, looks good. Kodlik is
Okay.
still at 0, but I think the tracker is not on
His
board.
token is currently off
Okay.
the board.
Okay, thanks guys. Have fun.
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem.
So King of Jokes opening with this Tlacali here. He's going to move her up. Only the one.
Yeah, because that makes her a bit more difficult to hit with Hokusai going in for skirmishing.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you can't really skirmish. Well, you could skirmish then move to an attack, but like it's a pretty bad move. It also makes it awkward for Sakushi actually. Because if she was here, he could just like skirmish, flip on her, and attack her, and that would be like quite frustrating, I guess. No, I think the positioning is good actually. It keeps her mostly out of range and with minions on the sides too. Well, I mean, she doesn't have an open flank. Her open flank is further away from the melee characters, so they can't really jump on her easily.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume GameSayer was probably going to move Sakushi to try to hit something first, and then, or maybe Hokusai actually, because like he can always move and trigger the piercing on her, and then maybe lead or something like that.
So we do see King of Jokes prepping that warship here. So with him choosing not to lead here, we do have the kind of he has the center lane pretty well set up, assuming that GameSlayer tries to double dedicate for one of these domes and get that advantage on the outsiders. So what would you say is kind of the best outlook for this Nantaka here, especially having that left dome feeling more threatened?
I think it doesn't matter for luckily if he doesn't lead yet, because you intend to save these minions for Nantaka anyway. So if GameSayer doesn't lead, your minions are going to wipe your opponents once. You don't need to win by a lot. You just win to win by one. Yeah, technically. Well, you'd prefer to win by 2 actually, because you want to kill those 2 minions. But you don't need the lead card unless your opponent leads on the lane. So I guess that gives you 2 more activation to decide.
So we do have GameSlayer here postulating on who to activate. And yeah, I do kind of, the more I think about it, the more I look at it, I see this benefit to the Tlacali positioning, where GameSlayer wanting to get damage down early, not really finding too many opportunities here.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
So
aiming
he
to
moves up.
kill the first minion. Yeah.
And Stone
there we
Barricade comes out.
Well, that's actually not too bad for him, because that's still a lot of damage. I'm not sure she wants to take 5.
Especially with Hokusai having the opportunity to lead here.
Yeah.
Saving it's not going to do too much.
Yeah, that's a Senkan cost condition. It's like, do you want to take your 5 damage? Know that you have placed a pillar. Like, if you don't, you put that pillar here for nothing. But at the same time, if you do let the minion die, you also make Nantaka weaker. So if you intend to have her doing something on the lane on that first turn, then you should definitely save that minion. I think the correct choice is to save it, but Jinx knows much better than I do.
Well, the other downside to Tlacali's positioning is that she's pretty vulnerable to either outsider. So if he's worried about getting chipped out for damage here, then it could leave him in a risky position.
That's absolutely true, and Hokusai hasn't worshipped yet, so that's still something that could happen.
So he does choose to let it die, and Hokusai takes the lead from hand.
Also, another very good thing for GameSayer that has happened here is that with that Stone Barricade off, Kumeya and Hokusai are going to be able to move freely, much closer to Tlacali. Like, at least, I mean, if maybe he has another one in hand, obviously, because we've seen he discarded the Dream of Tolot, so maybe it's because he had like 1 or 2 Stone Barricades in hand. But when you have like a melee character like Kumeya that you want to have impact, if you Stone Barricade is actually an annoying card for you. Because like it prevents you to position yourself to get your attack and potentially also your worship to trigger in the right conditions.
Mm-hmm. So King of Jokes here, trying to think of who to decide on to activate. He's kind of put a little bit on the back foot here, where whatever dome he chooses to possibly secure here, or if he chooses to really dedicate on the lane, he's risking either a lot of damage on whoever he decides to move into a dome, or just an uncontestable situation in the other one.
I think the problem is if you put no one into any dome, you're gonna take the damages from the outsider anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The question is like who is gonna yield the most damage, and I think in that situation the silent ambassador is probably the one who is gonna be the most annoying one on the long term.
I don't know that their damage is too unequal, though, if it goes to Gameslayer. With Gameslayer having the flips on the Shockwave and having the worship ability with a well-positioned Hokusai, he can potentially put a lot of damage on anybody.
Yeah, just, what I meant to say is like I think the Silent Ambassador would do a bit more damage because you've got an AoE and you have a high flip deck, so you could potentially deal a lot if you can place opponents' heroes close to each other.
Mm-hmm.
The classic outsider is going to have like a more reliable kind of damage output, but I don't think, given the heroes that are on board, for example, I don't think Gameslayer has Provoked Beast in the cards that he's bringing. So I believe that would make, for example, the classic outsider a bit less interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you've got it, it obviously is very interesting because you can attack with it through the dome.
And we do see King of Jokes here, still trying to figure out what he's planning to do. At a much slower pace than Tulane, surprisingly, for Ashen Pass.
Yeah, I think he also is in a situation where he knows how risky it is to overexpose a character here. And there is a lot of risk to being placed in the wrong hex in that map in that map in front of that composition can really quickly lead into a dead hero.
Mm-hmm. So choosing to activate Frail, he's actually going to move across towards the opposite dome, looks like.
It's interesting to choose not to put her into the bush.
I guess perhaps with Sakoshi having the worship, he's not so much seeing the benefit. But this does leave him in range to skirmish and get attacked.
Yeah, and it would force your opponent to waste an action on the worship, which is like not necessarily bad.
So with a move, attack, and a lead, he's investing quite a bit into this lane here, which does set up Nantaka well for a potential turn 2.
Yeah, the reason he put her here was to kill the minion. Now, why don't you just sit in the bush and kill the minion on the other side? Because that could be a possibility.
Yeah.
I guess maybe you just don't want Sakoshi to sit in that hex where the minion is, because if he does, then he can attack Black Ali. I mean, it doesn't matter because he can do it from the adjacent hex from the minion anyway, just aside of Hokusai. So yeah, it doesn't change anything, I believe. He probably has a good reason for that.
So the other potential reason for it is this allows Nantaka an easier route to that minion if he's trying to go all in on winning this lane, especially with Gameslayer now showing his intentions to also fight for it.
Going all in, actually. Oh,
attacking the minion.
Okay. I think he knows he's gonna chip King of Jokes Hero's HP anyway, and he just doesn't want to see the minion wave build up for Nantaka. Because currently Nantaka is 4++, so she's basically just a blank hero here. She's a blank assassin so far.
So it's Lakali sitting at about 11 HP now, and also she can take a potentially good chunk here from Sakoshi with his worship ability as well.
You don't need the worship here on Lakali, right? Like you can just
if he's trying to.
I mean, it just gives you line of sight on her.
So the worship would be to deal the flip to a minion and potentially force her to either choose to save it or not.
Yeah, you'd move, worship, and attack, and that would be like quite a bit of damage.
And the upside is if she chooses not to, he clearly does have the intent to thin that minion wave.
I mean, if
King
you
of
do
Jokes
like,
starting with a worship here. Setting up for an Imperial Rights turn 2, it's looking like.
yeah, it looks that's not exactly good.
And
I
there we go.
guess with the Sacristy you could even like just move, worship on Zachary, and if she decides to save the minion, then you can just attack the minion.
Mm-hmm. So I'm
There's
talking
an
moving
attack
into the
going
dome.
Oh, we see a flux. That's a
And-
presence.
Yes.
Out of range of a doom, yeah, that's definitely presence. Yeah, that's smart. I think here, Game Slayer, if you had Doom, you should have played it from Kumaya right onto Nantaka before she moves.
Mm-hmm. Once the worship comes down, you know that her option to move, skirmish, and attack the minion is gone, so she has to be moving for one of those domes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, she could also try to just dish out damage on Kumaya, but I mean that's not reasonable, right? Like it's
Yes.
It's
And
not
I
gonna
don't
bring
believe
you-
the Tamer is his objective here for King of Jokes.
No, definitely not. I mean, the thing is, like, it was one of the two possible plays, right? Like, it's the only two things you've got left on the board that makes sense to do, and one of them, which is like attacking Kumaya, actually doesn't do much sense. It's like it has to go into the dome.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe also maybe Game Slayer actually had the Doom and just decided not to play it because he didn't care about that Doom. I was like, doesn't matter. I will keep it to cancel or heal later down the line, which might be actually a good choice. Okay, we see the attack on the minion here.
With a clear mind put down
Yeah,
on it, really
6
threatening
damage.
Natali's health bar here.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to save that minion. 6 damage is a lot.
Oof. But if he doesn't, he does potentially just tie this lane, doesn't he?
Yeah, so far, yeah. No, he's winning it currently. But he's going to take the dome, yeah. I know he has the outsider. That's going to be like a lot.
Is he winning it? It's if they both have a lead from hand here, so it's...
Yeah, but it's like 3-3 currently. No, that Sakushi has moved. It's even, right?
Mm-hmm. So we do see them tie that lane, really taking the wind out of any potential turn 2 Imperial Rights threats on the Nexus.
We see the slightly annoying PQ PC string happening on tabletop, like when you catch the control token instead of the miniatures.
One of the woes of our online Skytear presence.
Yeah. One of the reasons why you might have here people telling you, yeah, it's so much better in reality than on tabletop. I mean, that's not the only reason, obviously, and it's a minor detail. But...
So we do see Jokes only leading with a 1 off the deck with that Nantaka there. Really playing up the threat of the presence. Which makes me wonder what that second card is that's potentially under that stone barricade.
Something he wants to draw.
Yeah.
Or something he wants to flip with the Silent Ambassador, actually. That would also make a lot of sense. Like, if it's an ultimate for a +3, you might want to flip that.
Especially with having the ability to hit both Kumaya and Hokusai here with that Stone Storm.
Yeah, exactly. You might also consider flipping your Lakali for Nantaka, and then you're in position to... Well, but you don't have as many minions as you'd like to. Yeah, you're just 5++. It could be so much better.
Mm-hmm. He actually might want to move Kumaya out of the lane to prevent an Umburo, or barring the way here as well.
Yeah, it's very relevant.
Especially with him being the first player, that's probably his best route to setting that play up.
I mean, if you have the Ember, you're right. You definitely move her out. You exchange her with Nantaka, right?
So that's what that third pillar, or the worship out of Nantaka, that is signaling to me that he has the card.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it would be like a 6 minion wave, and then you'd be attacking at like 8++, and that would start to be very threatening, actually. Whether you have 1 armor or not doesn't matter at that point.
Mm-hmm.
it's like the armor point is not really linear in terms of how many damage you take. Like once you start to take, it's extremely relevant when you take like a 0 plus on 1 plus, because it's going to potentially tank whatever is flipped, and then you take no damage. But then, like as soon as you ramp up the damage, the armor point becomes less and less relevant when you've got a single one.
Mm-hmm. So King of Jokes thinking pretty hard about his potential locations here on this Silent Ambassador. But
That's a very weird positioning, actually.
yeah.
I
So
think
I'm
he's
curious.
I think he's planning for how she's going to block the movements one into the next turn once like the minions will have moved,
Mm-hmm.
if there is ever a turn 3. But there will be, I think, at that pace. The problem here is that you can't swap Kumea with Nantaka anymore if you put her here.
Yeah, he's losing that ability for the Imperial rights, unless he chooses to take a movement ability, but that wouldn't make any sense.
I think his problem is that she's blocking the way for Nantaka. I know, but yeah, if you swap it, it doesn't matter. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't know too much for you. He probably has a good reason not to put her in the obvious spot that is like that one, the one he put here, or the Bush one.
Mm-hmm.
You like just you cast the AoE hitting both Hokusai and Kumea, and then you just like swap Kumea with Nantaka, Kakele with Nantaka. Sorry. Oh yeah, no, because you need to swap out. Yeah, that's interesting. You also need to swap out Kumea.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like he's decided on his positioning here. Is in range for that Stone Storm and swap wormhole play. So, but we are going to see Game Slayer here, starting with the worship action out of Hokusai or out of Kamaya, it looks like, onto Takali.
Yeah.
Likely to see him really laying into her and putting down that threat here. But I actually don't know if he wants her dead so badly, as it would enable Kotlik to come in with a lot of pillars set up on him. Especially on turn 1, but
That I like from the outsider is like a lot of damage.
yeah.
That's a poor tackle here. Yeah, I don't know.
So with Game Slayer having only he already has the 4 cards in hand. So we do see the Shockwave come out here. So this does leave Frail a little bit more threatened in the event of the wormhole, but I'm not so sure it's she's in too much danger as of yet, having not taken much damage in the first round.
No, I don't think she is, but I mean, if you take out the Black Ellie here, you also like reduce the efficiency of Nantaka so much.
Mm-hmm.
Because like unless you can do the Unburial Rites, like she's gonna have so much less power.
So we have the Silent Ambassador thinking on her options here. So, seems to be starting with an attack onto Kamaya to drop her health points a little bit. Perhaps not seeing too much value in the predictions after. And then we should presumably be having been left with the Stone Storm and the Wormhole here.
Yeah, very likely. Yeah, we see the wormhole happening.
So the Wormhole swapping to Kali and Kumaya, and Nantaka here.
Maybe it just knows Game Slayer does not play barring the way. which I don't know whether it's true or not. I mean, it's a +2. It's a pretty good card to counter in burial rights on Estrada.
Yeah, and I'd have
And
to
also
imagine with
Twitch.
him he's bringing the 2 yellow runes on his team. I'd have to imagine he has a bar in the way on at least one of them.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
And having seen King of Jokes bring this Nantaka here.
Yeah.
So he going for the prediction over the Stone Storm as well. And I have to say, at least I'm a little bit confused on the play here. I don't know how much I see the value in the attack on Kumaya over just a Stone Storm onto both her and Hokusai here.
I believe the storm is piercing, right?
I don't.
No, it's not.
recall.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah.
See, that might be the reason why, because actually hitting Hokusai with Storm doesn't really make much. It has 2 armors. Because you know the card already. Maybe you actually just prefer to hit Kumaya to deal a bit of damage to her.
Though if he's concerned about protecting Zakali with that wormhole here, then the slow does a lot of work to prevent both Kumaya and Hokusai from having too much influence in the dome. Especially with that little minion wall that they've created.
That's true, though. Yeah, there is a slow. Maybe also he just knows that this kind of deck has a lot of condition removal, and putting a slow is nowhere near being safe for anything.
That's absolutely true.
Because like Clear Mind just removes the slow and gives you +1 attack, and then you're like, okay, great. That's one of the things I'm always a bit worried about. Like when you put a condition onto someone, like the one character I really like to do that is Miyuki, because then like you just clear whatever you want, the mark or the slow, but you're gonna have to deal with the second one anyway.
Mm-hmm.
When you just have a slow, it's a bit. I mean, it could be the right answer, but it's a bit risky to assume that it's going to be the right one, because then if it's not, you could be in big trouble. And I don't think King is the kind of player that would like just assume it's going to work.
So we see him starting with Nantaka here. And let's see where he decides to go.
Sorry. Well, I guess your first thing is to attack Kumia, right?
Yes.
Unless you're planning to play your Underline Rights immediately, but then you're like, oh.
So we see him start with Presence, preparing those flips potentially, or just trying to really influence this lane. So with this indication, if he does have the Unbureau Rights or a real plan for that center lane, he might be pushing it towards turn 3, especially indicated by his desire to protect Tlakali and potentially save a minion one or 2 more times.
Yeah.
And Nantaka actually doesn't really care too much about that armor reduction from Hokusai at all, making her a little bit safer than Frail or Tlakali here from Hokusai's damage.
Well, Kumaya has taken quite a beating here. Well, I mean, it's planned, obviously, because it's Nantaka.
Mm-hmm. And Nantaka with one more action here.
He doesn't know the next card, though, because he's discarded the slide, so...
Mm-hmm.
So you can't really do an efficient skirmish, because there is one armor point.
So he either is worshipping to set up for future Unburial Rights, or possibly just moving into a different position and forcing Gameslayer to spend more actions to reach him. So
he still has 2 actions now, so I guess you can. You've already
he's already led as well.
Oh, he's led as well. Yeah, sorry.
So
yeah,
skirmishing
he
and into the bush.
Yeah, and he deals no damage. I don't like that positioning in the bush, because like Kumaya just moves and worship, and she hits Frail and Nantaka both at once.
Mm-hmm.
Along with making the move for. I mean, this way she doesn't make anything to hit Tlakali, obviously, but she could also just go here and hit only Tlakali, but that would be like not as interesting, obviously.
Yeah, and I don't think he doesn't likely kill Takali there, especially with her having the armor. He would have to spend that worship from Kumai and the worship from Hokusai.
Yeah. I mean, you can worship on her from Hokusai. You can worship with Kumaya on Nantaka and Frail, and then you still have a lot of actions to try to kill for Takali with whatever you've left. Like knowing the flips in the deck, Hokusai could actually like just walk into the dome, skirmish on Takali.
So perhaps that move into the bush, what it does help is it removes a little bit of value from Sakoshi here, as he's unlikely to reach too far across the lane, so it takes away the option to skirmish, attack, and worship, and still influence that middle lane.
I also, actually, Sakoshi is also currently in a position where like he can't do much because moving 3 as a first action is very uncomfortable here for him. Everything is blocked. So like you'd need to like skirmish then move, or move 2 then you couldn't even skirmish afterwards. So like it's just very, very, very awkward. The positioning of Sakoshi here is like very weird.
So we do see him start with that Kumaya and move into that ideal position for a worship here. Starts with an attack on Nantaka.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So it's like 4 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just like worship. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
And you worship
and
on
with
that she's marked. Yeah.
Oh, worshipping onto Frail and getting the damage onto Nantaka and Frail.
Takali was marked already, sorry.
Yeah, well, the mark doesn't change who he hits, but he is choosing to go for Nantaka and Frail here.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't. The mark is completely untied to the damage.
Yes.
I was thinking it makes more sense to mark Takali because then, like, Sakoshi can just go through and hit her. You can move skirmish and attack her. Like, you're wasting a lot of action, but at least you can kill her if you need as a kind of a last resort.
And with Jokes going, first here, he has the option to kind of force the Tlakali activation, and then kind of lose that influence at the end of the round with Sakoshi having that kind of all-seeing eye. So, Tlakali does have the option to heal herself as well, which would put her a little bit more out of range, and then maybe try to position her to secure the dome. And force Hokusai to have to take that move, attack, worship if he wants to threaten her.
Yeah, that would be yeah. I guess that's what you would do. Like you play Hokusai through, you worship and Takali, then you can just The problem is like you don't want to move that Hokusai, right?
Yeah, he's already has the position that he wants here.
Well, at the same time, you have 3 actions, right?
Yeah, of course.
And if you don't move, you don't do anything, because like you're gonna do like worship lead and then what? Nice Skytear discharge. Doesn't have piecing though, but it's nice. Okay, so Frail doesn't cross the tomb. Actually, I'm gonna stay here. But I think it's actually good because I just makes it harder to reach Takali from the outside here.
Mm-hmm.
And Frail's
so he worships onto Nantaka here and healing Nantaka for 3.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's all the damage that the worship did on her.
And with Frail's movement, he does also stop any access for Hokusai into this dome as well.
Yeah. Well,
so he also blocks his own Tlakali in, potentially.
Yeah. The thing is, like, no, because he can move her out once Nantaka is moved next turn. Like, it's not 100% stuck here. The thing is, like, Hogosai can't reach her with a skirmish anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he can't worship, move, and skirmish to her anymore. Because, like, I mean, with that deck flips, that might have happened, right? We all know it could have happened. I don't know what was this, like, -1/-1 flip, but that was a bit scary.
So I believe that was just the presence. We see Frail leading in the dome.
Oh, yeah.
At this point, I think maybe the move with Hogosai is to just go for that worship attack and lead, especially not having a lead of his own off of Kumaya. He doesn't want to lose this middle lane too badly, especially when he's kind of forcing an overcommit out of King of Jokes in that control point 3 dome.
I think worship attack and move. Worship lead and move is actually pretty good here. I mean, yeah, you can also kill a minion and Tlakali won't save it. In which case, you should probably start by hitting the minion. So that, like, if Tlakali decides to save it, which is very likely not going to happen, but if that happens, you can always worship afterwards. And I don't think you're going to kill her, but that would probably force a heal out of your opponent's hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only heals that would really save him here are the Nourish after the presence out of Frail as well. So either if he has the Nourish, then it works, but otherwise...
I mean, it works with sacrifice. Like, you heal 4...
But he doesn't have the mana.
Tlakali can cast it, right?
Can you target yourself with a sacrifice?
Yeah, you can. It's a bit awkward.
Oh, wow.
I think you can. I might be wrong, though, so don't quote me on that.
So we do see him moving and getting the attack on Taka. Trying to put the threat onto her as well. So curiously, Nantaka would actually be out of range of the OG outsider for any potential hits here.
Hey, actually, I'm wrong. You can't target yourself with sacrifice.
Ah. The final action out of Hogosai, I'm presuming to be a lead, but he could go for a worship as well. Oh, I believe actually he's finished here, so I guess he did worship. So I guess in this situation, do you assume that he's just taking the win by 1? Or, well, no, because he doesn't have a lead. So maybe it is just Sakoshi's going to have to move in and put some sort of impact on that dome. Or on that middle lane before moving back and securing the dome or staying there and leading.
Yeah.
Or always just going in on this kill for Tlakali as well.
The problem here is, well, I guess, yeah. I think it's worth trying to see if your opponent has anything to say here, and if he has, it's gonna, like, waste it anyway. Like, you move on to the control hacks. She's marked, so she won't be marked anymore because she's gonna exhaust, but, like, you can always worship an attack.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting he decided not to worship on her with Hogside down. I mean, it was a bit of luck that would have killed her, and even without luck, like, she would be in a terrible position.
Yes. Well, I'm not so sure. I don't know how much the kill benefits him here with already having plenty of cards, but not seeming to have as much impact with them. That Kotlik comes in and can immediately influence the lane if he does flip that +3. And he loses the potential setup for the Tamer.
That's a very good point, yeah. I was just thinking about, like, her saving minions, but she definitely makes a very good point there that she hasn't activated yet, so you don't really want to see Kotlik spawning non-activated. I mean, ready to activate, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That also makes Tlakali turn very awkward now, because, like, what do? You've made all those efforts to make her safe.
Yes. And he's already secured Dome 3.
Yeah, and she might still not be safe, which is like quite a bit of a problem.
So
And you can't lead. You can't lead. There is nothing to do with the lead. If you move out, you just waste all those efforts you've made to make her safe. Like that's really, really weird.
So, I mean, the only real meaningful action that he has with her at the moment is that worship where he can remove the pillar under Kumaya and heal herself and maybe hope for a big flip on it. But he is going to kick off with a move, losing that option. So he's going to put her in the lane, making her vulnerable to that Sakoshi.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward given that you've made that field move into that position that
Oh.
you're protecting. Oh, that's the third
Yeah.
slide.
So he pings off of the armor on Kumaya, dealing any damage to her.
Yeah,
Seems
I
like.
mean you need a +2 to deal any damage anyway. So.
Oh, that was the skirmish. Yes, that's course. I thought that was the attack.
Oh, no, that was I think that was the skirmish because he's attacking
Yes.
a minion. And while they resolve that, please be aware after this game and before the next one, we're gonna have a giveaway into the chat. To participate into that giveaway, the only thing you need to do is being connected to the stream, obviously, and type the word !Skytear with a capital letter. The word is gonna be displayed very shortly on the screen for you to see it. The prize for this giveaway is an organized play kit for Endless Sun. So like the newest organized play kit. I think it contains like a few full art cards, 2
So it should contain the full art set for all the cards in Endless Sun, as well as those nice orange miniatures for both Kumaya, Shadris, and a minion each for Nupton and Karumo.
Yeah, it depends whether it's Winter Deep or the other one. It's like either you have Vorhild and Nanteka, either you have like Kumaya and
Oh yes,
and
I
Shadris.
think I was mixing up Endless Sun with Stormseer.
Yeah, Endless Sun is like the name of the 2 boxes, but I think the DOP kit is for one of the 2 boxes.
Mm-hmm. And we see here Sakoshi going in and landing a kill onto Nantaka, removing that lead as well.
It's interesting to see how he just decided to actually not care about the Flakali and blow up Nantaka.
Yeah, well, in this case, I mean, it's the lead is always going to be his better option.
Yeah, and yeah, that's true. The additional thing is that Nantaka can't remove her mark.
Mm-hmm.
She's got no way to remove it because she's got no mana and she's not in range of her friends. While Flakali could actually have removed her own with some cards of the game. Like if for any reason King of Jokes has like a charm, then the mark is gone, and you lose vision on Flakali, so your attack fizzles and you're kind of sad. There was no chance of that happening here with the Nantaka.
Yes. And so with this, it's going to be a pretty rough situation for King of Jokes here. He'll get the Silent Ambassador, but running a lot of lower modifier cards, he's not going to have too much kill pressure onto someone like Kumaya with her. I
mean, Kotley can still deal like a huge lot of damage, but it's going to be like slow to set up and on one target. And once you kill that target, you have to deal with the next 3, and that's not something he's too good at.
Yeah, the loss of kind of what would have been a 2-point tactician turn is going to be pretty painful for him here. But actually, Gameslayer not getting a lead down.
Yeah, and he's not taking the dome too. So he might potentially get absolutely no tactician point there.
Yes. And if King of Jokes can get that control point moved up just 1, he can put up a lot of threat. And if he
he's gonna get it actually by 1.
There's the lead.
Yeah, makes sense. So by at least 1, I know it's by much more than 1. It's surprising to see that Flakali hasn't actually led from the deck. That could have been a good idea.
Yeah, so choosing to take that attack over onto that minion he perhaps wasn't calculating for Sakoshi's ability to kill there.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
'Cause I believe all he really had to do was move and attack.
Yeah, and with the Kotlik respawn, like the dome would have been even. The lane would have been even without the lead from Sakoshi, but now it's going to be like very likely a +3 for
Well,
games.
or I guess it was the move, the attack, and the provoke the beast coming down, all dealing quite a bit.
Yeah, it's like really fun to see that he had the provoke the beast in that setup.
Oof. So with that control point now pushed all the way up on King of Jokes here, his deck is seeing a little bit of a rougher time here. I'm curious to see how he plays this Silent Ambassador, as I think she can. She was probably his best shot on trying to save this board, but I'm really, really struggling to see a clear avenue for victory for him, not having a lot of points on Tactician, not being close to the Nexus, and having a much rougher time getting these Tamer kills.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks pretty grim here for Kings, because like I don't see it likely surviving that turn, honestly. That might happen, but I don't see it happening. And if she dies, then she doesn't contribute much to the killing anyway. But like if she dies, you're 2-3, and then it's becoming quite a very. It's like your win condition here is the lane, right? And your Donan heroes, like they're tearing like flies, and your enemy is in front of your Nexus, and he has minions and you don't. It's like it doesn't look good, right? It's like your win condition, you're straight losing, and your opponent's win condition, you're also straight losing. So it's like it doesn't sound good.
And even worse so, as it currently stands, positioning the Ambassador here, he's.
I think you're gonna like. Yeah, that's sweet. He's gonna try to kill a minion. Probably slow Kumeya and Hokusai.
And take a swap, perhaps.
Maybe, but I'm not too sure what are you swapping, right? Like.
So if he does, he at least has the.
Sorry, go on.
He has the option to swap his Lakali somewhere and then immediately activate her.
Yeah, the problem is like Sakoshi is going to remain around, right? Like, or you have to swap her with Sakoshi, but like, does it matter? He's the range character anyway. Oh, and he had tax Sakoshi instead of a minion. Okay, that's interesting.
Oof. Yeah, I'm not so sure what the benefit is really. I don't foresee unless there's a huge play out of Kotlik.
Yeah, he's going to try to kill him with Kotlik first activation, probably. But then you bring in Yami, right? Like, that's just going to make things even worse for you.
So moving Frail into the spot of his previous Nantaka. Under a lot of threat there herself, even. Especially with the explosiveness.
Yeah, it's a weird choice. Maybe she doesn't have a shove, right? Like you flipped 3, you haven't reshuffled your deck yet. It's very unlikely that you got one. And even then, it's not very worth it to make it this way. That's a very weird choice.
So I think he has presumably taken his. Has he taken his last action yet? I guess he might be contemplating between a Stone Storm, still hitting Kumaya and Hokusai.
Yeah.
And possibly just predicting 2.
You could also.
Which I don't.
You could actually also hit Hokusai and Sakoshi. Like that might be a way to chip it a bit more.
I don't believe he can target the Hex to do so. Oh no, it's just place. Wow.
It's place.
So he could hit. Yeah, he could hit both of them.
No, you're too far. Sorry. You're too far to hit to hit Ogosai Hex.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the one you need to hit Ogosai and Sakushi. So you can't. -1. Okay, that's rough. No damage.
But with both of them having armor and not really having to move too much to actually achieve their goals here,
Yeah, I think it doesn't.
I have to hope he goes for the prediction and getting hopefully
No, I think
some sort of impactful card.
He's used the AoE and he's flipped to -1.
Oh, yeah, that definitely hurts. Well, we'll have to see if those slows end up impacting for him here.
I mean, not really, right? Like Kumaya can just skirmish away into Tlakali and hit her anyway. So like, yeah, sure, I'm slow. It doesn't matter.
So the
And
upside is if she does choose to do that, then Kumaya sacrifices her ability to influence the lane for a potential Nexus destruction, and then would probably be moving into Dome 3.
I think it doesn't.
Forcing more threat on Tactician.
I think it doesn't matter. Because like you just kill one hero for your opponent and he has 2 to play against you, or 4. I mean 3 +1, so like it. Maybe it's not the most optimal play now, I agree, but I think it's still a good one. So, and it forces your opponent to kind of play it like Ali first to save her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, we see Frail attacking. She doesn't have piercing though, but like it's a lot of damage on. I guess it's on Sakushi, right? No, what has happened? Why was?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what went down there.
Like there was a +3 flip, but it was like
I think that was a discard.
Yeah, it was just the cards being cleaned up. Yeah.
So perhaps not feeling too much threat out of a Frail piercing move here, or just having a second Psychic Shield. So Kotlik starts with a My Kingdom. If there's one thing that can help him save his condition here in the lane, that's going to be it.
I think it's the second game where we see him saving. Well, not necessarily saving yet, but like changing the course of the game with a My Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's gonna clear out the minions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess that makes even more sense to just like nuke Tlakali off the map now. Like, just get rid of her and play 4 versus 2. I mean 3 versus 2. I'm not sure Sakushi's gonna survive for a long time.
Yeah, me neither.
Because no, it's gonna worship, remove all those pillar, skirmish against him, just blow him off the map. And it actually reduces a lot the damage potential from Gameslayer, right? Because like you replace Sakushi by Yami, it's still a lot, but it's not the same.
Yes.
Yeah, there is the worship. Sakushi is dead.
Yeah.
You don't care about those pillar anymore anyway, because you know your Tlakali is not going to live long, and you don't have minions to save, so you might decide to keep one. No, not even.
I don't think he's even worried about that armor.
Yeah, the armor, but yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah, you're going to replace one.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Yeah, it's a worship. So yeah, you still have that armor. Yeah,
the other side to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5+ skirmish. 6+, I think.
I believe it was just 5. He took off 5 and then replaced
he took off 5 and placed 1 back. Yeah, so it's like 5.
And so there's that skirmish onto Sakoshi.
It's gonna be at 6 or less HP.
Ooh, and he flips the +2.
HPs. Yeah, I know we're gonna see an attack, and that Sakoshi's gonna die because like 3+ is very likely gonna kill him.
Oh, and flipping a +3.
It's very dead, and that's 2 cards drawn, which is like pretty good for him because he was 2 cards down. So that also helps him replenishing a bit his hand.
This does also potentially give him an avenue to out the Yami with a slide here. If Yami starts off with a worship to get herself in a position, then he can immediately slide her away on any potential attacks.
I don't think he has slides. I think they've all flipped.
Well, he has had to shuffle the deck, I believe.
He reshuffled since then? Okay, yeah, then maybe he has one. No, it's not. It's not shuffled yet. Or it's just shuffled, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he has one. Potentially he has one. I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because even then, like, she's still in there. I'm not even sure she would worship on him like you worship on Flakali.
Mhm.
She's not in range of focus either, so like with the one arm, or maybe you prefer to kill her with Kumeya. It depends, because if you have a fast with Yami, yeah, but then you spend a card for nothing. So it's like, yeah, I think you might actually try to kill her with Yami, but you don't necessarily need to worship for that. Like, you can just skirmish,
Yes.
then declare an
And
attack,
at least
and then you worship if she survives. I
Yeah.
don't really see her surviving unless there is healing, so obviously. Which we haven't seen any play so far, so there might very, very likely be some.
Yeah, I don't believe we've seen it flipped either.
No, I don't think so. Okay, worship from Yami. She might actually decide to get into that bush and skirmish afterwards.
So the way out of this would be a sinkhole if he has it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he can prevent Yami from even touching Tlakali, getting vision of Tlakali, and really effectively shutting down her turn here. In that
I mean,
case.
yeah, if you single Yami, it's a dead activation. You can't lead, you can't hit anything. Like, you're just screwed. It's really interesting to have started with Yami. I would 100% have started with Kumaya because of the sinkhole.
Mm-hmm.
Because then if you get sinkholed, you don't care. You attack for a yell. And maybe that's what he's thinking about. Is like, do I spend that sinkhole here?
Yes.
And that might be a very, very good play. I mean, maybe he actually doesn't have it, because I think if he has it, he would have played it already. But maybe also he wants Yami to reposition and sinkhole her afterwards. But that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? No, it doesn't.
No, because that would still enable her to have the ability to skirmish afterwards and still make herself useful in a dome or something.
Yeah, or she would deal damage to you, which is not something you'd like. Yeah, no, I really think if he had the sinkhole, he would have played it. Unless he had another play during the turn for which he was planning to use it, in which case he might be thinking about trading Clackally for the sinkhole, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's playing both Clackally and the sinkhole, that becomes quite a quandary. I don't think you can get both of them alive. Like, you're gonna, I think you need the sinkhole to save him. I don't
thinking over the other possibilities. I can't imagine. There can't be any other card that he's thinking about using here, because
does he play Snowblind? Because like that might help saving you, but like that's not even guaranteed. No, it's not even enough. Like, it doesn't.
It's not going to affect the worship damage.
No, but the worship damage won't likely won't kill you, but it's not going to be enough to save you from what comes afterwards.
Yes,
I think
exactly.
only the sinkhole can. Now, if you have to die here, and you can't, if you don't have a sinkhole to save yourself, it's better to save yourself by having Yami using her free activations to kill you. She's going to contribute 1 to the dome, but she won't be able to come and push your nexus with the other guys. Because like, if she just like worship, attack, and move, she kills you and she contributes to the nexus, which is definitely not what you want.
And we do see the sinkhole here.
There it is.
So he at least nets himself some value out of his Tlakali this turn.
Yeah.
And I think force more action spent towards her.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's a bit more than just a bit of value, because now GameStay has to choose between Clackally and the Nexus, right? If you move Kumeya to kill Clackally, you will never blow up the Nexus.
And locking Tlakali pretty securely away from him. Or Yami pretty securely away from him.
Yeah, I don't know too much why he's thinking about yeah, I mean the positioning probably doesn't matter much.
I mean, either way, Yami can get herself into a range to maybe add a Nightmares Incarnate to a Kumaya play. But
yeah, sure.
I mean, either way you position the sinkhole, it's not going to stop it.
No, the thing is, like, if he goes for the Kumaya play, it doesn't matter, right? Because at that point, Kumaya has moved. The resources have been involved, so it's like you need to get vision on her, and that's all it takes. Like, and that means Kumaya has moved. Well, she could skirmish, give you the vision, you cast a Nightmare Incarnate, and then she moves back. That's definitely something you could do. But I mean, it means the skirmish has done some damage, which we all know it will. Yeah, moving skirmishes for nothing. Yeah, that's sinkhole effect.
Well, he could have hit. Oh no, he can't because he skirmishes his own individual move. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, if skirmish was I mean, if the skirmish wouldn't end the movement during the skirmish, then yes, you could hit Tlacali and come back and end your movement into the sinkhole, and that would be legal. But because each move is like an independent 1 hex movement that ends out of the sinkhole, you couldn't. I think that's a pretty good play from King, right? Like, it kind of makes Tlacali survive 1 more turn, or makes his Nexus survive, which is like. And I mean, even with Kumayan and Hokusai, you don't break down the Nexus anyway. Like, you've got.
Yeah, his Nexus is not so threatened anymore.
So I think what's going to happen is Kumaya is going to jump onto Tlacali, right?
So his move here should really be about trying to secure these tactician points, really. And if he can find a way to...
For King?
For King, yes.
The thing is, like, he needs to secure it, including the lane, so he can't take both of Tidus. Because if you do that, you just lose the game to the Nexus. So you need to defend your lane and take one of the outsiders.
Well, he does also have he still has the 2 minions to soak potential damage in that lane as well. So with Kotlik, he's putting down a 3, which forces a minimal lead.
Wait, there is no minions anymore anyway.
Right? He has the 2 minions. They're just they're kind of blending in.
I can't see them.
They're the 2 adjacent to the Nexus.
Okay, yeah.
The green is like the exact same.
Yeah, okay. They're hidden in the bushes, like in the forest, and they're camouflaged. Can't see them. Yeah, correct. So with these 2 minions, definitely you actually can give up the line, but then you take a good blow in the Nexus if Gamesayer decides to go for that. And if he decides to deny you the tactician, he will. It could be kind of like a dead turn, actually. But I'm not sure it makes much for him. Like, he spent a sinkhole. I think he needs to do something proactive with his turn. Like, you need to get something out of it. You can't just even out, right? Because you're behind.
Yeah.
So if you even out the turn, you do nothing. Yeah, Yami hasn't flipped for the worship. And she hasn't.
So I do believe.
I think she needs to be adjacent to flip, right? No, she doesn't need to be adjacent to flip.
Yeah, I think it's just she.
I don't remember actually. I actually don't remember. I think she. That's a good question. I never know. I know she doesn't need the map here to flip. I think just from reading the card, I would assume she doesn't need to be. Okay, she doesn't flip if she's not.
So we do have our resident Yami expert saying that she has to be adjacent with RG.
The mark doesn't matter, but the adjacency does. People disagree, though. It seems she actually does not need to be adjacent. I think that point is a bit unclear. But from reading the card straight, I'd say she doesn't. Yeah, that's it. Like, if the worship is cancelled, then she doesn't flip. But like, if the should we jump and notify the player, or should we just let it resolve this way? Because they should have thought about it. It's a you may, so that's bad for them. I know. Yeah,
Mhm.
I think it doesn't matter. I mean, it's a you may. So if the player forgot to do it, it's not on us to remind them. You don't have to trigger the reaction to your worship for the ability.
Mhm.
And because Yami was in the sinkhole, we're just gonna assume that he forgot to do it, and that's a legal state of play. Am I correct thinking that the trigger for the worship is optional? Maybe it's not actually. No, I don't think it's optional. They should have them.
Okay. Okay. And we are now notifying the players of the need to flip here.
AG has taken the initiative to do so.
So with that flip, we are going to see. I'm not sure if it provides too much more potential value here, but the main thing it sets up.
I mean, it's three damage.
If Jokes chooses not to activate Sakali, or even if he does, he puts himself. He allows maybe Kumbaya to skirmish, hit her, and still get a lead down, rather than having to spend an attack on that action.
I mean, if Yami has the Nightmare Incarnates, like she might be like just straight dead.
Of course.
Yeah, the only thing that matters here is that she worshipped. So like that's gonna go half. It's gonna be like a 1+ damage on a 1 armor. Yeah, so 2 damage.
2.
So that's in range of Nightmare Incarnates now.
Yes.
Which she wasn't before at 4 HP.
But she is going to have to be. She doesn't have any vision at the moment, so it would have to require still a skirmish out of Kumaya.
Yeah, but it closes a lot of movement option from the Tlakali. Like she's gonna have to go into the dome or tie.
Oh yeah, she can't step out at all.
Yeah, she can't step out of the bush another way than just going into the dome.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, like Kumaya can go and catch her if she wants. It might be easier to catch her here than in the bushes. So I think it actually makes her move very, very complicated now. Because otherwise you could have just like wait straight in front of Yami and go into the outside of the dome. Like the dome 2. Like you walk, you skirmish, and you I don't know, you lead or you do something to that dome. It's not you worship probably. It's not like the most efficient play, but like at least it brings you some value, some pressure on the tactician. It forces Kumbaya doing something awkward. Here she can really just skirmish into your face and you can potentially just die straight. You don't even need the Nightmare Incarnates at that step. Like if you skirmish, you potentially kill her straight. With a +2 she dies.
Yes. Or it would have to be a +3 to kill her.
Yeah, true. Yeah, with the ammo, yeah, you need +3. Yeah, so it doesn't change too much actually. I mean, +3 is still +4.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure. Like, well, I think if you want to kill her, you take the shot anyway, right? Like you skirmish. If you hit the +3, then you're happy. If you don't, you just worship. And
You
kill
have
her
to.
anyway.
You attack and. Oh yes.
I mean, yeah, an attack is better than a worship here because like you shoot to kill her with the attack. With the worship, you could be unlucky. I'm not sure he's running any +0 in his deck now.
Mm-hmm. And I mean,
If
Mikhael
he's not,
having-
if he's not, she's dead with the skirmish and the worship. 100% sure, unless you have a healing effect or something.
Yes.
And Kumaya playing now lets me believe that Tackle is coming. Wait, I don't know. Freyal is
Opening
attacking
with
Kumaya.
the- Yes.
So it's like a 2 damage. Yeah. There's no piercing and 1 armor. She's skirmish.
Skirmishing onto her as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
0.
flipping the -1 for the slide.
It's a bit sad to see that Freyal, that I believe was here kind of for the piercing, right? Having literally no piercing happening ever.
Yeah.
I mean,
Without
she's
the
without anyone to worship apart from herself, it's a bit hard, right?
and so putting her lead into that nearest dome. This if GameSlayer has the 3, he can potentially win in lane 1, and then also still put down Tlakali. I don't know how much that ambassador saves him here.
You could even decide to just ignore that, and I guess that makes the most sense. Yeah, you hit Tlakali, you worship, you come back, and Hogosai just leads and kill a minion, I guess, because you don't have much better to do, right? You skirmish away from Cold League. Maybe you flip for damage, but I don't think it matters too much. You attack a minion and you lead from hand.
So he's choosing to activate the Hogosai here. And opening with the worship.
Okay. People are going to die. I guess that's going to be for Freyal, because I don't really see...
Yes. Yeah. So dealing 2 to each of them. Oh.
Okay, I think
rampant hatred.
That's a 2+ rampant. That's going to be for Freyal, right?
Yes.
And then
so,
go
on. So being able to threaten Freyal here, putting a lot of damage onto her, Tlakali is going to be boxed in. After her activation, it's going to be a matter of Kumaya just picking and choosing who she wants to go for.
The thing I see happening is like Hogosai skirmishing, hitting Freyal for damage, moving aside Tlakali, and skirmishing away. So he ends up just aside where he is, between Kumaya and Kotlik. He has dealt damage to Freyal. He's killed Tlakali. He's in range of the token, and you still have 1 action. Oh no, because you worship her, so you don't have an action left. Sorry.
Yes.
But I mean, that's still good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 4 damage minus 1 armor, so it's 3. Okay, he's attacking. Okay, so he's gonna skirmish back into the range of the control token, maybe, or he's gonna lead to ensure he's not leading. Okay, we see an attack, so it's like 2 damage, so 1 only. It's not too good. Why 2? It's just 1. He has 2 attack. You flip a +0. Oh, she's marked. Yeah, she doesn't have an armor.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. And takes that last +2 skirmish.
Yeah, so I guess he's gonna go back aside the control token. So it's like 4 damage.
Yeah.
It's just 3, okay. But it's still bad, like... I guess Kumaya could do like some kind of a double kill here.
So if Kumaya... Oh no, she is slowed. Does impact here.
Well, she can
there's
attack
definite risk
Freyal.
of that double kill. Yes.
Yeah, she moves, she attacks Freyal, and she skirmishes onto Tlakali.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you have a Nightmare Incarnate, like that's... that's definitely very likely to happen. Because then you don't even care about the flip on Tlakali, like she's just going to die.
Yeah, it's definitely a very rough position here for King of Jokes. Has to find some sort of way to get value out of this Tlakali, or maybe protect himself. It's just so difficult to see a possibility for it.
I mean, if he has a heal, she's going to stay alive. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unless his opponent also has a Nightmare Incarnates, but like even then, like you might still survive. If you're back at 5, you might still survive.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent needs a +3 if you've got a heal. I mean, he basically needs a +3 to kill you on the skirmish. Okay, we see the skirmish. Oh yeah, it's like Alistin playing. So we see the skirmish.
Move up and hit Kumaya.
I don't like coming closer to Kumaya, so I believe he's going to move away afterwards.
Yes.
Because if you don't, you just die here, right?
Oh,
Okay.
no, he's staying to attack. For 4, getting a fair bit of damage here, but I don't know how much direct damage he really has the opportunity to do here.
Well, none.
Having no mana on Tlakali.
No, just from Tlakali, you have none, I believe, in the deck.
Yeah. And Worsh. Oh.
Yeah, but he won't be able to heal himself. Right?
Yeah.
Like he needs to be adjacent to the removed pillar, so I don't know what that is for.
It doesn't so much. It doesn't really set up anything. And
I mean, it's set up Cutlass for next turn, but like it's next turn. Kumaya went down pretty quickly, though.
Yes. So I mean, it's maybe there is a world where he can. Oof.
Oh, that's for the minions, yeah. So he's gonna kill the one that is adjacent to Nexus. I mean, both of them. Yeah. Okay, that's a problem, I guess. Now she skirmishes, so she's gonna kill either Freya or Tlakali. Probably Tlakali first. I mean, depends on what king is gonna play. Obviously, I guess. If he's healing any of the two, then you just choose to go to the other one. He's got a bit of mana on both of them. Like 4 cards in hand is probably enough to have something to play here anyway. If he has the other thing called, that's rough, but I don't think he has.
Yeah, the positioning on Frail doesn't really indicate it so much. Especially with him opening with the skirmish.
Yeah,
the sinkhole is not going to stop him.
Well, she's controlling Kumaya and Hogosai space just by casting hit on the hex adjacent to fail. But like I agree it's iffy, and I don't think he's running. Like maybe he's running 3, but I believe he's running 2 of them, and yeah, maybe he has 3. It doesn't make sense not to have the 3.
Yeah. So the big downside is even if he does play the sinkhole, it doesn't protect Frail, which loses him any influence in the lane, and Tlakali is not actually doing anything in her position.
Yeah.
So even if Tlakali survives another turn, she survives to die again.
Yeah, I agree. It's rough.
Oh, and the Glacial Rebirth comes down.
Ooh, that's one that's going to make a bit of a difference. Because like that's 3 HP for each of them. And no, well, you can still kill them, right?
Well, so now he has to choose one, of which not having the mana after the Wind Blast, going for Frail might be a little bit more difficult. Her armor there as well. The skirmish hits for 1 damage off of Frail.
Yeah, the attack is going to hit for 2+.
Flipping a +1 though.
So that's 3 pure damage here. I mean, after application of the armor, so it's like.
So he has to.
Yeah, you worship. She might be dead. 1+, she might die here.
Yeah.
If you flip
he has to flip
2
the
or 3, she's
+2.
dead. Yeah, 2 or 3, she's dead. And you mark Tlakali. I mean, it doesn't matter who you mark. You probably just mark Oblique, actually, to reduce his armor.
I'm looking through his discard here, presumably trying to figure out his odds on hitting that +2 or +3.
Say his odds are pretty good.
Yes,
but
especially having flipped all those Wind Blasts and playing the one.
Yeah, you definitely want to take your deck anyway.
I guess the alternative option is would be to lead from hand if he's afraid that he doesn't land the kill somehow.
I think you need to land one of the twos, right? Yeah. King is checking the discard. It's like what could you put on my face? The thing is, like, Frail could no, she does. She has no mana left, right? She does have. That's yeah. She doesn't have any mana left. So yeah, I think it's just how likely you are to flip +2 or more.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yeah, it's actually very, very likely to happen. I think it's more than 60%, 70% chance maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen
And
his
seeing
card there. I can't look at it. So.
Yeah, though, I mean, already seeing the one Blazing Edge and the 3 Wind Blasts all being off the table, that removes quite a few of his lower modifiers.
Yeah, true.
And another Rampant Hatred already being played as well removes one more possibility.
Yeah, so that's probably pretty low chances to flip something lower than 2. I guess at that point you don't want to take the risk if you're not convinced that it's going to work. So it makes sense that he's thinking about it seriously.
Because if he fails, then the Silent Ambassador goes to Jokes and he loses Kumaya, and actually leaves.
That leaves the game open, honestly. Like if Kumaya dies here with no one dying on Joke's side, I think the game is pretty much open. Because Frail, if she takes her action next time, she can also regenerate quite a bit, and then if he gets any kind of
and Sakali's set up to regenerate herself as well.
Yeah, she also has the pillar to stay alive, so it's like could be quite annoying actually. I think if Frail doesn't die here, it could be very complicated actually for Game Slayer.
Mm-hmm. And with such a high stakes game, taking the if he has the 3 in hand to lead with, that would still leave him in an advantageous state, but with
I'm not so
Jokes
sure.
having that first activation, it's pretty risky.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because he doesn't have the first activation, I'm not so sure it leaves him in a front position. Like I think they're back pretty even actually. If you even add the Ambassador, no one takes it. They likely gonna go somewhere around. Yeah, someone is gonna get the Tactician, not the other. Yeah, it's
well. If he chooses to tie it, then the Tactician's not even a threat for the next round.
Yeah, that's it. Like, no matter who takes it, no one takes it actually. That's the thing.
He does go for the worship, so he's feeling the odds.
He's taking the risk. Yeah.
And there's the
she's dead. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the +2 you needed.
So with that, I see the Ambassador going to him.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the game, right? Because Frail is dead. Clackle is going to take the damages from the Ambassador. Maybe she's even going to die from the Ambassador, which would seal the game from the Tamer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think that there's a world where Tlakali. She can survive it, just barely.
Yeah, I think that's what they're discussing currently. I think King has admitted that Tamer is out now.
Yeah, I got to assume with King recognizing that he chooses, if he trusts the modifiers to.
I mean, it's 3+.
To get the kill there.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter because it's 3+.
Well, he does have the armor.
No, you don't. Oh yeah, you're not in range of focus eye. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the.
I mean, no, that doesn't matter. You could be in range of focus eye. Because the Ambassador is going to sit in the bush, flip you with Kotlik, and then she's just going to blast you off.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're dead. Like it's just like one attack and the AoE and you're dead. Yeah, exactly. Like so you swap Kotlik with Flackily. Yeah.
Yep. And there we go.
And now she has no armor. No, yeah, 3+ attacks, like 4. which takes the 4 damage, and then you've got the AoE for 1+.
And I don't believe there's any more wind blasts or any other +0s. So we can assume that this is it. Yeah, and there it is.
Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed the game. That is a tamer win for GameSlayer. I think he's our very successful underdog on this World Championship. Like, he's lost quite early.
Going all the way through losers.
Yeah, exactly. He's lost quite early in the winner brackets, and then he came back all the way up through the loser brackets. I think that might have been his plan kind of from the start, knowing his composition. That was a really, really tense game, actually. I think if Kumaya doesn't get that kill, that could become very ugly for him pretty quickly next turn, because like Takali and Freya can both heal, and then he might end in a tricky situation. It would have been still an open game. That kill just seals it, and I think it's really, really well played from both of them. So extremely well played game from the both players. It was like a really tense one. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We're going to soon leave the game over to Zaraghul and RGCommander. Please don't leave us. Remember, there is a raffle around. They are going to set up that soon, and they will update you on the fantasy again and all the things that have happened today. Thank you very much for having followed the game with us. Thanks a lot, Mataiz, for that co-commenting. That was really, really nice.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aethusium.
And we are leaving you with our beloved hosts. Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for that really interesting commentating and for that amazing game. Wow.
That was insane. Oh my.
Okay. So we are going to our next step, which will be the giveaway. So I'm going to put the keywords again online for you guys. So please start spamming the chat. And after some time, we will just pick one of you randomly by our really beloved Nightbot, who normally kicks out Giacomo and Tapeworm, for example.
We have re-enabled him for just a few moments so that we can do this giveaway. So again, remember that the command word is !Skytear with a capital S. So is Nightbot enabled? As I see some people are starting to put it in chat. Are we able to go ahead and put that in now?
Nightbot is online and you can start typing.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and enter because Yakima said we're allowed to enter. So I see why not.
Yeah, already got 14 people eligible. 16. Okay, it's working. So please, come on, spam the chat.
Spam it. Good. Careful. So just to give everyone a bit of an update of what we're going to, as we mentioned, due to the fact that this game did not end in 40 minutes like the two-lane finals, we unfortunately don't have as much time for some of the discussions that we did beforehand. We're going to bring Eric in for a little bit of a fantasy update. Again, he and Clinton are currently crunching the numbers, writing the reports behind the scenes. So we're going to give them just a few minutes to wrap that segment up and get their data all lined up how they like it to present it. And then we're going to review that. We're going to give GameSlayer just a little bit of a break to use the bathroom, stretch out, relax, get in some exercise, whatever it is that you like to do in between games. And then we are going to hop into the Grand Championship. That is going to be, I presume, on two-lane. We have to get confirmation. As we did mention earlier, Tim does get both map selection and the coin toss victory as his prize for being the representative of the two-lane finals.
Absolutely.
So we'll see what he ends up selecting. Again, I assume it's going to be two-lane because GameSlayer has marched his way across a pile of bodies to emerge from the Ashen Pass bracket as the challenger. As Tim, I don't necessarily see that would be a great idea, challenging GameSlayer on his home turf, but we'll see. Perhaps Tim has prepared something that I'm not aware of. After that, once we have decided our Season 1 Grand Champion of the entire Skytear tournament, Ricardo will come on to say a few words, and then before we all depart, I think there is one final surprise that we're going to leave as a surprise. Is that not correct, Zaraghul?
Absolutely, and we're not done yet.
I am villainously rubbing my hands together, which of course they cannot see.
Absolutely, but I can hear it.
Excellent.
I can even
Very loud hand rubbing.
Come on, people. There are more people online. We've got right
We've got
now
45 people
45
watching.
viewers, and I only have 27 of you wanting to win a prize. What's happening here? Come on, guys.
This is free real estate. Like, this is freer than a win against the Cleveland Browns, which I realize is a football reference that people outside the U.S. probably don't get, but that's okay.
I just wanted to ask, but you helped me out.
Yes,
This is why we are doing a podcast, you know.
Yes. Also, by the way, Zaraghul, would you be able to boost the channel size to allow Eric in?
Okay, then just give me a minute. Just trying to destroy everything here. Just a second. Okay, we are up to 5 people, so I assume Eric can try to join. Please give feedback if it doesn't work. Right, can join here. Yeah, okay. Try again, please, Eric. Okay, Rafa is still going on, so please spam the chat.
Yep.
Okay, there he is. Just a second, we're just doing the giveaway, and then we'll prepare for the fantasy update.
High fantasy. Yeah, I'm sure that the people, as they say, you know, the rich get richer, and those people who voted Game Slayer are just, I assume, about to get a whole bunch of points.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Call RG Notre Damus.
Please don't spoiler beforehand, Eric, so just hold back a second. Okay, I've got 30 people right now being able to win an OP kit of Endless Sun. So as we still have nearly 50 people in the stream, please don't hesitate and put it down. Spam the chat.
Spam it.
Spam it, come on.
I will like to say, though, that I do see a bunch of names I don't recognize, so it is great that we are getting more than our regular viewers. Of course, we certainly appreciate our regular viewers, but it always is great to see new faces and see that the community is growing.
Yeah, absolutely. So my fantastic screen is now showing that they disconnected from the server.
Okay.
But nevertheless, I'm just showing the super word that you have to type into the chat to win, and we are at 32 people able to win the giveaway, and I don't know, maybe it's about time.
I say we give them 30 seconds and then we close the poll. So if you're on the fence about jumping into free prizes, you have 20 seconds to enter it.
Yeah. I'm going to switch the scenes then when the time is over, and then I'm going to announce, or maybe even Nightbot himself announces the winner as soon.
All right, well, that's it. 30 seconds are up. Let's go ahead and close the poll and see what we got.
Then I'm going to change it. Just a second. Whoops. Okay. We're still on air. I'm going to close it and roll it. Bam. XC Zeus or Zeus 3469. Congratulations. Woo! Yeah. Congrats. I'm sure Giacomo is hanging around here to let you know how to take away your prize. Yeah, congrats. Spam the chat with congrats and applause, please. So we are going to switch over, prepare another screen, and then we'll be right back with Eric with his fantasy update. See you soon, guys.
Take care.
Hello, welcome back, and we're back with the fantasy update presented by Eric. Hello.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Zaraghul. Alrighty, we had a little bit of things change, so it looks like CM Trey jumped over Tim Pun for third place here. And then we had a little switch down here where Dav Time jumped ahead of Emergency 9. Victor, though, extended his lead over Clinton, and Victor has both GameSlayer and Tim Bunn on his roster. So I don't know if there's anybody that is going to assail his massive lead at this point, but we will find out if these cards that Clinton has are more prevalent in these two decks than the Doom, Provoke the Beast, and Soul Scream. So that is our update. The only other thing I want to mention is my 7-year-old daughter, Maya, here, came in and picked cards that she liked the names of, and she is in 12th place. So I'm rooting for her to find a way to jump up even higher. So anybody, again, that wants this, we have these things that you can do in the bot to look at the data all by yourself, picks and that. I'll scroll over here just for a little bit so you can see some of the top point you get in your cards. We got Doom and Unstoppable still at the top, all these red things. Yami and Hokusai, which I think are just going to keep extending their leads. But yes, this was a lot of fun. And GameSlayer obviously is 3 points ahead of Tim. The winner of that's going to jump 128 points, though, to have massive points.
Eric, I don't think your screen's updating. It's showing Brazilian and USA.
Oops.
Well then, let's try and change that. Sorry, everybody.
I think you're on the wrong tab or something, or sharing the wrong
I
screen.
shared the wrong screen. No, thank you. Change windows.
There it is.
There you go. I know we wanted to flex USA versus Brazilian, but like it's okay.
That was just for Rafa. Alrighty. So anyway, what I said, all these things can be seen. Finally, we can zoom in. So first time they were too small. This time I wasn't even showing them.
Perfect.
And then that leaderboard over here, Victor's got a commanding lead, and we have a little bit of switching here with CM Trey. So, alrighty.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I've got.
Thank you very much, Eric. And we are going to switch over for just a second into another screen. We'll be right back with another update for the meta-analysis. See you soon. Okay, and we're back here. And next up is the update for the meta-analysis by Clinton and Smeoz. Welcome back, guys.
Hey, thanks for having us back again.
Thanks. Hello.
So the first thing we wanted to review a little bit, just showing once again, it's the last thing we left off on, was the Ashen Pass. The second player continues to win. Kind of we talked about that before. Game Slayer choosing, or not choosing, I don't know how it went down, but he ended up getting second player, winning. It gave one more victory to Tamer, and it also gave the lead. So right now, the winner of Outsiders on Ashen Pass is the Silent Ambassador. What do you think, Smeoz?
Yes. This is the feel. Game Slayer is an absolutely amazing strike on Ashen Pass. So 7 game wins and 0 loss, if I count correctly. So for 7th time, win the second player. For the 7th time, win the Silent Ambassador. So Game Slayer is a completely rush on Ashen Pass. Congrats.
What do you think makes the Silent Ambassador so strong on Ashen Pass?
Yes, so amazing. Because he can literally do everything. So he can slow the enemies or put them in a bad position for push the lane. He can flip 3 times if you have an aggro deck. Wow, it's amazing. Game Slayer use it, of course, for flipping 3 times and make a lot of damage. But I have played Silent Ambassador too, and I don't have an aggro deck, so I have every time want win it. So yeah, probably the best on the Ashen Pass map.
Okay. After seeing all the stuff that we saw this weekend, do you have any dark horses for cards that you think this weekend surprised or caused people, to not expect to be in these higher winning percentages?
What can we say?
I mean, the one that stands out the best to me, while you kind of look over the data, I know I just switched on us a little bit, is Provoke the Beast. 39 times it was brought. It won 60% of the time. I think that really a lot of that data probably comes from Game Slayer. I know he was running those strong and like to use that ability a lot. I think that's one of the new cards that was kind of surprising at how high it is in the current meta.
Yes. You are completely agree. I completely agree. And Release the Spirit 2 from the new set is very 51 wins and for 45 win rate percent is good. So yeah.
And then in terms of the like I said, so Release of Spirits, some of us probably expected that. It's a very good card for a flip deck, has the +2. Also, it's very good, I think, against blue. But because blue was a little bit less showing, I felt like this weekend, I don't think Release of Spirits had as much impact as people would have thought it would have had this weekend.
Yeah, Release the Spirit is very good against Leotan, of course. Against Lamer, for example, as remove. But it's very useful in an other way, because if you can remove the disarm, the control decks play disarm, no, for stay alive. And Raise the Spirit, you can remove your condition, and you can't gain disarm again. So it's amazing.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's interesting about Release of Spirits is I would say most red, they want to have those marks staying on there, for different people. But really, Yami and Hokusai maybe don't need it as much. Hokusai's ability, yes, but like Yami really doesn't care if there is a mark or isn't a mark. So even if you release a spirit on a hero and prevent them from being marked, you still get some advantage out of that. Okay, I was going to go over to the hero list right now. What's your thoughts? Any dark horses from this weekend that we did not expect to see at the top of this list in terms of wins or even win percent?
Probably the green guys for Zaraghul. Because in 2 lanes is not the best hero. Maybe your warrior, okay, you can stay in dome and push up to the side of the dome, but yeah, 62% of win rate is a lot. Amazing. So
yeah, if I resort it here based on win percent, We got Warhill. She got the 100. That's an outlier. She only played 1-1-1. She never lost.
Yeah, thanks to Fone.
But Nelican and Zakol, the top 2 win percentage. I know that Tim is playing Nelican, and he does have Zakol that he can bring in. I'm not for sure how much he actually played in this weekend.
Yeah.
But also Shafati being up there.
Yes, exactly. I want to say it. If we don't see the top 3 or top 4 decks, we can see Shafati and Shadrus. This is a very good stat, no? Because 60%, 58%, and Gurbian too. In my opinion, because the Gurbian is not played a lot in general, you know.
I think the Shafati Shadrus, I bet you most of those wins came probably from Grey Ghost. He was running the mono Nupton, bringing those in. He loved to bring those 2 heroes in. He did great against me, playing it at the right times. Shadrus to save his heroes, doing worship of Nupton to save himself. So
yeah. And Gurbian me.
Yep. Going Goldberg, yep, it's definitely you.
Yes.
I don't know if there's any other data we want to cover. Like I said, I had a blast looking at this. I enjoy like running the numbers, looking at stats. Like I said, we do plan to release this all for people. If anyone has any questions, please let us know, and we'll try to see if we can answer them. But this was a blast and a wonderful weekend of lots of Skytear.
Yes, completely agree.
Absolutely. So thank you guys for giving us another update on the meta-analysis, which was really in deep and really exciting. Thanks for that. We are going to be back right soon with our grand final between Tim and Gameslayer. We have to set some things up in the background, so give us a couple of minutes and we'll see you soon back here. Bye, guys. Hello and welcome back to the grand finals of the Skytear World Championship. I'm not alone here hanging around. RGCommander is on my side here again, as well as Mikhael. Welcome to the show.
Hello, everyone. Well, happy to be here. Really enjoyed watching that last game. That was riveting.
Thank you as well, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. The finals, the grand finals, the match that will determine it all. We've been hyping it up for months. We've had countless iterations of decks. Bets have been placed, some official, some off to the side. Fantasy dreams have been crushed. And now it is time to decide it all. These 3 victory conditions are going to lead the players, along with the Nexus breach, who's going to be the first world champion. Our 3 objectives for the final match: right breach, destroy the enemy tower on your right lane; obstinacy, defeat the same hero twice; Skytear Master, win the lead of a control token inside a dome 3 times. Now, as we mentioned before the start of the game here, Timbun gets map selection and option of the coin flip win. So based on this, it looks perhaps that Timbun took the outsider as his coin flip victory, because I don't think Gameslayer would go first in an aggro matchup.
Yeah, that seems like what's happened, and that's pretty logical, considering both decks are going to be pushing that aggro victory pretty hard, I feel. Especially with the first draft Neliclin. Obviously it's not going to be terribly easy, but it's not hard to kill a mage.
It's true. And so, as a friendly reminder here, Timbun's options for this match are Neliclin, Hokusai, Yami, Zakol, Akimo, Habarat. Gameslayer's options, which he has not selected anything yet: Yami, Hokusai, Akimo, Sakoshi, Ishitosk, and Kumaya. And of course, as this is the grand final game, at this point, all secrets will be bared. There's no need for us to protect the deck secrets. We will tell you as much or as little as you want to know about the decks as the game goes on.
Here, I was hoping we were going to keep the Shroud of Mystery.
Well, unfortunately, it depends. We might. Who knows?
Just blown with the wind, right?
That's right. Listen, if anything we have learned from Skytear, it is important to have a plan and be ready to totally abandon that plan 2 minutes later.
Absolutely.
Also, know what your time zones are.
Yes.
This is very important, especially when organizing tournaments international-wise.
Definitely. Okay, we do see the first draft for Gameslayer coming through as a Yami. Not a big surprise here, considering Right Breach is available, and Neliclin is also available for that Yami hunting goodness. And he did draft it right into the lane where Neliclin is going to be popping up in. So Yami is going to be a really real threat for Neliclin here, I feel.
Also, just as a quick update, courtesy of Eric, apparently Tim got not only the coin flip, but actually the total selection, meaning, in other words, he was able to select both the outsider and the option of going first or second. So Tim has actually elected to go first.
Okay, interesting. And but Gameslayer would be on the advantage for the Right Breach, as he has got the control token number 1 on his right side. So this is obviously why he did place Yami on his right lane, or lane number 1.
Definitely. And then go ahead.
I was just going to say, in addition to objectives, with obstinacy being on the field of killing the same hero twice, Dark Vigilante is known for consistently being able to put out around 7 damage per activation. And so getting the Dark Vigilante not only gives you the Skytear Master victory condition tokens, but also sets you up for potential assassination efforts against the enemy heroes.
And we do see the drafts coming through from Gameslayer and Tim.
Yep.
Just double Yami Hogasai pizza party is what it looks like. Extra pineapple.
Be very careful. That can get you arrested in Cyberpunk 2077.
No, we don't throw IPs around in here that
You're
are
right. We
trademarked
weren't sponsored.
that could
Delete
get
that.
us struck.
Yep, strike that out. Delete that. We are not sponsored by them.
Yeah.
I apologize.
What were we
Yes,
talking
no, you
about?
are right. In Punk Cyber 7702, it's absolutely an arrestable offense.
Yeah, but
Yes.
not on a Japanese console.
Definitely.
not on a Japanese console.
Which definitely won't be named. All right.
The
Meanwhile,
last- the
Kumaya
last
enters the
gen
battlefield.
Japanese console.
Yes. Oh, and a chemo is coming out. Will we see Habrat coming? Nope, we will see Zaraghul.
No.
Oh, you know what? All I have to say is there is going to be a lot of slashing, bashing, and clashing. This is my kind of game.
RG is just what happened to Game Slayer's? Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I thought Game Slayer's heroes just went all over the place.
I mean, to be fair, they still could have. But yeah, I know what you mean. The interface sometimes acts up a little bit whenever you're updating. When you swap from your original 6 and you condense the map, sometimes it just like freaks out for a little bit and does all sorts of random changes. All right, so now
As one does.
Yep. And so now that we've drafted, we have our final lineups for the Grand Championship. Gameslayer bringing Yami, Hogasai, Akimo, and Kumaya. Timbun bringing Hogasai, Yami, Zakol, and Neliclin. These heroes are designed to kill and kill very, very quickly. So for a quick rundown of the data here, for Gameslayer, he has the following stats that we can talk about. His average modifier is a 1.5 on the flip. Average mana, 1.75. So interesting for potential control, as there are control objectives on the field. His cards will include 2 copies of Blazing Edge, 1 copy of Doom, 3 copies of Dreams of Talit, 1 copy of Okay, that's not right because you have... Why is that not selected? Let me try this again.
Pardon us, folks, while we experience technical difficulties with
There
our
we
stats engine.
Let me try this again because, yeah, I clicked the wrong button. So let me try this again. His average modifier is 1.81 and the average mana, 1.63. So a little bit higher. I was going to say those numbers seemed a little bit low for a Gameslayer draw. So now we have 2 times Barring the Way, 2 times Clear Mind, 1 copy of Demonic Possessions. That is, of course, Akimo's Ultimate. 2 copies of Doom, 2 copies of Nightmare Incarnate, 3 copies of Psychic Shield, 3 copies of Quick Shot, 3 copies of Rampant Hatred, 3 copies of Release the Spirit, 3 Skytear Discharges, 2 Unstoppables, a Wind Blast, and a Partridge in a Pear Tree.
Okay.
And we see here mulligans coming down from Tim. We see everything. As his whole hand was just dumped.
Oh my!
In lane 2, Tim is missing a minion on the control token.
No, he's not. No, he's not. It's there. It's just camouflaged.
Oh, okay, it's invisible.
Yep, it's got that new stealth camo released in the next TTS update.
Absolutely.
It's got.
Speaking of Tim's deck, interestingly enough, if I've done it right this time, Tim actually has a slightly higher modifier at the average modifier being 2.06, but a lower mana at 1.38. So Tim's deck will include 3 copies of Clear the Mind, 3 copies of Doom, 2 Imperviouses, 3 Psychic Shields, 3 Rampant Hatreds, 3 Release the Spirits, 3 Shield Slams, 3 Skytear Discharges, 3 Stone Barricades, and 2 Unstoppables. Altogether, equating for lots and lots of killing once we get into turn 3, turn 2, maybe, depending on if we pop the flex.
We do have 6 copies of Rampant Hatred, so I wouldn't be surprised to see multiples of those dropped very early. And I absolutely think that would be why Tim opted to go first there for the early Rampant Hatred.
Speaking of early rampant hatreds, we've got early rampaging Hokusai, which is close enough because Hokusai will likely be the one to act. Oh, no, he has Neliclin, never mind. But Hokusai going in early with the move into the center dome to flex dominance over Yami and dealing 4 damage to both him and her as a result of the worship action. So promises of violence underway.
I don't think that if you're Game Slayer, that's a terrible thing, because Hokusai just opted to drop himself down to 13, and a chemo can slice through a tank, as I personally have witnessed.
All right, so we'll see what Game Slayer does do in response here. So, I wonder if Game Slayer just activates his own Hokusai and basically mirrors this play. Go in, worships on that Hokusai to reduce the armor and set up the Akimo play, and then leads to help offset Tim's lead in the dome. There shouldn't be any there's no presences in this game, so we don't have any shenanigans of that nature to worry about. So
I could see a play like that potentially doing work, actually.
All right.
Yeah, we are seeing Hokusai activate.
Here it comes. Going to move into the dome. We're going to worship on the Hokusai. Oh, we're going to attack. Nope. Okay, interesting.
The attack
does nothing because Hokusai has 2 armor, and that was a 0 on the flip. So it bounces off, and then he's going to lead.
And then lead from hand. So I think here Hokusai is trying to conserve his health, because a really nasty lead or a really nasty flip could put Hokusai in kind of a bad position.
Yes. All right. I'm going to go ahead and tint the heroes red a little bit for Game Slayer.
Oops. Hello. Am I still there? Okay, I think I lost connection to the Discord.
Yes, and
Sorry.
Zaraghul rejoined us.
Sorry. Looks like
No
I lost connection to you guys. Sorry, and we missed the last 30 seconds. So there's still 1 minion missing, or yeah, there's
There's
minion
no
missing on lane 2.
They're showing. I'm seeing all 4 here, so I'm assuming that must be on your end.
On Tim's side, the Tower Lord minion.
Yeah, there's all 4 Talot minions are there.
Yeah. Crazy.
And
yeah, there must be some sort of a bug on your copy of TTS because I'm seeing 8
sorry
minions
for
on the
that.
field. No problem. All right, so Tim is going to activate. We see Nelly coming in to join the dome pile. Is going to skirmish against Hokusai, dealing 2 damage as Neliclin does do piercing, which means his armor does not matter. An attack action now also coming down onto Hokusai probably explains why Hokusai didn't worship on Hokusai, because Game Slayer predicted that Neliclin would then be the counter and didn't want to bring Hokusai any lower than Neliclin already would do, as we see Neliclin dropping Hokusai down to 10 HP already.
Yep, and I think we can expect a let's see, he's skirmished, he's attacked. I could see a move into lane 2 to kind of
worship.
Keep Neliclin. Nope, a worship.
Yep,
and that's going to make Zakol's that's going to make Zakol's attack push. So actually that means that I wouldn't be surprised to see a strength over pain come down from Zakol. Does Tim run strength over pain?
He doesn't, which is why I would be surprised to see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that would be surprising if he doesn't run it.
So guys, could you do me a favor and just remove that, for me, invisible, or for all of the viewers, invisible minion, which is, yes, there it is. Okay, thanks. Now I can see it.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I now have, as a result, caused the control token to hover. There we go.
But now everybody can see it. Okay, perfect.
All right, you know what? We're just going to stack them up there. One of those minions are going to die eventually. They can deal with it later.
Thanks.
No, that's a bad idea. Move that minion into place, RG.
All right, very well. Fair enough. All right, we'll get that down there. Yeah, that's a good point. Knowing TTS physics, actually, you're right. That's probably not nearly as good idea as I sold it off as.
I mean, it's like this is the finals.
It's true. All right, so we've seen the end of Neliklin's play, so Gameslayer now has some options. So Hokusai isn't marked. I wonder, do you perhaps use Yami to worship onto Hokusai, skirmish, either into the lane or attack Neliklin, maybe? Neliklin is now open and exposed.
So
In the chat,
using Yami here. Oh no, go ahead.
In the chat, there's just some proposal like if Gameslayer can get a kill, then he wins the dome, and that would be really brutal, since if he gets the Dark Vigilante, that is close to another dead hero.
That's true. That's very true. And Dark Vigilante is basically the Build-A-Bear of Outsiders, so armor really doesn't matter to him.
Yeah, because if Gameslayer does not secure the dome, if he had worshipped with Hokusai, that could very easily have put him within range of the Dark Vigilante. I mean, still, to be fair, he could still be within range of killing. Zaraghul showing up does do a little bit of light damage, perhaps, to Gameslayer's Hokusai, and then pushes him one hex closer such that the Dark Vigilante can get to him with one skirmish. Although, to be fair, from right now, Dark Vigilante could still get to him with one skirmish, so that's not necessarily that important. But definitely could set it up for knocking Hokusai off with the DV. So Gameslayer wants most likely to dome pile here and be very cognizant that he needs to force a draw in the dome or run the risk of the DV going stab, stab, stab. Oh, your hero's dead.
So if this does end up being a dome pile, who do you guys think comes out on top?
Well, as we mentioned earlier, Gameslayer does have the right breach of control zone 1. So I think in that case he has some advantage there, but
See, I would say it was Gameslayer because he's got the last activation. But then Tim also has the first activation next round. We all know he has at least one Rampant Hatred in his hand.
Yes.
He dumped his entire hand to dig for it.
Yep.
So I suppose it depends on whether or not Gameslayer gets that initial kill here and wins the dome. If he does win the dome, does bring a hero down half-ish, then I think Gameslayer is in a really good position. I do think he's smart in holding off and bringing Yami in because Yami's already taken a decent amount of damage, and I don't think we want to see. I think we want to see Yami get mulched.
Yeah, Yami getting mulched is definitely not something I want to see. Oh, but never mind. We're gonna bring Yami
there we
in.
go.
Okay.
That's a Yami.
All right. Yami is going to teleport right in there with the worship action, marking Hokusai. So Hokusai does lose 2 HP as Gameslayer's Hokusai is within range, within line of sight, I should say, and therefore reduces the armor to 1, plus 2 on the flip means 3 minus 1 or 2 damage, which brings Tim's Hokusai down to 11. Oh, and then we have an Impervious played on Neliklin. So Tim predicting that Yami wants to go ahead and do the damage to Neliklin, decides instead to do it on Hokusai as Neliklin has 2 damage from Impervious, 2 armor from Impervious, doing it against Hokusai, and then moving over there with the quick shot play from Yami. So quick shot will allow Gameslayer to delete one of the minions, and then move back into the dome. So giving him that slight advantage to getting that control token to start pushing.
Yep, and we see here both of Tim's heroes that have not activated are in his right, are in lane 2, and that's going to make it really difficult for Tim to shore up that slight advantage. It's actually pretty ingenious.
Yeah. So, okay, Yami is going to continue joining the dome pile in here. As Yami moves in there, goes ahead and worships. I assume she would worship probably on Yami since... Well, no, Hokusai is not marked either, so... Who do we mark here?
I think...
I feel like...
Yeah, I think
Yep,
Yami's the correct play here.
Okay, teleports over. Yami has 0 armor, so this will do 3 damage to her, bringing Game Slayer's Yami down to 11.
It's a dangerous place for a Yami.
It is, and usually Yami, is heralded as one of the more durable heroes, having 18 hit points, 1 armor. She's been getting beaten up here fairly badly. Okay, so now goes for the attack. 2 plus 4 damage. Yami is in kill range here. If Tim gets the actually, Tim can just merge the coal in there and potentially kill Yami and then get a dome lead off of that and then start gunning down Hokusai with the Dark Vigilante here.
That's actually, unless Tim's flips are perfect, well, they don't have to be perfect, I suppose. He could flip +3s, but both of his, he basically has to flip an aggregate of 4, right? So a 3 and a 1 or a 2 and a 2 would do it, and that's assuming that Game Slayer does not have the release the spirits to reactivate Yami's armor.
That is very fair. Yeah, you could play release the spirits through Hokusai, dismissing the mark, and then saving Yami.
Yeah.
Save Private Yami.
Saving Private Yami.
She's gone too deep.
RG, this is a family stream.
Okay, she went too deep into enemy territory. I don't know where your mind's going there, sir. Meanwhile, Akimo going in for the attack here. We see an Akimo attacking Hokusai for 5 damage because Akimo gets +1 to the attack. And
That's
so it does
actually 7 damage, right?
Yep, 7 damage -1 armor for 6 total.
Yeah.
Oh. Did an extra damage point come in somewhere? -1 from Hokusai from his armor because he's marked. Akimo did 5 and there was +2 on the flips.
Yeah, 7
That's
-1, so 6.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I must have thought Tim's Hokusai was at 11.
No, it was at 10.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Was at 10.
Okay, so the math is good. Math is good. Also, another important skill for Skytear play is math.
Yeah, that's why I'm not playing here.
So we do see Akimo skirmish out of the way to open it up for Kumaya, and because Hokusai is the only one.
Yami's within kill range here.
Absolutely. There's the attack.
+2 on the flip kills.
There,
Needle before me. She's dead.
She is dead, but again, Tim has to be able to lead here in order to. Oh, there. Yeah, no, he's got the lead. Okay.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Given that Hokusai is about to die for him, Hokusai on Tim's side has 3 hit points. Kumaya very easily able to march in there and kill him. So honestly, I would move with Kumaya. Position. Oh, never mind. You can't. Never mind. You can't. I set it up the way I was thinking of something. So you could either move, I would still probably move just so Kamaya's in the thick of things, attack Hokusai, and then you could worship, and then you could hit both Yami and Zakol with the worship damage.
I was also thinking that as well.
Yeah, same here.
And that also gives you the ability to worship onto Hokusai if you need it, which you probably won't.
Yeah, he's already marked, so I can't see why you would. All right, here we go. Yep. There goes the move.
It's a holdover from me for running +0s.
Fair enough.
Okay,
all right. Attack has been declared. Does Tim have another impervious as a response? We saw one come out, and the attack has not yet resolved. So, yep, there it is. Yep. Another impervious. All right, so Hokusai is in fact not dead. He has 3 armor, which means Game Slayer needs a +3 on this flip. And he gets a +1.
+1.
That is a feels bad, man, because that would have killed Hokusai. So that'll deal
brings
one
Hokusai down
damage.
to 2.
Mhm.
And even if he did worship here, he wouldn't be able to get the damage onto Hokusai that he needs.
Correct.
And yeah, no, you're right. This is a feels bad mad moment.
He does not have any way of ejecting Yami from the dome here, as it is turn 1. Actually, I don't think he has any movement cards to begin with. Nope. So, yep. Unfortunately, Dark Vigilante is about to come out and stabby. I don't think he'll kill Hokusai, as he won't be able to get 3 attacks against Hokusai, but Hokusai is going to be severely weakened, and as Tim goes first, it's an easy matter for Neliclin to kill him off with the first activation of turn 2.
He can hit Hokusai 3 times.
With the
all he has to do is start from Game Slayer's Nexus.
Oh, you're right. I apologize. Whoops. Never mind. I'm thinking you have to start it from your Nexus. You are correct. Never mind. Okay, so
Absolutely. Yeah.
with good flips, Hokusai actually could be dead.
Those have to be
Very
god
good.
flips, though, right?
I mean, yes. You would basically need a +3, and then like a +2 on the attack.
Yeah. That checks out
Okay.
as an aggregate. Oh,
Worship
Okay,
action
we do see some.
at the end.
Worship action does come down, does a little damage lightly.
some light damage.
Mm-hmm. Now, interestingly enough here, Game Slayer does now get a 4-2 minion advantage from winning lane number 1 there. And so that might actually be what comes out to be his victory condition, because there's a real chance that Game Slayer gets 2 heroes during this activation here. For turn number 2. All right, so the Outsider skill number 2. Outsider, here we go. Sever, Dark Vigilante increases the skirmish damage by 1 and then takes a skirmish action. First action was the Skewer action, which gives Dark Vigilante piercing on all of its actions this turn and then takes an action. We see 2 damage on the flip there. We also see the attack action, which then, of course, still does piercing. So 2 plus the flip there brings Hokusai down to 5. And then I assume the last action will probably be the Sever action, because the third Outsider ability is Slash, which allows you to do skirmish actions against enemy minions. Tim obviously doesn't care about that. There's Outsider action number 1, so this is going to be 1 plus the flip against Hokusai. Cannot kill him, but it can bring him low enough that Neliclin can guarantee kill on the next turn.
Oh yeah, why did Game Slayer move his minions? Yeah, okay, they resolve it.
Yep,
okay.
There we go. Yep, okay. Got that taken care of.
And so now we're waiting on the resolution of the Outsider skill number 1, right? The slash sever.
Yep.
So circling back to the question that I asked at the beginning of this round, is kind of feels like a moot point as hitting Kumaya there.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess so. Here's the thing. I think Tim feels pretty confident that he's just going to be able to kill Hokusai with an attack action from Neliclin anyways, and so to not quote unquote waste damage, he'd rather use it against Kumaya to start softening her up.
That does make sense.
Because as we've seen, Tim's deck is pretty good. I think, as we said, the average flip modifier was north of 2, so Tim can expect to hit a +2 on these flips.
Yeah. And calculating math correctly, he wouldn't have been able to kill Game Slayer's Hokusai right now with the Dark Vigilante, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
Correct, yeah.
Okay. But in this case, I assume that Tim always will stay with a hero advantage in the future turns.
Yeah. At this point, I think that Tim can just kind of stagger kill Game Slayer. Now, of course, Game Slayer is not without actions. As Yami has 0 HP for some reason.
Yeah, Yami did die.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong Yami. I apologize.
I think that's
This is
okay.
confusing. Yeah. Yep, that is okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong Yami here, and I'm like, wait a minute. That's not the Yami I need to be looking at. Yeah. Tim's Hokusai is at 2 HP, which means that Gameslayer will likely be able to kill Hokusai with the first activation from either Akimo or Kumaya. Possibly be able to chase down Nelliclin. I don't think he can kill Nelliclin from the no, here it comes. Pop in the Flux. Oh, and Gameslayer responds with the Doom card. So Doom is actually going to stop this play right in its tracks. Michael, you've done this to me on more occasions than I care to count for. So Doom is actually going to force Nelliclin to burn out his mana here. And that Flux card now will not be able to use to play Rampant Hatred on Nelliclin.
No, but he's going to be able to worship and get that mana cleared off.
Yes, so the pillar is down. And so Skytear Flux does reduce the cost of the next played card. Since he didn't actually play a card at that point, the Flux still works. Now it comes out, Rampant Hatred. Ugh.
What a skill play.
Yep, that was actually very good insight, having that pillar ready for a potential Doom play.
That Nelliclin, man.
This is going to hurt because now Nelliclin is going to be able to take 2 4+ skirmish actions, which means Hokusai is dead, as Tim does not have any zeros in this deck. So there's a dead Hokusai. And Kumaya has 14 hit points. She is not going to die necessarily, but she is going to be in a lot of pain.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that Kumaya dies here, but no. Kumaya 100% is going to feel the hurt really hard.
Yep, there's +2 there, so that's 6 damage, brings her down to, 5 damage. Brings her down to 9, so now I assume Nelliclin attacks her. Yep, there's the attack. Oh, no, that was the attack action that he used, not the skirmish action. So
that was the attack action he used, and now Gameslayer is reviewing his list. I want to note here that Tim is reshuffling his deck at the first activation of the second round. Are you hearing me, Neri Brothers? Second round.
I'm not sure. Could you say it one more time just for the people in the back, please, Michael?
Yeah.
This is the second round. He's flipping his deck. This is ridiculous. But also very cool.
Yes. Not only is it the second round, it is the first activation of the second round. So really, it's like turn 1.25. Actually, I don't think it works like that. Probably doesn't work like that.
This is 1.15, I think, right? Because
repeating.
Approximately 1/8 is 15.
At this point, I think we need an eigenvalue of the calculations to see. All right, we're going to stop right there. All right, Tim Bunn is going to. We're going to go for a skirmish action there, and we see that the Skytear discharge is flipped. That's going to deal 6 more damage. Kumaya is definitely going to go and die to Zaraghul at the start of his activation, or Gameslayer,
or Hokusai.
Yeah, or Hokusai. So, well, here's the thing. It won't be Hokusai because I think at this point Gameslayer takes Kumaya and kills Hokusai with Kumaya. Now, I feel like you have to use Kumaya and then just run for it because in that case, Zaraghul will at least have to move a little bit in order to get in range to hurt her.
Sorry, guys. I just had to laugh because of the chat. Ricardo is chatting. They are playing wrestling, not Skytear.
I just saw that.
And Giacomo
playing what?
Wrestling.
Wrestling.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Giacomo just mentioned that we're going to go with 40 card decks in the next release.
Yes.
And yeah,
Living Rules updates.
Tapeworm reminded us that Tim has mulliganed his whole hand, so he just threw away 6 cards, and then this also has to be mentioned. Okay.
Yes. Yep. As Zaraghul touched on, and as Yakima said in the chat, this is the last tournament. Well, actually, that's not true. There's Clash, but in the next living updates, which will be taking place in the early parts of 2021, we are changing a number of things. Probably, I would say the most exciting change is that the cards per hero is increasing to 10 cards per hero. So you will now be able to 3-drop or 3-copy each of the cards of your choice in the heroes. a lot of players said that once the Endless Sun release happened, there were a lot of cards that are almost, kind of must-haves on certain heroes, but that the 8-card limitation did create a whole bunch of choices that, they didn't want. And in addition, this will also boost deck variance, so it's not necessarily as consistent of a plan, which I think makes the game a little bit more dynamic and interesting. So looking very forward to that update, which will be taking place, as we mentioned, sometime in the early part of 2021.
Okay, serious question. What
Serious
are you
answer.
what are you going to do with only 2 heroes alive in round 2 and one with a near-death experience?
So in this case, I think you activate Kamaya, kill Hokusai if possible, if Tim doesn't pull out another Impervious, and then just run for it. Like attack, skirmish, and then potentially move into the cover hex and influence the control token. And that way you force Zakol or Yami to at least do something in order to come after you and kill you.
Okay. So running like a chicken.
Yes, that is the summary of what the Kamaya strategy is. Now the problem with this strategy is that, well, I guess it's more of a follow off. Is that at the end of round 2, Tim is at game point on Skytear Master. There is no way that Game Slayer wins the dome in this place. And so, Game Slayer's options here are getting limited. That was a brutal round 1 that Tim had. And okay, so we're going to see Game Slayer is going to go with the skirmish action. We are activating a chemo, interestingly enough. So I guess he's leaving Kamaya to die such that he gets all 3 heroes back on round 3. This is also an option.
Mm-hmm.
I am interested to see, though, what the play is here. Because I feel like if you don't kill Hokusai, then... So Hokusai is going to doom Akimo. Interesting. And then Akimo is going to... Wait, what? Oh, okay, that's the flip. Never mind. So Akimo does get doomed, and as a result, has the Unstoppable put on him, so he's out of mana for this turn. Skirmishing next to Hokusai here. Going to, I assume, deal... Okay, so does 1 damage on the flip from the skirmish. No damage as Hokusai has 2 armor. 4++ on the attack. So if Hokusai does not have another Impervious card to play here, then it is lights out for Hokusai.
Yep, absolutely.
My God, you guys, all this blood.
I love it. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I nearly can't see the map correctly because of all the blood around here.
So I did want to add, especially with all this blood all over the place. It's kind of hard to see the hexes, right? So with all this blood all over the place, everyone in Olentaz is asking the question, just wants to know when the vaccine is going to make its way up to Olentaz, right? Like, when are we going to vaccinate the heroes? These are the real questions that the people of Olentaz really want to know.
Nothing?
Those were really?
I thought those were rhetorical questions. I thought we were going somewhere. I was waiting for the punchline. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for leaving you hanging. I was like, this is a great build-up. Like, I can't wait for this punchline.
So we have early estimates from the scientists of Olentaz to we do have the Impervious. Oh no, that's the Shield Slam. That's the Shield Slam.
So Hokusai was going to try to knock off some damage there, and then Kamaya does respond with the Psychic Shields.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to and if Tim had a second second Shield Slam, might have come from Zakol to get the last bit of damage there on Kamaya. That does kill off Hokusai. And unfortunately, before he could get the vaccine.
Yep.
I suppose there's no vaccine for a Kamaya attack.
Oh, well. All right. I mean, you do have that tiered distribution of the vaccine, and unfortunately, some people get it a little bit sooner than others. It's just how it works.
The high risk characters, Poland are going to get the vaccine first.
I mean, if that's the case, then like Akimo should be number one, because Akimo, I think, is one of the most high risk characters. Like he is probably one of the most glass cannon-y characters of the entire 28 hero lineup.
He's literally possessed by a demon. Like
Yes.
that demon blood's got to make him resistant to something, right?
Not diseases. I don't know where we're going.
No, I figured Ichi would be one of the first to receive the vaccine, considering he's, ancient.
No, Kichi just does that weird thing where he like life siphons you, like the scene from the Holy Grail, and it's like just siphons the life out of you as you select the wrong cup, and then he just keeps going. Like I'm sure we'll get a lore dump update at some point. Kichi's actually 5. Okay, we've got action going on. So Akimo is going to lead from the deck or from the hand.
From the hand, yeah.
Okay, well, Neliclin is already activated, did not worship, so I guess, here's, well, no, that's the thing. Yami can still kill Kumaya and then move out into the lane, so can Zakol, so this is interesting.
What exactly might we be looking to do with Akimo here? Oh, no, that was it for Akimo.
Yeah, that is Akimo's end. Yeah, skirmish, attack, and lead. We did kill Hokusai, and by we, of course, we mean Gameslayer. Michael and I are living vicariously through Gameslayer, as we are wanting to do. But yeah, now Kumaya just dies. There's no reason to hold her alive. Tamer is not an objective. So you just punch her, and she dies, and then you go and take over the lane. Like...
Yeah, it seems like a strong strat.
I mean, you can send one to the lane and keep the other one here in the dome with elite, and then you get your cake and eat it too. So,
I think that may be what Gameslayer is trying to avoid is a second activation of the. No, that doesn't work. That is a dead Kumaya, though.
There's Kneel Before Me, again, used to great effect on both of the times it was flipped over. That is a very long line of dead heroes that are respawning.
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so Gameslayer didn't activate Kumaya here because he didn't want his heroes staggered.
Correct.
He doesn't mind losing round 2, so that round 3 he gets all of his heroes back. And I imagine part of that is because he's got a decent number of ultimates in his hand. There, RG, can you look through Gameslayer's discard and verify that there are not a whole lot of ultimates?
I can indeed. Give me just a moment. So if we go into Gameslayer...
I do see Kneel Before Me on top.
Yes. There is also no other ultimates, actually. The other cards are... Nope, no ultimates. So... Wait, what is this? Nope, that's not an ultimate. Yeah, Kneel Before Me is the only ultimate that Gameslayer has in the discard right now.
So if that's his plan here, we can see Akimo taking a decent chunk of damage and the lane, like his winning lane, getting pushed back up, potentially against his tower. But he will have 4 heroes at the start of next round.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily set him up for the obstinacy play, as Gameslayer can basically lose anyone who's not named Akimo and the game is over, whereas Tim just has to play Protect the Hokusai, which is ironic considering that Hokusai is a tank.
Oh, that Akimo's taking damage, though. That Akimo might... Yeah. That Akimo's going to die.
Actually, yeah, because the Dark Vigilante is going to activate, and so Gameslayer is going to end round number 2 with nobody on the field.
Oh man.
No.
This feels bad.
Oh,
his right lane does get pushed up though.
Yeah. That is the plus.
I mean, if he avoids the obstinacy here, I don't know how you would with this much damage come through. That's That is ridiculous. Those flips were
Brutal.
phenomenal. Yeah.
All right. Then we've got definitely not COVID safe action going on in lane number 2 as we have, what is that, 12 minions there all crowded around. Like there's got to be some sort of a fine. What's the, hey, Giacomo or Ricardo, what's the currency in Olentar here, and how much of a penalty assessment do we put on these 12 little party goers?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh, so he's actually not going to kill a chemo. He's going to use the Dark Vigilante to clean up the minions and prevent the right breach. So we see the skirmish action there. Deletes one minion there. See the skirmish action again. We're going to delete another minion. And then we're going to attack the third minion. So now right breach is totally off the table.
Is it totally off the table?
No,
though?
okay. It's not totally off the table, but it's reduced from a probable win condition down to like 5%.
Like you would know, like I'm not entirely sure why Tim didn't just go for a chemo. Like it seems like the, I don't want to say obvious play, but if you give a chemo the ability to get his mana back and use it, Gameslayer could have one or two tricks up his sleeve that would just wreck your day.
Well, and the other thing too is like if you would have killed a chemo here, he wouldn't have respawned till round 4, and so
Yep.
Tim would have had the 4/3 hero advantage.
Yeah, I guess he was that scared of right breach, potentially.
I guess. I mean,
His damage output seems pretty on par.
And it's not like Gameslayer has like an Unburial Rights or something that would like just massively populate, what's the Call of the Pack or something that would just massively populate the lane all of a sudden and be like, oops, I have 20 minions and you have none, game over.
Well, no, the thing that I would be most concerned about would be a supernova, and we saw that lead.
Yeah, oh, that's true.
And so,
Yep.
I don't know.
Maybe Wind Blast. Gameslayer runs Wind Blast.
That's true. Tim could be concerned about a Wind Blast.
Yeah.
Did they forget to put a Skytear master point?
Yes, because Tim should have 2.
Something.
Well, let's see. They're pulling their HP back, so I'm going to say no, they did forget to resolve it. So I'll go ahead and give Tim point number 2 on Skytear Master, as that is now game point. So Gameslayer must win the dome, or at least I should say this: he needs to prevent Tim from winning the dome. Those two are slightly different. He must at least tie the dome.
Yeah, and
that is a good point. If he kills a chemo during the minions phase, he ends up having to discard 2 cards.
That's a fair point. Yep, that's a good point. Did not consider that.
Look at all those heroes spawning in round 3.
It warms my violent heart. The amount of bloodshed that we had to make 4 heroes respawn all at once. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and looks like Gameslayer positioned them to maybe help on the right lane, on lane number 1.
Yep.
That is what it looks like.
So,
it's almost a shame that that Gameslayer doesn't have a Nupton hero to help Kamaya's illusion utilizing ability.
Yeah. Well, perhaps in the next update season. I mean, to be fair, this deck did get him to the grand finals. Like
you're not wrong.
This deck is at worst the second best in the entire tournament. Also, Neliclin is going to use
oh my
Hatred again.
God.
Here it comes. We all know how this works. +3 on the skirmish effect here. So Neliclin is going to, it looks like skirmish. Wait.
What's happening?
Okay, so I think he forgot. No, I think he forgot to click the move because he moved up first because he wants to use the skirmish to go outside the dome and just start wailing on one of the heroes that he's already killed.
That does make sense.
So give us a second here to get the things all resolved. Unless he, not sure about this. Gameslayer does have Skytear discharges, so he might be thinking about popping one of those in order to deal some damage if Neliclin comes outside of the dome.
Oh, the problem with that is that, there's the Skytear discharge. Psychic shield.
So the Psychic Shield comes down. All right, so because this update has not occurred, the damage from Rampant Hatred is considered to be part of the power card, and so Psychic Shield does, in fact, reduce the damage that can be done.
This is going to be kind of clutch for Kamaya here.
Yep, so the damage instead is going to be piled onto a chemo.
Yep. And so then I imagine Tim is going to skirmish out of the dome because the second skirmish still gets that +3.
Yep. But no. We're going for the chemo kill.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's what it looks like we're doing. That's the attack. That's a dead chemo.
Dead chemo. So
now
draw
Tim him a couple cards.
Yep. So a chemo will now respawn turn 4.
There's a skirmish.
Okay, so Kamaya now going to take 3 plus the flip from the regular skirmish, so that does go the whole way through. So Kamaya takes 5 damage, 17 down to 12. Whew, okay, so.
So here we are in round 3. Kamaya does potentially have her ultimate available because we haven't seen it flipped.
Ooh.
So the only issue with that is that Sinkhole is a thing.
Yep.
Well, actually, no, it's not. Oh,
is it not?
There are no sinkholes.
Oh.
Oh my! There are also no slides or chasms, which means that if Kamaya was to ult somebody, we're going to the Void Palace.
That would be
amazing.
The pièce de résistance of Worlds, right? That would be to see Kumaya's ultimate activate, go off, just drag Neliclin into Kumaya's Mind Palace, because that's what it is. In the flavor, the Newtons taught Kamaya about the Mind Palace, and she uses it to drag her foes into a 2-man arena.
So here's the thing. I don't think I agree that we want to use the Void Palace. I disagree that we would use it on Neliclin. I think what he wants to do here is save Kamaya for a little bit later, if possible, and then start contesting the dome. If someone leads from the dome, you march in with Kamaya and ult the person that's used the lead so that they drop their control value, and then lead with your own person.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Also makes things kind of unfortunate for Gameslayer because he does not get the last activation here.
Correct, because Akimo has already died. Yeah, that actually does leave him at a bit of a sticky wicket.
Yeah. Just a bit.
Well, let's see. Also, yeah, and the other thing too that's unfortunate is because there's a white line that separates Yami and Kamaya, Hokusai can't actually see Kamaya. So if Hokusai plays Rampant Hatred right now, he's only going to get a +2.
Yeah.
That is a little unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. What would you want if you had a Rampant Hatred that you wanted to play on Hokusai? How would you move and then Rampant Hatred, or no? You would probably move. You would worship, and then you would Rampant Hatred, right?
Well, here's the thing. I feel like you don't activate Hokusai first here because in any case you do, like Rampant Hatred's value is going to be significantly diminished. You have to use Kamaya or Yami first because playing Rampant Hatred where you're at is such an inefficient use of the card.
I mean, +2 is nothing to scoff at. And
but you don't get the bonus. You don't get to hit anyone with the bonus action, is what I'm saying. Like,
Well,
you'll get the
sure you do.
+2, not where
So
you're currently sitting.
well, no, not where you're currently sitting, but you move up the lane into the hex just past the bush.
Sure.
Right? You worship on, let's say, for example, Yami. You get the 1+ flip on Yami, right? Then you play the Rampant Hatred. And you get the +1 from.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yami.
I did not consider that. Okay, that's a good point. Yep, that would be effective. Okay, that is a good point. Yes, I was thinking of playing it where he is currently would be inefficient, but you are correct. Yeah, if you use the move action and then worship on the Yami, that would be as about efficient a use of that card that you're going to get at this point, I think. Yeah, as the chat pointed out, though, all of Tim's heroes are basically at full HP or thereabouts, and already being down his glass cannon assassin, Gameslayer is in a very difficult spot.
Oh, that's another good reason why Tim went and took the Dark Vigilante over to right lane. So we know that the outsiders can be attacked and killed, and if they are, no, that doesn't. No, never mind. Ignore me.
Train of thought's been derailed.
Yep. But it stopped making sense after I started talking.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you do as Gameslayer here then? Do you just go straight with Yami? I feel like you have to activate Hokusai first, right? Otherwise, all of your activations are going to be a little muted.
Yeah, let's see.
But then you have to be wary of the damage that comes down onto Kumaya. Just simply because she's Kumaya, and she's already taken damage.
Yes, she's already down. And here's the thing: Hokusai, from Tim's perspective, can run into the dome, worship on her to blow her up. Can you get with a skirmish? Okay, he can't get to her with a skirmish, but he can at least deal some piercing damage. And then Zaraghul can run in and possibly like punch her into the dome, and then Yami just finishes her off. So it's like a coordinated team effort. But we do see Yami activating, worshiping against the other Yami there. So red Yami activating against blue Yami.
Yeah, moving into the right lane, right? In lane number 1.
Yeah.
So
I think
he used he used the worship action to just move 4 hexes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 hexes. Yep. Which is totally fine for Yami. And then move out into the lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Gameslayer's best play here is to go for the right breach.
Yeah.
Like, I think he just has to all in the right breach and hope that he can get it.
It's going to require a lot of finagling from. Oh, we've got thinking from Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to require a lot of finagling from Gameslayer, just simply because now Yami has the combined weight of a Hokusai, Yami, and Zaraghul, and there's a Doom. So that's going to throw a card onto Yami and prevent the Wind Blast that we all think that he had there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. Doom comes down. Clear mind as a result of the Doom play.
And the Skytear discharge.
Yep. Skytear discharge from Nelliclin does piercing damage against Yami. So 2 plus the flip against Yami there will hurt her. But I think Yami is at 18 HP. So I think Gameslayer is fine with it. Yep. Going to go ahead and take the damage. and 4 damage as a result. Yami down to 14.
Yep. There's an attack. Kill off a minion. Things are not looking great for Game Slayer here.
Yeah, he's that turn 1 into turn 2 with all the dead heroes. That was brutal. For an aggro deck, when you just have your heroes eliminated, we often make the joke of dead heroes can't lead. Well, dead heroes also can't attack.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Game Slayer loves to do. And when we just saw how much destruction Tim unloaded in that dome brawl, oof.
I think oof is the correct statement here.
Yikes.
Certainly elicited an oof from me.
Yeah, that was. I think honestly, he just got so many good flips, and it just the damage just kept stacking up there, and that bought him an advantage that I have a difficult time seeing how Game Slayer plays his way out of. Now, to be fair, I've seen Game Slayer play his way out of situations that I thought he was dead before, so I'm not going to reserve. I'm not going to call the game before it's over. Oh boy, Hokusai is going to activate, so we're going to keep my musings to a short point here. Worship against Yami. This will delete the armor that she has. 2 damage on the addition to the flip there. 3 damage.
3.
Yeah, right. I was going for the 2 damage added to the worship, and it just didn't come out right, so I was like hurrying up, trying to get it to make a grammatically correct statement there. We then see the attack as well, doing another 4 damage. Yami's down to 11. I don't see how Game Slayer... Oh, no, that's game... Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. Not quite yet.
It's not game over. Yami's at 7 here. This is going to bring her down to 3.
Here's the thing. Zaraghul now activates, or Yami now activates, and Yami just dies. Like, this game is over. This game is now...
very little that Game Slayer is going to be able to do here. It's just...
Tim has 2 heroes that have both are 100% kills against Yami. There's no way to stop it.
Yeah. Yep.
That's just how it is.
Phew.
So, as Game Slayer, do you just continue fighting through this then, or do you
concede?
Do you concede?
I mean, I think he's just gonna. I mean, I think Game Slayer knows that it ends very quickly here, so he's just gonna go ahead and move, skirmish, and then do something here. Lead, I assume.
Oh!
Void Palace.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna banish Hokusai to the Void Palace. This does give Yami her armor back.
Okay, and he
but
worships
unfortunately,
yeah. Okay.
And he's bringing Hokusai all the way over there. Makes perfect sense. So basically what happens is they get locked into the Void Palace until somebody dies or Kumaya takes a worship action, which we saw her do there. When that occurs, the worship action or the death, both heroes are then placed adjacent to a dome hex. Could be inside the dome, could be outside the dome. As long as it is adjacent to a hex that is a dome hex, they do respawn. So therefore, we see them all the way over there. So therefore, Yami does get her armor back. But honestly, with Zaraghul, so Yami's going to activate here. It looks like going for the worship action. This will deal 1+ the flip. So 2 damage, and now an attack guarantee kills. There's the attack action. Psychic Shield kills Yami. Obstinacy victory for Tim. You have your Skytear Season 1 World Championship, Tim Bun. Congratulations.
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 Wow. Oh, and he had the demonic... Oh, and we're looking at Game Slayer's hand here, and we see Rampant Hatred, Demonic Possession, the Spirits. Oh, so many cards that could have turned the tables. They're Nightmares Incarnate. But unfortunately, it just wasn't set up to play those cards. At any rate,
unfortunate.
That was an amazing game. It was bloody. It was violent. It was Skytear.
Absolutely.
I think at this time, we want to go ahead and jump in with the players into the table 1 and talk with them.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It was well played from both of you.
I was
It was
sweating.
smart. It was smart throwing away his entire hand to find all his ones, and it's unfortunate that he found all his ones.
Oh, was that what he did?
Yeah. He just wanted every one in his hand. So all of the Unstoppables and all the Rampant Hatreds, none of them were getting flipped.
Wow, that's
His modifiers was so much better than mine, even though he made what I felt was a mistake with Hokusai at the start and let me basically kill him, but he managed to get there to kill a Yami.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Cole brought nothing but +2s to that game.
Yeah, the goal only has +2s.
So I'm sitting there with an average modifier of 1.8 to his average modifier of like 2.1.
Nice.
And
We were talking
those
about
wind blasts a lot.
Yeah, we were talking about that kind of the comparison there. Like you had a slightly higher mana count or average mana than he did, but he had a slightly higher modifier count. And so therefore we were saying, given these two players' personalities and their play styles, I think Tim has the slight advantage because this looks like we're setting up for a dome brawl here.
Yeah. Like, I knew that him bringing Nelliclin was really, really bad for me. Maybe I should have brought the Sakoshi. I didn't want to bring the Sakoshi and have a mirror match, except he's got a Nelliclin and I've got a Sakoshi, right? Because the thing is, Nelliclin can get this free Rampant Hatred off if he goes first.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. Like, maybe I could have somehow got the Akimo and Kamaya to kill that Nelliclin, but I would have needed some very good flips for that.
Yeah.
And that's why I went for the Hokusai in the middle, because I was like, his Hokusai just took a bunch of damage. Maybe I can do that and not have Yami die, and then I can win 4v3. But Yami died. He got there.
Yeah, those Imperviouses coming in clutch early.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was happy to have
that first Impervious. I was like, yes, he's wasted his Impervious. So I was going after Hokusai anyway. But then the second Impervious is like, God damn it! Now Hokusai has 3 armor. I need to flip a 2 here in order to have a chance of killing him. And then I flipped a 1. It's like, no.
Yeah, so my only ones in the deck are 3 Rampant Hatred and 2 Unstoppable.
Yeah, and I play 3 Rampant Hatred, 3 Unstoppable.
Yes.
But then I also have the double Nightmare
Blast
and the triple Wind Blast from Kamaya.
Yeah.
So my modifiers are on average slightly worse, and he was able to mulligan for all of his ones, whereas I felt I wanted to get 2 Dooms in my hand, so I threw away 3 cards and only had the 1 Doom.
Oh no!
Oof.
Because I was prepared for the Rampant Hatred stuff. Obviously, though, you can't be like, oh no, he got unlucky. He only drew 2 Dooms. I only had 2 Dooms to draw.
Right.
I wasn't playing 3 Dooms. I actually had a surprising amount of outs at the end there, but that Skytear discharge kind of sealed it.
The activating Akimo and letting Kamaya die in round 2 without activating, so that you could have 3 heroes to activate, or 4 is what we had speculated when it happened for round 3. I thought was ingenious.
Thank you.
Just it's that kind of high level thinking that that just right along there with just dumping your whole hand digging for your modifiers. That's it highlights why both of you are in the finals.
Well, thanks.
Thank you. It was awkward because here's the thing. If I had the Rampant Hatred and I was like, with Kamaya, I can get 3 heroes next to a Hokusai with Rampant Hatred. He's dead, right?
So I also had a Psychic Shield in my hand.
But he had Psychic Shield. God damn it. You had everything. You had everything this game. But I was like, so I needed him to focus on Kamaya. But then with the Skytear discharge, it was an easy focus on Yami, and I was dead. Because the idea is he worships on my Yami with Yami. Hokusai releases the spirit, so Yami's completely whiffs everything. She's worthless that round. And then Kamaya is going to come in later and steal the hero who led, and hopefully I can just survive and take lane 1. But no. But when I was playing the Psychic Shield on Kamaya, I was like, Kamaya's just going to die, isn't she? I really want to play Psychic Shield for Akimo and then have Akimo kill someone.
I really think if you hadn't played the Psychic Shield on Kamaya there, though, she dies that first.
She dies, yeah. She just dies.
I also had the Unstoppable.
Oh, jeez.
I could have
Oh,
worshipped and
my.
played it unstoppable and double attacked.
Like, that's the thing. That's what Nellicon brings, right? My Sakoshi, maybe I should have brought an Nellicon rather than a Ixtos, but my Sakoshi was so powerful in Ashen Pass, I didn't want to drop him for a Nellicon.
That makes
But
sense.
Nellicon is definitely incredibly, incredibly powerful in this kind of deck, and Timbun showed it. Turn 2, Rampant Hatred, and ignoring a Doom. That's so good.
Nelocman's my boy.
Yeah. Impressive,
Yeah, I mean,
impressive play there with,
Mhm.
oh, you put a Doom on me, I just worship, forget about that, and then I'll stick to my plan again. Incredible.
And that's why it was so important to me getting the pillar down turn 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I wish I had the ability to kill it, but I didn't because I brought 4 melee heroes.
Yeah.
I brought the Kamaya because my thought was, if we're just going to have Nellicon, Yami, Hogasai, Akimo against Sakoshi, Hogasai, Yami, Akimo, he's just going to win because he has the Nellicon advantage over my Sakoshi. So I needed to make it not a mirror match, and then he brought Zakol afterwards.
Mhm.
So it was definitely not a mirror match.
Yes.
And it's eight champions. Nelliquin's the only ranged champion.
Mm-hmm.
Who joined the chat?
I am. Congratulations.
All right.
Yes, it's Ricardo.
Hey, Ricardo.
Hello.
Hey, congratulations, Game Slayer, to be the Ashen Lane champion. And congratulations, team, for be the 2-lane champion and almost the world champion.
So, Tim, I have a question for you.
Yeah,
you like ice cream, right?
I do.
Good. So when you go to the ice cream shop and you fancy thinking to yourself, I want an ice cream cone of some sort.
Yes.
What flavor do you normally go for? Do you have a regular
For
flavor?
a cone?
Yeah.
My favorite ice cream flavor is mint chocolate chip.
Mint chocolate chip. Very good. Game Slayer, what about you?
I was thinking cone is in like the biscuit. I'm like, what? You're buying ice cream cone? You get different flavors of cones at your... Whoa.
To be fair, we actually do have those as well. Like we have regular waffle cones and then we have chocolate cones and other things, but that's also...
In America, we eat biscuits for breakfast.
All right, so
So
I'm a diehard vanilla fan. I love vanilla. A lot of people say it's boring. It's plain. You haven't had the best vanilla. You haven't had the correct vanilla. Actual vanilla is beautiful. So
I can vouch for that. I've had good vanilla. There's a reason it's in every cake.
So you know what's really good is to take a vanilla ice cream and sprinkle some cinnamon on top of it.
Ooh, very nice.
They complement each other really well.
Nice.
All right, guys.
So-
I don't have actual ice cream here. Can we?
No, because see,
Yeah, the
I
shops
would
are
like to
closed.
chip
I
in
want
on
ice
this.
cream now.
But see, my personal flavor is what actually is a little bit of a combination of what we've seen here. It's a thing where you mix chocolate and vanilla together. We call it a twist.
Mhm.
And ironically enough, we have a very special twist for you, Tim, as final challenger remaining.
Okay.
I'll give you 2 hints. He's in the voice chat, and he's the designer of the game.
And he's very angry because you ran too many +2 in the deck.
It's time for a showdown versus Ricardo to see, can you conquer God himself?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Happy to hear that.
I warn you, he plays dodge. He's a madman.
Oh, nice.
So, everyone, we told you to stick around for a special surprise. Here it is. It's time for the final showdown.
Are we
Tim
doing
versus Ricardo.
2-lane or Ashen?
That's your choice. You're the challenger.
You are undefeated in the 2-lane. I have to defeat you in the 2-lane, right?
Oh, I am here for this.
You guys are going to set this up, and I think we switch over to some background music as long as you are going to set this up.
Yep.
Okay, just give me a second. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again back. We are here for the actual grand finals. I am the commander reporting in for the truly last duty of the season. Joining me is the World Place champion runner-up, Gameslayer.
Hello, thank you. No matter how this goes, I'm still claiming second, okay? Like, Tim, if Tim loses this, he's gonna have to go to third, right? That's how this goes?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, that is how it's written. And also, our grand host, the man who has been running all of the technology, switching the scenes, and helping out a great deal organize this wonderful event, Zaraghul.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Really happy to be here and enjoying the finals really on my end of the line. So let's just get into it.
Mm-hmm. So we see right off the bat that Tim has gone first again. We do have some two of the obstacles, two of the victory conditions we had last time, obstinacy and right breach, are back again. But this time we've swapped out Skytear Master for the Tamer, deleting 2 enemy heroes using an outsider. And we see that Tim is once again preparing for an aggressive opening. He's brought Neliclin, Hokusai, and Yami to the field, whereas Ricardo has already brought in, oh god, he's brought Kenway. I'm pretty sure that's 100% just to troll me. And Shelavi also brought to the field.
Mm-hmm. Worth noting that Tamer is not really as easy to hit with Timbun's deck as you would expect, because he isn't running the Provoke the Beast.
This is true. Yeah, with Tim's lineup, no Provoke the Beast. And true to the fact that Ricardo's fight card had a whole bunch of question marks, we have absolutely no idea what's in the deck. So we're going to be doing a whole bunch of predictions live in front of you. We may see things that are not yet released. I don't think we will, but who knows what Ricardo has put into this blue and yellow deck.
Yeah, we also call him the rule bender.
Yes.
So
and Estrida and Habrat.
Estrida and Kanui as the last 2 picks. I mean, you've got to be happy about that, Commander, seeing a Kanui on the field. Has this joke been made enough times in this tournament so far?
Did you
it has,
talk about
Karito,
Kanui?
but we appreciate it. I hate both of you.
Did you already talk about Kanui?
We've talked enough about her because we've acknowledged her existence.
Mm-hmm.
So I do see Habrat on the field, though. Habrat, interestingly enough, nobody picked Habrat, I think, as one of their 3 heroes for their fantasy drafts. But Habrat actually saw a decent amount of drafting as I was reviewing the battle reports. He certainly wasn't what I would call like a most picked hero, but he was definitely picked more than what I thought.
He was played in a very similar way to I played the Kamaya with Timbun's deck, at least. But he brings Habrat as an alternate Akimo who can play the Barring the Ways for the Arboreal Rights matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes you just need an Akimo who's yellow.
Yeah. Akimo cannot use yellow cards, and there are a number of very strong yellow cards. Swiftness, Time Glitch, Nightmares Incarnate.
And that's about it, yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. The rest of the yellow cards, not so great there.
Well, Wind Blast, I guess. That's like one of the main reasons.
That's actually, that's true. There's a couple more. There's Wind Blast. Wind Blast is pretty good.
Redirect, but that can sometimes be very, very strong.
Mm-hmm. A little bit more situational, but again, useful.
Psychic Shield being thrown out by Timbun. He doesn't care. He's thinking his opponent is not going to be bringing these Nightmare Incarnates that we were just talking about.
Yep.
Or maybe he just doesn't care. I mean, this is a deceptively aggressive lineup, I would say, from Ricardo here, because he does have some very high modifiers. Some very high base size. Habrat and Shelavi are, of course, both assassins, and Kanui is a 3 damage attack. So if you're thinking that he's not going to be going to be killing, he might be killing.
Oh, and I've seen this opening somewhere before. Move into the center token, worship on a hero, and lead.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's always nervous doing that as a Hokusai in that you are taking a lot of damage from that. I was hoping to leverage that last time. He's on 14 health. I mean, he's got 2 armor, but he's on 14 health. You've got double assassin there. Yes. They can definitely sneak in for a good 8 damage or so, but without Hokusai on his side, I think Ricardo probably would just want to take the lanes. I mean, after all, this is a right breach. You don't have to go for the dome anymore, because it's not a Skytear Master, it's a Tamer.
Correct. And as you did mention, we will not see any Provoke the Beast. Well, actually, no, I lied. We will not see Provoke the Beast from Tim, but Ricardo does bring Habarat, who is a red-yellow, and so he may have Provoke the Beast on Habarat.
Although going into this game, you know your opponent's going to be allowed to pick whatever outsider they want. Like,
Yes.
Dark Vigilante kind of half turns off for Provoke the Beast.
Ooh, Skytear Discharge coming down from Nelliclin. So if someone wants to fight against Hokusai, going to have to... Oh, nope, we're going to dodge the Skytear Discharge by sending Ekert over into the lane. So Ricardo thinks, nope, we're going to go ahead and maybe do a control here. I'm not going to dome pile you. I watched what happened last game. And summons the Kenwi illusion. I said Ekert, I meant Kenwi. Summons the Kenwi illusion adjacent to her.
So this is basically going to guarantee that that Timbun wins the dome here, because it's at best it's going to be 4 heroes against 3 heroes. What's interesting is that Kanui placed the illusion there and not in the square behind her. If she placed it behind her, then when the Nellicon skirmished, you could have moved into the dome off of that, and then suddenly you've got your 4 heroes in the dome. But no, instead he's going to put the Kanui illusion in a spot where he doesn't think it's going to get attacked at all, and he's just going to be a bit defensive in this, and he's just going to try and push this right lane up. Worth noting that his right breach is lane 1.
Yes, and again, that is something to note. We did talk about that last game. Would right breach be an issue if it started to get down to things? You had the advantage there. Ricardo has the advantage for right breach here as well, and so Ricardo may just opt to play the lane here, and we'll see if he has any call the packs or something of that nature for turn 2 that he might want to use.
All right, and that Nellicon is getting activated. And that skirmish is happening. It's exactly as I said it would be.
Yep. Nice call there.
1 damage.
Ooh, only 1 damage.
See, he's playing exhaustions now, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
How the heck is he playing exhaustion? Does that come from a king?
Let's see. Where did the exhaustion come from Tim? It came from Akimo, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, Akimo is running exhaustion, smelt armor, and then 3 copies of reclaim life.
See, I was hoping that he had some smelt armors and stuff in there, but
yeah.
So he kills the minion. He kills the illusion. He doesn't like the fact that he can't hit a Kanui, so he's going to kill that illusion.
Moves into the dome for the dome pileup, as you suggested. So at this point, Ricardo realized, he realized it before, but Ricardo confirms, going into the dome, trying to win the dome at least, probably not the best idea. Now, Nelliclin is within range 3, so potentially you may just send Shillavi in there to start mauling Nelliclin, as Nelliclin is rather squishy.
Well, it's not just Shillavi. You've also got a Habarat right there.
Yes.
And Habarat can also get in range, and that could be a dead Nelliclin.
Dead Nelliclin would be very nice to see. Nelliclin did not do the leading, so...
Even if not, Shillavi moving in, attacking Nelliclin, and then shapeshifting himself so that he can't get attacked without damaging Nelliclin might be a very valuable play.
That's a
but
good
Estrida with the swiftness.
Okay, very nice. So swiftness will give Estrida fast here, and also allow Ricardo to draw a card. So Estrida...
Running away. No, running... Okay.
Interesting use of swiftness. I assume we're probably using this more for the draw the card part of it rather than the move 5.
Okay, that is interesting, because usually you would see the swiftness being played on melee heroes like Shillavi and Habarat, but in this case it's on Estrida to defend the right breach lane.
Yep, but in this case she's going to go ahead, attack a minion, lose 2 HP, and spawn a minion, as her second action was the worship action, and then the final action was the attack action.
Now, I'm not sure Tim had any plans in the first place of actually trying to breach that lane, but he definitely isn't thinking about it now.
Well, remember that I know the stats are probably a little bit different ever since this was decided back then, but I think that in general, Nexus destruction is like 8% of the time or 10% of the time. It's something relatively low. Actually, we can just pull up the tactics here right now. Nexus destruction occurs 5% of the time. This is an all-time record. But I'm pretty certain that Ricardo's Nexus destruction win rate is somewhere around 25%. So Ricardo single-handedly inflates Nexus destruction. He might just be going for the pressure squeeze and try to blow up both sides of the towers. Obviously, the destruction of lane number 1 will guarantee him instant victory, but Ricardo we can also go for lane 2 victory and blow up the Nexus there.
You're missing Kanui getting hit, RG. Kanui got hit. She's down to 11. That was a move attacking a skirmish from a
Thank
chemo.
God. Not enough. Further,
Not
Tim,
enough.
more.
Mm-hmm. You just love to see that woman get beat. Yep.
Wait a minute. That's not where we're going with this.
Should have invited me to this.
Lies and slander. Who invited this person onto the broadcast?
But it is worth noting that Tim Pun's his nemesis of victory condition loss is also Nexus destruction.
Very nice.
Ricardo might just be playing purely to the stats here.
That's also true. And we do see Habrat now playing a swiftness of his own, which means Neliclin can be gap closed with just the move action. So do we go after Neliclin? Do we go after a chemo here? Tim does look like he has a reaction, though, perhaps. Also, Clinton has generously just provided me via the Discord some general stats for Ricardo. Ricardo's preferred victory condition is indeed Nexus Destruction at 25%. Wow. Although his Nemesis victory condition is custom scenario victory, so I assume that's total team annihilation on the Ashen Pass. And his preferred heroes, interestingly enough, are none of the heroes he's playing. Akla, Akimo, Sathero, and Sakoshi. So Ricardo just,
Echo Dance! That is 7 damage to Neliclin.
Neliclin down to 7 HP after the attack action. Yikes.
Just need to do that again with Shilvy.
Yep. And he does have 1 action left, right? He might skirmish against Neliclin to get himself. Yep, there's the skirmish action against Neliclin. No damage, though.
No damage.
All right. Does he go into lane number 1?
Might have been worth doing that worship first.
Well, if he had done the worship, he wouldn't be able to skirmish, right? That would have been 3.
Right. But you would have done 1 extra damage compared to what the skirmish did.
That's fair. That's true. All right. So not going to move, though. Leaving Habrat in the dome. All right. So Yami is going to worship, teleporting herself over to Habrat. We all know how this works. We saw both of you do that last time. 1 plus the flip against Habrat here is probably going to deal 3 damage, I assume. Yep, there's +2 on the flip, so 3 damage brings Habrat down to 15. Now, do we continue going after Kenwi here at this point? You can skirmish to get against her and then attack her.
Can we get there?
I'm sorry?
Nothing. Was just a dumb Kenui joke.
Oh, can we get... I hate you. I'm going back and forth between which of you I hate more at the moment.
Could you be so kind and
kneel before me?
No,
also, that's the card that just got flipped.
Yes.
Okay. That was the question I was about to ask.
Aberrat taking a lot of damage with all these +3s getting flipped. Down to 7. 11 damage dealt by this Yami.
Oof. Ouch. Owie. Yeah, Yami does get to do 3 flips, and we saw 1 +2 and 2 +3s there from Tim, so 8 bonus damage on the flip, and because Habarat does not have any armor, all that damage goes right to his health bar, and he's down to 7, as Game Slayer mentioned. So Habarat not the healthiest here, and
so fun fact: the position I would say where a Dark Vigilante is kind of guaranteed to kill an enemy hero is at 7 life.
Yes.
Because that takes into account that you might flip a +1 once.
Mm-hmm.
So
here's the thing, though. With this death to Neliclin, if Shilvy leads, then Ricardo's going to get the dome.
Not with 2 negative ones, he's not.
Oh man, that hurts.
That is no chance of getting that, of winning that dome.
Well, no, not necessarily though. He did lead. Oh no, never mind. That's Ricardo. That's not Ricardo.
Yeah, no, there's 3 heroes in there to 2. He's leading regardless because Hokusai led from the deck.
Mm-hmm.
There is a chance. There is a chance he wins this dome.
Yeah. If that is Tim does have 0 manas in there.
Okay, just a single nourish.
Okay.
From Shilafree to heal up this Habarat. So that puts him back into not quite dead yet range.
Correct.
But 10 health, 3 +2s can do that.
Yep. And we know that Tim's deck is stacked with those. So
Tim's thinking. Does he have that Doom? Is he thinking of dooming that Habarat? Reclaiming the life. Oh no!
Oh no! Okay, so Reclaim Life is a brand new card. I don't think we've ever seen this on stream. So Reclaim Life steals the next heal effect and applies it to the caster instead. So Hokusai is going to steal that nourish ability and then apply it to himself instead.
That is a difference of 6. That is a swing of 6 HP, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a pity that the Nellican couldn't play it, because Nellican's looking a bit beat. But there we go. Lane 1 definitely pushed up by the Kanui. And that is the right breach lane, so that is worth noting. But Estrida is so far on the other side of the map to help with that breach. But she might get this breach on lane 2.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, you're just taking a look and seeing, is it worth it to continue the lane pressure, or do I need to change tactics?
Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's going to be 5 minions in there, so if you just kill all the minions, you can walk out of there, and your opponent has to commit something, otherwise they just lose the tower.
Yes.
That is one of the big strengths of Estrida with that 5 minion start. Hard part is killing the other 2 minions, of course.
Nope, I tinted the wrong hero. Son of a gun. All right, someone stop me from doing.
Yeah, this tinting plan was not very effective.
No, I've massively messed this up.
Yeah, you have messed everything up, RG.
I have done nothing correct, and now everyone's going to look really weird colors. All right, so we've got Akimo, we've got Nelliclin. Yami and Hokusai are both Tim, so I can tint them. Maybe. I can hear both of the players screaming at me. There's a reason why I teach math and not art.
Okay. You can hold control, I think it is, and then you can select all. Okay, you are doing that. Good.
Yeah. Now I just have to try and.
Oh, Hokusai lost the dome.
Oh, so.
Wait, did he? What's going on here?
You take a look, because I'm busy trying to tint.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. I need to see the chat, so I need to turn off the hoods. Yeah, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, no. Ricardo lost the dome. Okay. It was a 1. He did not lead in that dome, so that is a 1. Perhaps the Yami should have led instead of making that extra attack. And so Tamer is almost certainly going to kill this Nelliclin, and that is going to be a Tamer point. Yep. A Tamer point to Ricardo. It doesn't matter how many heroes Timbun kills, if none of them count for any victory objectives, as Soulstream gets played. So that's not very effective, but you can still make an attack.
Yep.
You still have the base damage to kill, even if you're just flipping zeros all the time. And there's the 1. There you go.
Boom. Dead Nelliclin, 1 point on Skytear Master. So
Tamer, not Master. Tamer.
Sorry. Wrong objective. That was last game, was Master.
That was last game.
And unlike having Hunting for Power on the board, Ricardo doesn't need to worry too much about where the Dark Vigilante ends up. Obviously, if you want to do some positioning to perhaps block Tim Bun in or something, that would be necessary, but it's not like we have to worry about, I've got to move the DV far away before Tim turns around and blows it up.
All right, so Tim doesn't have a Nelliclin anymore. Theoretically, Correct. That means he's weak to Doom, but I doubt that Ricardo's playing Doom. But he still needs to kill someone. He still needs to kill like a Habarat right now in order so that round 3 comes around and the Habarat will respawn. Because if he doesn't do that, he's going to have a hard time actually getting to a victory condition here.
Also, I would like to let Tape know that no, I am not drunk. I have not had any alcohol. I have been completely sober, which probably was the mistake in and of itself. Also, we need to reactivate Nightbot to ban Tape. I feel like my character has been assassinated.
And maybe ban Kirito?
I think your character's being assassinated. That Nelliclin got hit by 2 assassins.
Hey! That was nice.
Rampant Hatreding!
What a surprise!
For the 3! This is a value 3 Rampant Hatred. He had to move to make it work, but he can probably kill a Kanui if he wants. Snowblind! Never mind.
Snowblind is going to provide disarm here. And that's
going to disarmed.
Both Yami and Akimo get snowblinded, so that's going to cut this damage in half. So possible to do some damage here against Habarat, but you are probably going to have to commit the skirmish from the Rampant Hatred plus another skirmish action or your attack. Depends on how your flips go.
Is there a Release the Spirits coming out? Because that's the only thing that could really save him right now, and it doesn't look like there is. Now, it's interesting that he even did that in the first place, because Habarat could have taken just 7 damage from an Akimo who just attacks.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's
But
3 damage.
I mean, if you attack here, then you could go to 6, which isn't enough, or you could go to 7, which isn't enough. So 7's
So
enough.
if
7 is
you'd have to mark him and then hit a +3 on the flip.
mark him and hit a +2.
Or +2, yeah. I'm sorry, yeah.
Or just hit a +3 on the flip. He doesn't want to waste the skirmish from the thing, so he's going to try and hit a +3 here. He's got. We've seen quite a few, but there's still some. There it is.
Oh, there it is on the second.
There it
flip.
is.
Yeah,
Dead Habarat, which is exactly what he needed to do.
Okay.
So Habarat's coming in round 3, so that's going to bring some obstinacy pressure. And he's still got 1 action left.
And a question from the chat: how long did it come up to with the ice cream segue? About 10 minutes.
You thought about things for a full 10 minutes. Wow.
I did. If I committed that much time to thinking about my plays, I might actually win more games. All right.
I mean,
and we
you've
see
seen me. The amount of time I commit. All right, there we go. 5 to 3. That's some good damage to Shillavi.
And you've won
Like
the
that
silver medal this year, so thinking clearly has its merits. So, as Ricardo now, you have 3 heroes remaining, so do we just go and start bullying somebody else?
Well, you have 3 heroes, but he also only has 3 heroes, so you're not down in terms of like the action economy. You've still got all of your heroes, really. So the question is, does Estrida just walk up and bewitch a minion? Because that would just be evil.
Well, Estrida is moving up, and it looks
She
like
is
she's
moving up.
going to. Oh, baby, do we see the bewitch coming out? Because the bewitch, nope, we see the attack here.
We see an attack. No touch of Leviathan, so there's no. So this is just going to kill a minion.
Yep.
But I mean, you could still lead, I guess. Leading would still work.
Well, here's the thing. If she has... Okay, so there's the lead. So this is
From the
basically... Oh, from the deck. Okay, so there's a possibility of tower destruction here if Tim does nothing.
It's a pretty damn good possibility if Tower Destruction does nothing. He only needs a 1.
Yeah. Oof.
He only needs a 1, so he can lead from the deck and force a response, but he's not leading from hand to actually guarantee some tower damage if there's a response. Yami could respond. Yami is disarmed, so it might be all she does is just worship on Shillavi and then like move and lead. That's a pretty decent thing for a disarmed Yami to do.
Yeah. Yeah, she can easily walk through the minion and then attack a minion, reducing the control value by 3.
But it's worth noting, if she does that, she isn't then helping against lane 1, which is the breach lane.
True. All right, so we do see Tim going for the worship action here. Hogasai is activating, so we're going to worship. Action has been declared. Who is he targeting in this case? I assume Kenway, perhaps?
So he could target Shillavi and then defend lane 2, or he could target Kenway and defend lane 1. Unfortunately, Akimo skirmish, he didn't lead, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of want to keep Hogasai in here, so you kind of have to go for Kanui and let the tower 2 fall, and that might be just what Ricardo needs.
Yep. All right. Well, it looks like Kenway is getting hit with it, so a little bit of
Hogasai
damage.
lost damage? Took damage? What? Oh, it's the Hogasai being activated, not Yami. Right, yeah.
Correct. Yes. And so 2 damage to each of them. And so now, Hogasai, does he stay in the dome and just kind of contest the center here, or is he going to go and support a lane?
I mean, do you just take the fair attack on Shillavi and lead from hand and force him to move out?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you don't go to one of these lanes right now, you're losing one of the towers.
Yeah. You will lose one of the towers. And honestly, with Kenway, Kenway could march up, attack a minion, possibly play a Bewitch of her own, and then threaten both towers. All right, Hogasai.
Okay, Hogasai is going to attack Kenway. He's hoping, I think, to kill Kenway, but that's going to be difficult with a Yami with disarmed.
Correct. So we do see the skirmish flip here, so this will be 0 plus the flip. Kenway does not have armor, as she is marked and within line of sight of Hogasai, so this will deal 1 damage to her, brings her to 8.
Okay, so he's going back into the dome, so he's going to try and guarantee that he wins this dome if Shillavi decides not to lead.
Correct.
But I mean, Shillavi can go out and hit a minion if he needs to. Not lane 1 though. If he would need haste to get to lane 1.
Correct. Or you could always move and skirmish. Oh, no, you can't move skirmish. Never mind.
But I mean, if he has the haste, and he moves over, and he worships, and he attacks, and he kills the 2 minions, that might be game over.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Ricardo, I think, just says, you know what? I don't care that you want a dome pile because both of my control tokens are going to go off before yours. All right, Kenwee's moving up. Kenwee is going to attack the minion there, dead minion. Does she play a Bewitch or anything to take a look at that?
Well, I mean, honestly, all she needs to do is lead, and she does. If she just leads, Shilvy can come in and also. Well, no. So right now, if she leads from hand, she'll be fine, right? Because it'll be 8 against 1. But she's leading from the deck, which is interesting. He's keeping all of his options open with this, and he's not using up the cards in his hand. Which means that this way, if he moves out to attack Kenui, Shilvy can stay in this dome. Shilvy can stay in this dome, and he can win this dome instead, and accept the fact that he's not winning this turn.
Correct. Yeah. Well,
he doesn't need to do chip damage to these towers. He just needs to have the towers die eventually.
Right.
And
I wonder
Yami
also
is 4 away from this Kenui.
The other thing that I wonder too is can we have a Whisper of Nupton? Because then she can just summon her illusion in response to an attack. Yami cannot kill with both the skirmish action and the worship action. Just
I mean, she definitely couldn't either because she's disarmed. But yeah,
I think if she hits +3s on all the flips, then she would be able to with the attack. No. Well, here's the thing: she can't get in. She's 4 away, right?
Yes,
so she wouldn't be able to. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So it would be unlikely to be able to kill Kenwee anyways.
Yeah. So this is just a really, really bad situation Tim has found himself in. That snowblind was really huge, along with winning that dome.
Yeah, and also just to let the viewers know, there is something weird going on with TTS right now. There is, in fact, not a blue minion at the starting hex for Control Zone 2. We're not sure why it displays like that, but this seems to be a new bug.
That's very interesting. I personally am not seeing this.
Yeah, nor am I. And we had the same issue last game with you, where Michael and I were able to see all the minions in their starting spot, and Zaraghul was like, hey guys, they're missing a minion in lane 2. Can you put one? And we're like, no, they're not. Yes, they are. No, they're not. Yes, they are. And so apparently we found out that eventually, like, similar to how you have to pick the card up and put it back down if the HP tracker messes up, once we picked up the minion and put it back down, it did display. But in this case, we've got the reverse option where Zaraghul can see something that we can't. And I tried to pick up the thing that he couldn't see to maybe see if there's something there that just didn't show up for me. There's nothing there. So that blue minion does not actually exist in this world.
All right. So the question now is, what are those last 7 cards in Ricardo's deck? Because we haven't seen very many. We've seen some ults, but we haven't seen like psychic shields. So if he has a lot of 3s, he could maybe kill off this Akimo or Hokusai. Those are 2 3s right there. You didn't see that.
No, that is not what you want to see. Both of those ultimates would have been huge next round, but you definitely don't want to see both of them in the same flip.
Not just next round. You could have got a Tamer kill this round if you didn't see those. If he has some really good cards left in that deck, he could have gone for the attack and the skirmish, brought Akimo down to 8, and then the outsider could have maybe gone for that kill.
That is unfortunate.
But that didn't happen.
Nope. All right, but we are going to lead there, so Akimo could be close enough. If there is a Provoke the Beast in Ricardo's deck, whenever Habrat comes back, Habrat simply moves his way into the dome, bada bing, bada boom, /// game over.
There is the potential there. That's a migraine. Okay.
Okay, wait a minute. Migraine brings...
So, you know...
Oh, boy.
Wow. So, if he had hit that +3 on the skirmish instead, Akimo would be at 6, and he would be dying to this Dark Vigilante, pretty much guaranteed.
Yep. All right, time to do some leading here. So, we do see a lead 3 from the hand. Kenwee only led with a 1. So, Yami will be able to mostly...
5 against 5. It is a draw.
All right, so we populate more minions. Over on lane 2, that tower is gone.
That tower is gone.
That tower is gone. And so now, Ricardo, Nexus Destruction Neri, is setting up for Nexus Destruction.
I wish that Shillavi had done that skirmish instead, because I would love to see somehow losing to Tamer here. Just because I want to see how, can I not be allowed to choose how my opponent loses? How
sure,
the guy who beat me loses?
Sure. This is a friendly-ish match.
All right, and there's very little he can do there. He has to go for this obstinacy against the Habarat, really, in order to survive this.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those times where it's like, I wish my deck could do that, but that's a streeter for you. If you're leaving a streeter alone, she will win you a lane massively. And it's not out of the woods either with lane 1. There's still 5 minions there.
Oh yeah. All Ricardo has to do is play smart and not let Habarat die here to obstinacy.
Mm-hmm.
Which, speaking of, depending on how Ricardo finishes this, he could make it so that Neliclin has to spawn in a specific place.
That is 3 damage. If there's more 2s here.
This could be the kill. There's an attack. 2+.
That's a 2.
There's
That's
4.
A 2. He needs a 1. He needs a +1. That's all he needs to kill.
Final action. One more skirmish.
+1.
There it is! Tamer kill victory.
Timbun gets aggroed by the blue-yellow deck full of Twister of Souls.
There it is. Amazing.
There it is. Defeated in the lanes, defeated in the dome, defeated by the heroes killed.
All right, good game. So Ricardo is in fact the world champion question. No, that's not how that works. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to tournament table 1 and talk to the gents after a very exciting exhibition match.
Congratulations!
That was awesome. Good game.
So we
GG.
Yeah, for sure. Very well played, Ricardo. I think that I kill Habarat action 1 or activation 1.
We want to try to kill Habarat activation 1. So just do 1 live turn.
Yeah. So where do you want to spawn him?
Okay.
I love this.
This is the last challenge. Yeah.
Okay. Can Tim kill the Habarat off if he got...
Akimo is not disarmed. Worth noting, Akimo is not disarmed here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that?
Sure. So we're saying he survived with 1 health, right?
Right. Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay. So this is in theory if Akimo survived. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. You win.
Yeah, this is the can Timbun get his ego surviving?
Well, Ricardo's the one that asked me to do it.
Okay. Sure.
All right. So I move.
Okay.
Rampant.
I play a rampant.
Yeah. +3.
Wait.
Oh.
In response, my Shillabi want to put the second hand to Akimo.
Say that again? What'd you say?
Sorry, I'm lagging a lot. Play this in response to the rampant hatred on Akimo.
On Akimo. Just wants to kill Akimo again.
I want to kill Akimo, right? Okay.
That's hilarious.
I mean, Akimo just died twice, guys. That's an obstinacy victory.
So then I skirmish for 2.
Yep.
Okay.
I will flip on Shillavi.
On Shillavi?
Oh, really? Okay.
For
4 damage.
4 damage.
Okay.
I'm going to worship.
Oh my lord. I know where this is going. You have another rampant hatred. Or you have an unstoppable.
Of course he does.
Is the rampant hatred master, right?
Oh my lord. There it is. Okay, that was the one you discarded.
And
so
then
now...
consulting.
Close
All right, okay.
Same thing.
For another rampant for 4.
It's a more fancy rampant.
Indeed.
Then I hit for 4+. So 6.
6.
Yep.
Yeah.
I attack.
Wait.
For...
you still have a skirmish, right?
5.
I do.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yep.
In response to the attack, I'll really want to run away.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Then
that's funny. That's funny. Time warp.
but it's just insane that this Rampant Hatred is too good.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, it's very good.
It is
It's
a
very, very
wildly
good.
effective card.
But it's mostly good if you don't have like answer. If you run the insane flip deck as you do a lot of damage, but you don't really have answers for things. So I prefer to run a little bit more moderate things. So a bit of +2, but also a bit of response like drain, time warp, chasm.
Yeah, but those just ruin your modifiers on that Rampant Hatred, which
Well,
So
correct, but Game Slayer, I have a 0.6 modifier in this game.
Yeah, and you got double.
Oh my god!
So I hear what you're saying though. The thing is that now that Red Green has they can get rid of disarms easy with the new card. The
Clear Mind, Release the Spirits.
Yeah, those two.
Yeah, those are amazing, of course.
And then like the Chasm, sure, but generally you're able to win a game on turn 2. Like I did it 4 rounds in a row, right? Like
sure.
And then you can't play these awesome cards. I mean, you can do the Time Warp on turn 2, but it just is.
And then we also have Doom if we desperately need to stop something. Like I stopped that Nellican Rampant Hatred.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's super strong. Yeah, absolutely.
And then especially with Nelliclin, where you can play 2 on turn 3, it's just gross.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyways,
you win and I didn't. So congratulations again, team. You're the real world champion.
Thanks.
And so, Tim, Giacomo actually had one question that he wanted us to ask for you. If you had any ideas, since one of the things you get to do is design with the gamers. Did you design with the developers? Did you have any ideas on what you were going to do there?
So I have an Excel document that has a bunch of different card ideas.
Okay.
But the biggest and most important thing is that I want to incorporate Carl somehow.
Yes.
The
chat has been demanding that Carl come to light ever since you won the championship.
Yeah, that's definitely the plan. If they'll allow me to have Carl in there somehow. I don't know how to fit it in lore wise, but I think it'll be fun.
It will be the most fun card, of course. Card for the victory.
Yeah.
or it might be Carlant Hatred.
Just expand this one card you get into an entire set of Carl.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the secret. But yeah, I mean, I think that I gotta rep Carl. He's my profile picture and everything. So
absolutely.
And for those who don't know, Carl is the random minion in the middle of the art on this card.
Yeah, exactly.
Chilling in there.
Wait a second.
Yep. When we spoiled the Nantaka card, that was immediately noticed by a number of people, and we've just since had him named Carl. And Carl has had a number of advocates, I think, in the community, but none as big as Tim. Tim has definitely, by far and large, been Carl's biggest advocate.
I'm definitely running on a pro Carl platform.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, thanks for playing, Ricardo. Thank you guys for streaming.
Thanks for you, and I think a huge thanks to the team that streamed, organized everything today, make the fantasy Skytear, make everything come true, because you guys did really amazing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. It was our pleasure. It was a lot of fun doing this tournament.
Yeah, real pleasure for me. Thanks for everybody here helping with the stream and organizing. Really amazing work behind the scenes. People can't imagine how much how everybody was into this, and I think in the end it really paid off.
Yes.
Yeah. And now, guys, you need to start training, because you need to take down Team Boone next year for having a new world champion, right?
That's true. Tim now has the target on his back.
Yeah.
So now I'm allowed to just like be creative and make fun decks. I did it.
Yeah, it works.
Also, Giacomo has suggested that we're going to introduce the fifth faction into the game, the Carlian, in honor of Tim's victory.
I mean, I'm all for it. So let's have some fun.
All right. Well, oh, go ahead.
You can go, RG. You can go on.
Okay. No, I was just going to ask if anyone had any final thoughts as we come to the end of a day that was filled with a lot of fun, a lot of Skytear, a lot of death. And so we want to thank you very much.
Did you say something? It cut out for a second.
No.
Okay.
All right, very well then. On behalf then, I'd like to thank again GameSlayer and Zaraghul for joining me on the co-commentary, and Zaraghul for being the host of this stream all day. I'm sure your CPU is about fried. Congratulations again, Tim, on being Skytear's first world champion. And Ricardo, thank you very much for the amazing game design and also for showing up as the secret final boss. Everyone get ready. We'll see you next year in Season 2.
We do. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Have a nice evening.
See ya. Bye-bye.